world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876, Comprehending the Law of Time. Lin Ming fell on his back, his hands trembling slightly, and a small pool of blood had already flowed under him. Looking at his body, Lin Ming was happy in his heart, but he also shook his head with a wry smile. The meridians in his arms were all broken, and the meridians in his body were also slightly damaged. Both hands were temporarily useless. The word Shang and the Shang itself contains the meaning of a double-edged sword. Opening the Shang will cause damage to oneself. At the same time, using the power of the Shang in battle will also cause a considerable burden on the body. Therefore, the Shang is the last of the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of Dunjie. Only by opening the 2 basic gates of changing the physique, the Zi and Du, can a warrior have the ability to withstand the backlash of the Shang gate. Looking at his hands, Lin Ming temporarily gave up the plan to survive the second death. If it was normal, this level of injury would only take a few days for Lin Ming to heal himself, but the injury caused by the Shang gate would last for more than a month. Moreover, during this period of time, the physical condition and combat effectiveness in all aspects will also decline a lot, and then slowly recover to a stronger peak, with a feeling of breaking and then standing up. However, Lin Ming did not plan to rest during this period of time. He could just comprehend the time and space jade slips left by the old man, especially the jade slips recording the artistic conception of time, which Lin Ming was very interested in. The meridians in his hands had been in chaos, and the energy could not flow through. Now Lin Ming's strength was not even as good as some low-level warriors. He simply rode on the divine chariot, pulled by 7 or 8 golden birds that looked like phoenixes, and flew to the back mountain of the palace of the god-forsaken clan, looking at the beautiful buildings and jade buildings, admiring the exotic flowers and trees, and comprehending the law of time in such an intoxicating beauty, which was quite pleasant. Although the palace of the god-forsaken clan in the middle thousand worlds was heavily guarded and very safe, Shibei still sent many guards to follow Lin Ming, and there were also some beautiful maids around him, serving Lin Ming all the time, meeting all his needs, and taking care of him meticulously. Sitting on the divine chariot, Lin Ming was wrapped in silk and satin, with a delicate face, and a handsome face, looking like a prince and noble. Many warriors like this kind of life, such as the King Nanyun of the South Sea, or the princes and princesses of the 4 great kingdoms. When they travel, there are often bursts of fairy music, divine soldiers leading the way, sacred beasts pulling sedan chairs, and a large number of beautiful maids and concubines looking around, hugging left and right. Lin Ming did not expect that one day he would try a similar life. After recuperating for a full 40 days, Lin Ming felt that his strength was slowly returning to his body. The meridians in his arms had already recovered completely, but there was still an extremely fine scar on the palms of his 2 hands, as light as water lines, which could not be seen without careful observation. This is the mark left by the wound gate. After a period of time, these 2 scars will disappear. Only when the wound gate is opened will they be revealed. At that time, they will become the strongest point of Lin Ming's body's explosive energy, and he can instantly exert a huge force of nearly 2 million pounds. Next, Lin Ming felt that his body strength was getting stronger day by day, and his muscles grew beautiful lines all over his body. The strength contained a soft beauty, and was natural and smooth. He felt as if he had been reborn again, with endless power all over his body, as if he could grab a mountain out of thin air. Now the thing Lin Ming wanted to do most was to find a powerful opponent who matched his strength to fight, but unfortunately, no one below the Sea of Gods could match Lin Ming's opponent, and he couldn't beat the opponents above the Sea of Gods, such as Shibei. In the Xianan continent, in the 100,000-year history, warriors who could cross the level of the life-falling stage to fight the Sea of Gods were really rare. First, there was a huge gap between the life-falling stage and the Sea of Gods, and second, everyone who could reach the Sea of Gods was a peerless genius. Even the worst Sea of Gods who failed to break through the Sea of Gods before the age of 100 and then raised their strength to the Sea of Gods by chance were also veritable emperor level geniuses. Those who broke through the sea of gods by themselves were even more, needless to say. Each of them was a top emperor level genius. If you want to cross a major realm and defeat these peerless geniuses, you have to be more evil than them. How easy is that? Perhaps the 6 evil ghosts pulling the coffin that I saw in the 8,000-mile black swamp can have a hearty battle with me now. The shadow of the bronze ghost coffin kept echoing in Lin Ming's mind. I wonder what realm the existence sleeping in it has reached. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about it, Lin Ming calmly comprehended the law of time. The law of time left by the old man of fortune was very mysterious, which made Lin Ming intoxicated. Once he immersed himself in it, several hours passed in a blink of an eye. In Lin Ming's impression, the artistic conception inheritance of the Xi'an continent always had too many limitations compared to the divine realm, but the time artistic conception jade slip left by the old man of fortune in front of him had a meaning of pointing directly to the origin of the avenue, just like the inheritance from the divine realm. Could it be that the old man of fortune entered the secret realm left behind by the Xi'an continent 100,000 years ago, and obtained the inheritance of the divine realm from it? Even the most talented warriors must have a foundation to deduce more profound artistic conception laws. It is impossible to create a set of laws out of thin air. However, all kinds of signs show that the martial arts civilization of the Xi'an continent 100,000 years ago was brilliant, and even had some of the charm of the divine realm. Old man Zhao has lived for 8,000 years. He has traveled to countless places and explored countless secret realms. It is not surprising that he has received such an inheritance. I just don't know why old man Zhao would lend me such a precious jade slip. Lin Ming was thinking about practicing the power of the law accorded in the jade slip several times in the secret room. At this moment, a flame of a sound transmission node lit up in front of Lin Ming's eyes. It was a message from Shibei. The message was very simple, with only 5 words. Come to the Elder Hall as soon as possible. Lin Ming was slightly startled. What was so serious that he had to discuss it in detail in person? Lin Ming came to the Elder Hall, but saw Shibei and a masked old man in the Elder Hall. The masked old man was the second great sea god of the God-forsaken clan. This old man was extremely mysterious and rarely spoke. Lin Ming still didn't know his name. On the table in front of Shibei, there were 2 handwritten letters. Judging from the signatures, they were from the 9 Cauldron Divine Kingdom and the Day Divine Kingdom respectively. Letters from Yang Yun of Jihading Divine Kingdom and Oyu Yikingfeng of Day Divine Kingdom. Take a look. Shibei flicked his finger, and 2 letters flew into Lin Ming's hands. When he first read them, Lin Ming remained calm, but slowly it became more and more difficult for him to remain calm. After reading the 2 letters, Lin Ming let out a long sigh. The 2 letters said the same thing. In a nutshell, the miracle temple that was originally above the Sea of Miracles actually appeared above the 8,000-mile black swamp. Lin Ming had heard Prince Day mention the miracle temple when he attended the Jiuhua banquet hosted by Yang Yun. This temple was illusory and usually appeared in the depths of the Sea of Miracles. Only some Sea of Gods who entered the 8,000-mile black swamp had seen it from afar, like a mirage. Because the Sea of Miracles is a one-way trip, approaching the seashore is already very dangerous, not to mention exploring the temple. The giant beast in the Sea of Miracles alone can swallow a Sea of Gods in one gulp. But now, for some unknown reason, the miracle temple appeared in the 8,000-mile black swamp for the first time. When Lin Ming saw this news, he inexplicably thought of the bronze ghost coffin he saw above the 8,000-mile black swamp. The being sleeping in the coffin was likely from the Sea of Miracles. When he saw the bronze ghost coffin, the miracle temple floated out of the Sea of Miracles. This coincidence made people think, what is the relationship between the two? It is even possible that the miracle temple is the sleeping palace in the coffin. Looking further, the 4 major divine kingdoms had already used means to explore the miracle temple one day ago. The Sea of Miracles is an absolute life forbidden zone, and the miracle temple is probably an ominous place. Even if they knew that it might contain a chance to defy the heavens, no one dared to rush in recklessly, and it would probably be a one-way trip. The Shura Divine Kingdom sent out killing puppets, and the 9 Ding Divine Kingdom, Day Divine Kingdom, and the 7-Star Divine Kingdom also had similar puppets or enemies with slave seals planted on them. They were all sent out to explore the miracle temple. It is expected that the results will be out in a month, and then they will assess the risks and decide whether to enter or not. Now the surrounding area of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp has been blocked by the 4 great divine kingdoms, and no one is allowed to enter. The 2 letters sent by Yang Yun and Ouyue King Feng actually said one thing, asking Lin Ming if he was willing to go together to explore the miracle temple. Lin Ming was full of yearning and curiosity about the secrets contained in the Sea of Miracles. With Lin Ming's character, he would definitely go together if it was normal, but now, with Sitaheoshan, a great enemy, he had to be serious. Lin Ming did not think that he would be able to escape from Sitaheoshan after opening the wound gate. In that secret realm, the Shura Divine Kingdom had no scruples at all. Once Lin Ming was killed, what could the God-forsaken clan do? If everyone was dead, what was the point of killing Situ Yeoyu? In addition to Sitaheoshan, I'm afraid that people like the Ninding Supreme Divine Emperor and the Great Uncle of the Day Emperor might also appear. These people are far from being able to contend with Lin Ming. They are willing to befriend Lin Ming on the surface, but if it is in that secret realm, what will happen when facing huge interests? Who can say for sure? Brother Lin, I personally feel that you don't need to take this risk. Shibei pondered for a moment and said slowly, my God-forsaken clan cannot leave the Middle Thousand Worlds for a long time due to the restrictions of the curse. It will probably take more than 3 to 5 days to explore this secret realm. We can't go there at all. In fact, even if we can go with you, we are definitely not the opponent of the Shura Kingdom without the protection of the Great Array of the Heart of the Realm. It is even more dangerous for you to go alone. Situ Yeoyu can be used as a bargaining chip to threaten the Shura Kingdom, but not as your amulet. I know. Lin Ming nodded. Although he likes adventure, he will not enter this secret realm with a slim chance of survival. It can only be said that it is a great pity. However, what Lin Ming did not expect was that just one day later, another handwritten letter came, signed by the Old Man of Fortune. The Old Man of Fortune clearly stated that he intended to enter the Miracle Temple. If Lin Ming also wanted to go, he could take Lin Ming with him. Old Man of Fortune. Lin Ming's heart moved, and he took a deep breath. Chapter 877. Second Death. With Lin Ming's strength, entering the Miracle Temple was certainly not enough to protect himself. If he could get the protection of Old Man Fortune, even people at the level of the Nine Cauldron Supreme God Emperor would not dare to touch Lin Ming. Lin Ming and Old Man Fortune had only met once, and he did not trust him without reservation. But thinking back, Old Man Fortune was a free and easy person, with no power behind him, no conflict of interest with him, no reason to harm him, and at his level, there were not many things in the world that he could plot against. If Old Man Fortune wanted to plot against him, he could have forcibly abducted him in the Middle Thousand Worlds. Shibei and others could not stop him at all, and could only stare blankly. There was no need to wait until today. Little brother Lin, what are you planning? Shibei asked. No matter what, I will break the second level of life first. There is still a month before entering the Miracle Temple. Only his own strength is the safest. With the second level of life and the opening of the wound gate, Lin Ming himself can't say what level of combat power he will reach by then. Although he could not fight against Sitaheoshan, Lin Ming was confident that he had enough strength to protect himself against Situ Yeoxi and Sitabonan. Break the second level of life fall? Great. Shibei was slightly startled, but he was not surprised. When Lin Ming just broke the life fall a year ago, he had achieved the peak of the first level of life fall. After so long, it was not surprising to break the second level of life fall. 2 days later, Lin Ming went into seclusion again. After the wound gate was opened, Lin Ming's physical strength and mental state reached the peak. At this time, breaking the second level of life fall was a natural result. When the Danshin entered the life fall, Lin Ming used the Danshin as the core to split the entire body, which was naturally not easy. Breaking the second level of life fall is to split the body with the whole body's true essence as the core, which is much simpler. The red gold lightning stored in Lin Ming's evil god seed is enough. In the secret room, there are many formations. Lin Ming stepped onto the formation platform, circulated the energy of his whole body, and selected 72 points among the 360 acupoints in his body. These 72 points were all over Lin Ming's body. Under Lin Ming's control, they absorbed the true essence crazily, and then, with Danshan as the center, they exploded at the same time. Red gold lightning gushed out from the young buds of the evil god, and combined with Lin Ming's whole body energy, completely shattered the body. The meridians burst inch by inch, blood rained, and Lin Ming turned into a misty blood mist in the pure and incomparable heaven and earth energy. If it were normal, a person's body would have been completely shattered, and he would have died. However, the laws of nature are extremely wonderful. It can be called the way of heaven, and the road of martial arts is a way to explore the laws of nature. The process of martial artists practicing martial arts is to conquer the way of heaven for their own use. Therefore, practicing martial arts is called going against the will of heaven. In the journey of human martial arts, there is such an unknown law of power. When the realm is close to breaking through, the body completely breaks into blood mist and cells, merges its own energy, and is imprisoned in a certain range. It is not disturbed by any external factors, but it will form a soup of life that accommodates the soul, similar to the amniotic fluid in the mother's womb, to keep the fire of life inextinguishable. This soup of life is filled with rich heaven and earth energy. Every cell in the warrior's body will be tempered by energy, refining impurities, transforming into small units that make up the spirit body, and completing the reorganization. The quality of the spirit body formed in the end depends on whether the body is completely broken, and whether the energy of tempering the cells is pure. In this soup of life, Lin Ming's consciousness is extremely clear. He seems to have turned into liquid life, swimming in the ocean of energy, watching every cell and every piece of flesh and blood in his body being tempered in energy and slowly changing. A month passed in a flash, and the results of the investigation of the miracle temple came out. The 4 major divine kingdoms jointly sent 30 test puppets into the miracle temple. In the end, only 2 came back, from Day Divine Kingdom and Jihuding Divine Kingdom, because the test puppets sent by these 2 countries are the strongest, especially Jihuding Divine Kingdom. In order to obtain first-hand information about the miracle temple, they sent puppets of the Divine Sea realm. There is only 1 puppet like this in the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom. It took a lot of natural materials and treasures to freeze and seal its life fire. Now is the best time to use it. Below the Divine Sea, entering is a life-threatening situation. Above the Divine Sea, there is a possibility of death, but generally speaking, the probability of survival is more than half. This exploration result is already very satisfactory. You must know that this miracle temple is a mysterious site floating above the sea of miracles. It is normal for those who enter to never return. However, if there is a strong person from the Divine Sea to protect it, the best disciples of the 4 divine kingdoms may also enter to experience it. Not to mention that there may be great opportunities in the miracle temple. Even if nothing is found, it will be of great benefit to the younger generation. The vision determines the realm. Being able to see this level of secret realm will be of great benefit to their future growth. Middle Thousand Worlds, God Abandoned Clan. In the closed door chamber, Lin Ming slowly woke up from his deep sleep. He lay naked on the stone bed. His body was broken and reassembled, and he felt like a human being in the next life. The second death successfully passed. From the outside, Lin Ming lacked a sharp aura and was restrained in his body, looking like a well-read gentleman. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and waved it, and countless purple arcs gathered in the sky. These arcs were thin and long, and gathered together like silk, forming a materialized purple silk. After a moment, they wrapped Lin Ming's whole body and formed a purple gown. The gown covered the beautiful muscle lines of Lin Ming's body, making him look more like a scholar. But when Lin Ming's eyes flashed, it was like thunder and lightning. This was the power of thunder that had penetrated into every cell of Lin Ming, almost equivalent to engraving the law of thunder in Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming looked at his own cultivation. Although he had just entered the 2nd level of life, he had already reached the 2nd level of life. Although it was not yet at the peak, it was not too far from the 3rd level of life. This was the advantage brought by long-term accumulation. Once a breakthrough was made, it would naturally touch the next realm. While walking, Lin Ming could feel that his breathing was accompanied by a faint fragrance, and even his saliva and sweat had a fragrant smell. This was because the physical body was completely transformed into a spiritual body. Not only was there no impurities in the body, but any random movement would draw the vitality of heaven and earth into the body, allowing the pure energy to fill every corner of the body. Mortals like to use the phrase not eating worldly fireworks to describe the fragrance of fairies' bodies. They do not have the stench and smell of worldly wine, meat and food. For this reason, they eat the Qianxue spiritual fruit and drink the morning dew of the clear spring every day. Only in this way can they ensure that they are not contaminated by the acquired turbidity. But Lin Ming does not need to do this at all. He can eat grains like ordinary people, but because of the existence of his spiritual body, he naturally eliminates the acquired turbidity and extracts pure energy into his body. It is for this reason that the stage of life and death is called the process of a warrior's rebirth. Little brother Lin, the handwritten letter from old man Zhao has arrived. He will arrive in Buzhou in about 3 days and will wait for you there. Shibei saw Lin Ming coming out of retreat, and his eyes lit up at first, and then he said calmly that it was reasonable for Lin Ming to break through the second level of life and death, and it would be strange if he couldn't break through. Okay. Buzhou is a city in a divine kingdom, next to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, and very close to the Miracle Temple. Little brother Lin, I will personally escort you to Buzhou, and then it will depend on you. You have to be more careful. Although you have broken through the second level of life and death, it is difficult to make up for the gap between you and the strong men in the Sea of Gods. Shibei said after a moment of consideration. He didn't know about Lin Ming's breaking of the injury gate, so naturally he couldn't make an accurate estimate of Lin Ming's combat effectiveness. Thank you, Patriarch Shibei. Lin Ming did not refuse. 3 days later, a divine boat flew over to an independent courtyard in Buzhou, and 2 young people, a man and a woman, landed on it. Both of them looked to be in their 20s or 30s. In fact, they had practiced martial arts for more than 60 years, but they were so young because they broke their life breaking early. These 2 people were the hard-working monks of the 9 Cauldrons divine kingdom who had been secluded from the world. They were the most outstanding of the younger generation. The man was named Yang Mu, who was a 7th level life-breaking cultivator, but he did not have a different kind of Danshan, which was slightly inferior to Situ Yaoiyu in this respect. However, his understanding of the law was better than Situ Yaoiyu, and he also understood the embryonic form of the war spirit. The woman was named Qinyu, who was not from the royal family of the 9 Cauldrons divine kingdom, but a disciple from another family. Although she was only a 6th level life-breaking cultivator, if you look inside her Danshan, you will find that there are many strange phenomena in her Danshan, and there is a vague space inside, and the true essence condenses into water. This is the sign of entering the Sea of Gods. After the acquired period, the warrior's Danshan is initially formed, and begins to cultivate the Danshan. In the acquired stage, the true essence is a mess, without any rules, and the reserves are extremely limited. In the innate stage, the true essence condenses into cyclones, which are orderly, the total amount increases, and it is easier to control. In the Zuandan stage, the true essence solidifies into a Zuandan crystal nucleus, and the total amount of true essence increases several times. In the life-falling stage, the Danshan does not change, but the warrior's body transforms into a spiritual body, which can store true essence like the Danshan, and the total amount of true essence increases again. Then in the Sea of Gods stage, the warrior's body is full of true essence, and it seems that there is no place to add more true essence. At this time, countless predecessors who created the road of martial arts billions of years ago have opened up a new way, which is to let the Danshan breed a small world, and after the true essence is liquefied, it is collected in it. The small world can be large or small according to the foundation and strength of the warrior itself. When the strong man with 8-fold life fall reaches the late Sea of Gods, his small world is very large, and the liquefied true essence is surging in it, like a vast ocean, so this realm is called the Sea of Gods. The divine sea warrior is a leap forward in the martial arts path of a warrior. The word God also indicates that when a warrior enters this realm, he will have the power of God in the eyes of mortals. He can break the sky with his fists, split the earth with his feet, move mountains and seas, and be omnipotent. At this time, the woman named Qinyu has nurtured the prototype of the small world in her Danshan, and her true essence has liquefied half, which is already a sign of half step to the divine sea. Once she achieves half step to the divine sea, if nothing unexpected happens, She will achieve the power of the Divine Sea within 2 or 3 years. This Qianxue is destined to be a Divine Sea strongman. It's very difficult to write the transition plot because of the ecstasy of writing. I have 2 points to say. First, the protagonist did not go to the divine realm as late as everyone thought, and second, the pits dug in the previous article will be filled in the later article. Chapter 878, Heroes Gathered. As the most powerful of the 4 great kingdoms, the Jiaoding kingdom certainly has more geniuses than the Shura kingdom. A genius of Situ Yaoi whose level appears once every 1,000 years in Shura, but one appears every 300 or 400 years in the Jiaoding kingdom. Your Highness. Yang Mu and Qianxue saluted Yang Yun, but they did not show much respect on their faces. Qianxue was already a half-step Sea of Gods. In a few years, he would be able to achieve the great power of the Sea of Gods and enjoy the treatment of a prince of the opposite sex, without having to salute the crown prince. Yang Mu himself was already 70 years old, and he had a 7th level life. In the future, he had a glimmer of hope to become a figure of the same level as the Jiaoding Supreme Divine Emperor. Naturally, he would not show any respect to Yang Yun, who was nearly 30 years younger than him. In fact, Yang Mu was very dissatisfied with Yang Yun inheriting the position of crown prince so early, and even had the idea of replacing him. Brother Mu, Fairykin. Yang Yun smiled slightly, and stood up to greet them. Tomorrow, the 4 countries will remove the blockade and officially enter the Miracle Temple. This is an expedition that is likely to reveal the secrets of the Miracle Sea. It is of great significance, and Yang Yun paused here and took out a green jade slip in his hand. My Jiaoding Divine Kingdom retrieved first-hand information about the Miracle Temple in the previous test, but the 7-star Divine Kingdom and the Shura Divine Kingdom all died because their explorers were killed, so they don't have any information. The explorers sent by the Day Divine Kingdom did not dare to go too deep into the Miracle Temple, and the information they got was not as detailed as ours. Take a look. This information was obtained at a great price, and it must be kept absolutely confidential. Yang Yun said, and threw the green jade slip to Yang Mu and Qianxue. The 2 looked at it, and their faces changed slightly. Yang Mu's eyes lit up. The Miracle Temple is related to the secret of the ascension of warriors in ancient times? Just a guess. Yang Yun nodded calmly. The so-called ancient times refer to 100,000 years ago, when the martial arts of Xianan continent flourished. It seemed that even the rules of heaven and earth were slightly different from now. It is said that 100,000 years ago, as long as a warrior reached the middle stage of the Sea of Gods, he would have a great chance of ascending to the divine realm. A peerless genius with strength far exceeding that of a warrior of the same level could break through the void and complete the ascension in the early stage of the Sea of Gods or the 8th level of life. However, in the past 100,000 years, there are very few warriors who have ascended to the divine realm. Only Emperor Shaka, Demon Emperor, and a dozen other rare people are widely known. There are also some rumors that the rest have ascended, but it is unknown whether they died or ascended. Moreover, how these people completed the ascension is still a mystery. It seems that when their strength reaches a certain level, they naturally form a sense with the heaven and earth, and disappear out of thin air, including the great uncle of the Emperor of Day and the Supreme Divine Emperor of Jiaoding. People of this level also do not know how to ascend. There are pros and cons to ascending to the divine realm. In the Xianan continent, people like the 9 tripods Supreme God Emperor can safely control the world and no one dares to disobey them. However, when they go to the divine realm, they are almost unknown. When exploring the secret realm, it is not impossible for 4 or 5 people to be slapped down by someone. But even so, there are still many masters who are eager to ascend, especially the younger generation. Those who can reach the divine sea must be people who are persistent in the path of martial arts. The enjoyment of the mortal world is already difficult to arouse their interest. Only the joy brought by the breakthrough of martial arts can make them obsessed. The Xianan continent has too many restrictions, not to mention resources and environment. Take inheritance as an example. In the Xianan continent, the inheritance of many artistic conception laws is still blank. Generally, it is very good for the artistic conception to involve the 2nd or 3rd realm. As for the 7th and 8th realms, I have never even heard of it. This kind of martial arts inheritance has been accumulated by countless warriors for hundreds of thousands of years and millions of years. Only one person cannot figure it out, no matter how talented you are. Staying in Cheyenne continent, you are destined to have no chance to reach the realm above the sea of gods, and your lifespan is capped at 10,000 years. The young generation are all the pride of heaven, who doesn't have ambitions, and who is willing to turn into a pile of bones thousands of years later. Even if you can't make it in the god realm in the future, it seems that there is a way to return to the lower world, but you have to pay some price, and there is still hope. Thinking of this, Yang Mu and Kinyu both showed excitement, and they were more looking forward to this trip to the Miracle Temple, which was related to their future achievements in life. Lin Ming came to Buzhao, and the old man Zhaohua was still extraordinary. He sat under the stone table in the courtyard, and the blue cow was eating grass under the tree. Just looking at these, it is hard to imagine that he is actually the top master in Cheyenne continent today. Greetings, Senior Zhaohua. Little friend Lin, there is no need to be polite. I'm afraid that both Yang Luotian and Oyu Yehua will take action during this trip to the Miracle Temple. Although I'm confident that I can suppress one of them, I will definitely be defeated if they face each other together. In addition to these two, there are many hidden masters, many of whom are in the early and middle stages of the Sea of Gods. The younger generation, including you, will only gain experience after entering. Safety is the top priority. Old Zhaohua sat on a stone bench, holding his peachwood cane with both hands, and said in a friendly manner, the Yang Luotian he mentioned was the supreme god emperor of Jiuding, and Oyu Yehua was the great uncle of the emperor of Day. Both of them have lived for 5 or 6,000 years and are unfathomable. The battle between old Zhaohua and Yang Luotian was thousands of years ago, and he could not be sure of Yang Luotian's current strength. Junior knows. Lin Ming nodded. In fact, he came to the Miracle Temple this time to seek opportunities, but it was not the most important aspect. The reason why he risked his life to explore the Miracle Temple was to explore the secrets of the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit. He had a vague feeling that this place seemed to be related to the fall of the martial arts civilization of the Cheyenne continent 100,000 years ago. He wanted to know who the peerless emperor was whose heart had been beating for 100,000 years, and what was the identity of the peerless goddess. The realm of the peerless emperor was simply unpredictable. Judging from the lifespan alone, in the late stage of the Sea of Gods, one could live for 10,000 years. Going further, it was reasonable to live for tens of thousands of years in the next great realm. The next great realm should have a lifespan of 100,000 years, but the peerless emperor of the eternal demon pit, whose heart alone had been beating for 100,000 years, and was full of vitality, as if every beat could shake the universe, so how long could he live? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Ming inherited the memories of so many powerful people in the god realm. Although they were incomplete, he could roughly feel the status of this peerless emperor in the god realm. It was definitely the top level, not inferior to the legendary realm master. Such a peerless hero, his majesty, his life, all made Lin Ming full of curiosity and admiration. The next day, a group of the top powerhouses of Cheyenne continent arrived over the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. The hidden powerhouses of the 4 great god kingdoms and the major holy lands did not want to miss this opportunity. It goes without saying that the relatively young god sea powerhouses can go further as long as they find an opportunity. Although the old god sea powerhouses have less hope of progress, they don't have much lifespan to begin with. If they don't fight, they will die. It's better to come and try their luck. In addition, there are also young heroes from the god kingdom and the holy land. They come here mainly to see the world and broaden their horizons under the protection of their elders. For a moment, the golden divine chariot, the dozens of feet long Jasper spirit boat, hundreds of holy beasts of various colors, and the sky above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp were shining with divine light and auspiciousness. Such a big commotion frightened the beasts in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, and they dared not show their heads. However, the beasts mentioned here are just ordinary beasts. If the real vision of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp is revealed, even these big figures will have to avoid it, such as the Yellow Spring River and the ancient beasts of the level of the Mirage Dragon. So although this group of big figures acted ostentatiously, they actually sent out their perceptions all the time to perceive the surroundings. Whenever there was an uncontestable vision, they had to avoid it in advance. Otherwise, the strongest group of people gathered in Xianan continent, but they suffered heavy losses before even entering the door of the miracle temple, which would be a joke. All the strong men were divided into 5 waves. The first 4 waves were the 4 great kingdoms of God and the sects and families attached to them. The last wave was composed of independent sects and warriors without sects. This wave was the weakest, with only a dozen people in total. The young generation was even more sparsely populated, and could not be compared with the 4 great kingdoms. Old Man of Fortune. Some warrior suddenly shouted, and people looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Old Man of Fortune in a white robe, riding a green ox, and stepping on the clouds. Behind him followed a handsome young man with outstanding temperament. He did not look like a warrior, but a scholar in green. Old Man of Fortune. Lin Ming. Before this, people did not know that the 2 of them were coming. Even Yang Yun and Oyu Qianxue did not know. Seeing the arrival of these 2 people, even the mighty ones in the Sea of Gods were very wary. Old Man of Fortune was really too famous. As for Lin Ming, although he was not worth mentioning, he must not be offended. Looking at the current fate of the Shura kingdom, we can predict something. This was when Lin Ming had not grown up. God knows how much he will grow up to in 10 years. Old Man Zaohua, I can't believe you're here too. You've been here too many times recently. An old voice suddenly sounded. On the side of the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom, an old man in a purple gold dragon robe stood up from the golden divine chariot. He was the 9 cauldrons supreme divine emperor Yang Luotian. Even Yang Luotian didn't know the real name of Old Man Zaohua, he only knew his nickname. Old Man Zaohua still had that same smile that hadn't changed for thousands of years. I was in seclusion for 800 years last time, so I haven't been out much. I just wanted to get some fresh air recently. Brother Luotian, don't worry. I came to the miracle temple this time just to broaden my horizons. I won't hinder Brother Luotian's treasure hunt. Seclusion for 800 years? ? There were bursts of gasps around, especially those young warriors, many of whom were less than 80 years old. It was unimaginable to be in seclusion for 800 years. Lin Ming felt a little amused. These people didn't know that the 800 years of seclusion that Old Man Zao said was actually only 80 years. However, when the flow of time slowed down 10 times, 80 years was equivalent to 800 years in the outside world. Chapter 879 Entering the Temple. Hearing the words of the Old Man of Fortune, Yang Luotian frowned slightly. Although he did not believe the Old Man of Fortune's nonsense of seclusion for 800 years, he was sure that the Old Man of Fortune had a secret method to prolong his life, that is, his law of time. It was impossible for him not to be tempted by this secret method, but facing the Old Man of Fortune whose strength might be better than his, Yang Luotian gave up the idea of snatching the inheritance of the time realm from the Old Man of Fortune. Yang Luotian groaned and did not continue to speak. He was very afraid of the Old Man of Fortune. On the side of the Day Divine Kingdom, the great uncle of the Day Emperor Oyu Yeha just smiled at the Old Man of Fortune, which was considered a greeting. He was not familiar with the Old Man of Fortune, neither an enemy nor a friend, unlike Yang Luotian, who had fought a battle with the Old Man of Fortune. Lin Ming, on the other hand, felt a few resentful eyes from the crowd. Following those eyes, he saw that it was Situ Yeoxi and Sitabonin as expected. These 2 old guys are really haunting. Lin Ming's face darkened. Situ Yeoxi and Sitabonin's lifespan was not much, and they were forced to ascend to the Sea of Gods by chance. If they missed this opportunity, they would not live for more than 500 or 600 years. It was not surprising for Lin Ming to see them here. Haha, Brother Lin, you are here as expected. From a distance, Oyu Qianxue and Yang Yun bowed to Lin Ming, and Lin Ming returned the greetings one by one. After a brief glance, Lin Ming found that there were several young heroes with unfamiliar faces beside Oyu Qianxue and Yang Yun, whose cultivation was the 6th or 7th level of life full. Their aura was no weaker than that of Situ Yeoiu. Is he Lin Lanjian? Beside Oyu Qianxue, a young man holding a green sword raised his eyebrows. His name was Oyu Qianxue. Like Kinyu, he was also the 6th level of life full, and the cultivation of half a step to the Sea of Gods. However, he was stronger than Kinyu in one aspect, that is, he was born with the purple sun mysterious vein, which was a different kind of meridian. However, the physical aptitude of warriors of the Purple Sun mysterious vein was average, and Oyu Yek-Wan eventually fell short and failed to step into the 7th level of life full. With the cultivation of the 6th level of life full, he began to step into the Sea of Gods. For this reason, Oyu Yek-Wan was upset. He had great ambitions, but if he failed to step into the 7th level of life full, he would have no hope of becoming the best in the world. Not bad. Oyu Yek-Feng nodded. Oyu Yek-Wan narrowed his eyes. The future best in the world? I wonder what secrets he has. The miracle temple is in the fog ahead. The entrance is guarded by an energy layer, and the energy layer is weakest in the early morning and evening. Everyone, we can enter after another stick of incense. It was the great uncle of Day who spoke. As he spoke, the team slowly moved forward. Lin Ming soon saw the legendary miracle temple through the fog. This temple was suspended high above the clouds. From a distance, it was golden and shining, like a jade tower. The top of the palace went deep into the 9 heavens thunder region. There were countless thunder snakes surrounding the dome, which was not appropriate at all. There were no plaques or other characters on the miracle temple, only countless dense silver characters covering the entire temple. This temple did not have a gate. Right in front of it was a row of huge pillars several dozen feet high. Between the pillars was a dark entrance. Around the entrance, there was a layer of distorted force field that separated it from the outside world. This force field was not artificially arranged, but because the miracle temple contained some kind of magical energy. The energy itself was too powerful, and it naturally distorted the surrounding space to form a closed force field, just like the situation in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the Eternal Demon Pit and the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. But the force field around the miracle temple was smaller and more powerful. I'll go first. Yang Luotian laughed loudly and drove the divine chariot into an entrance between 2 pillars. When he was close to the force field, he took out a golden divine mace from the Zumi ring and smashed it on the closed force field, breaking it open. The 9 Cauldrons Kingdom, including the strong men of the Sea of Gods and the young heroes, plus the forces of the Holy Land to which they belonged, a group of more than 50 people entered in a mighty manner. Then, the Day Kingdom was not willing to lag behind. Oyu Yehua broke through the force field and entered with a group of more than 40 people. The Shura Kingdom and the 7 Stars Kingdom followed closely behind, and then the scattered warriors came next. The Old Man of Destiny was not in a hurry. He said to Lin Ming, the entrance of the miracle temple, the gap between each 2 pillars, leads to different places. Let's choose a separate road, and don't go with them. After saying this, the Old Man of Destiny randomly chose a direction, slapped it casually, and the force field broke open, and he calmly entered the miracle temple. Hua hua hua, black waves hit the rocks. Lin Ming stood on a beach, but he didn't know whether the land under his feet was an island or a continent. The Black Ocean was vast and boundless, just like the legendary Sea of Miracles. On the island, there were huge umbrella-like trees everywhere. These trees were dozens of feet high, and more than a dozen people couldn't hug them together. The trees were dotted with light, like stars in the sky. This world originally had no sun, but because of the stars on these trees, the world was illuminated. Could this be an island on the Sea of Miracles? Lin Ming was stunned. Even though he had always wanted to explore the secrets of the Sea of Miracles, he was always very afraid of this sea area. If he really came to the sea, he had no confidence in getting out. Compared with the #1 man in the world back then, he was still far behind. Don't panic. This is a world in the miracle temple, a world in a grain of sand. Those ancient masters with extremely high cultivation have the power to put Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. It is not surprising that they have opened up many worlds in the temple. This is the 5th level of the space realm, Mount Sumeru mustard seed. The 5th level? Lin Ming was shocked. He now knew that each law was divided into many realms. For example, the fire law was divided into 9 realms. The first 2 were the burning realm and the destruction realm, which corresponded to the first 2 worlds of the transformation mirror. Later, each realm corresponded to a world. The later the realm, the more profound it was. So far, Lin Ming still stayed at the 2nd level of the fire law, and had not even touched the door of the 3rd level. Even so, Lin Ming's achievements in the fire realm were already quite amazing. And according to what the old man said, the ancient master who created the miracle temple had at least reached the 5th level of the space realm. It was too powerful. How many realms are there in space? What are they? Lin Ming couldn't help asking. Old man creation did not hide anything and said directly, there are 10 levels in the law of space, namely, twisted space, separating the sky, dimensional slash, shattered void, Sumeru mustard seed, space storm, black hole vortex, 10-dimensional space, destruction of the world, and creation of the world. Old man creation said the names of the 10 levels in one breath, but did not explain in detail. However, just hearing the name shocked Lin Ming. When it came to the end, it was simply unimaginable. The old man of creation sighed, the road of martial arts is endless. The first 5 of the 10 realms are relatively simple, and are all basic realms, but the last 5 are difficult to guess. The so-called space storm is to control the power of space for your own use. When the mind moves, the space moves as you wish. The black hole vortex compresses the space into a point with no volume. All matter involved will collapse into nothingness inside and will never come out. As for the 10-dimensional space, I still can't understand it. As for the destruction of the world and the creation of the world, they all refer to destruction. Creating the world, what a great power. The plane where the Qianxue continent is located is the world, but it is only one of the 3,000 worlds. How many worlds like this are there? It is impossible to calculate. The God realm is measured in thousands and thousands, that is, 1 billion, so it is called the 3,000 worlds. Each world relies on countless middle and small worlds, which is extremely complex. It is really unimaginable to destroy and create such a terrifying world system. What realm has senior creation reached? Lin Ming couldn't help asking. Old man Fortune shook his head and sighed. I have only comprehended the 3rd realm, dimension slash. There is no hope for me to take another step forward in this life. Speaking of dimension slash, Lin Ming remembered that the sword that old man Fortune used to defeat Ocean was dimension slash, using space fragments as weapons to cut everything. Even if Ocean turned into a troll holy body, he could not defeat it at all. They were not at the same level at all. It was amazing that he could comprehend the 3rd realm of dimension slash. Little friend Lin, the road ahead is not that difficult. You can clear the way for me. Old man Fortune said casually. Lin Ming heard the implication that old man Fortune wanted to train himself. He pondered for a while and couldn't help but said, Senior Fortune, I have something to ask. I don't know if I should ask it or not. You can ask it anyway. What I want to ask is why Senior Fortune takes such good care of me? Chapter 880 The connection between the eternal devil's pit and the sea of miracles. Hearing Lin Ming's question, the old man of fortune laughed. He stroked his white sheep beard and said, Little friend Lin, actually I'm from the God realm, and I'm the plain guardian of Qianxue continent. I'm responsible for the ascension of warriors from the 2 continents of this plane. Because this plane is blocked by a force, any warrior above the divine sea realm of the God realm cannot descend in real body, but can only descend as a projection. And it is almost impossible for the divine sea warriors of this plane to break through the void, and they need to leave through a special space channel, and I'm the introducer. The old man of fortune said a casual paragraph, and Lin Ming was shocked. The old man of fortune actually has such an identity. He is from the God realm, and is the plain guardian of Qianxue continent. And from what he said, it is obvious that he also knows the existence of the Holy Demon continent. There are 2 continents in this plane, Qianxue continent and Holy Demon continent. But thinking about it carefully, Lin Ming also felt that it was reasonable. The old man of fortune seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He was extremely mysterious in the history of Qianxue continent. Joding Taishang Shenhuang and others did not even know his identity and name. Moreover, the old man of good fortune has such a high level of attainment in the realm of space and time, and has the inheritance of the realm of time and space, that the Qianxue continent does not have at all, which also explains the problem. If the other party is from the divine realm, and is also the guardian of the plane of the divine realm, who is specifically responsible for receiving the ascenders, then there is really no need to worry about threatening his status as the world's #1 in the future, and he can even train himself. If he can send a top genius to the divine realm, the receiving forces will surely give the old man of good fortune a lot of rewards. Thinking about it carefully, Emperor Sakai ascended 3000 years ago, and the Old Man of Good Fortune and the battle with the 9 tripods Supreme God Emperor were also at about the same time. After that, the Old Man of Good Fortune should have grown old and his strength was declining, but he had a breakthrough and his strength was improved again. It is very likely that it was because Emperor Sakai was too outstanding and the rewards given by the divine realm were very generous, so that the Old Man of Good Fortune could make another breakthrough in his later years, and his lifespan was probably extended. Lin Ming understood the problem in an instant. No wonder Old Man Zhaohe had said many times before that he could not teach him, let alone be his master, because he knew his background very well, and was afraid that he had also discovered his dual cultivation of magic and body. So, Emperor Sakyamuni, and even the Demon Emperor, did not break through the void with their own strength as rumored, but were extradited by you, or plain guardians similar to you? Yes. Old Man Creation laughed at himself and said helplessly, my aptitude is dull. After 500 years, I'm still stuck in the middle stage of the Sea of Gods. There is no hope of breaking through. The competition among warriors in the divine realm is fierce. Life is too tiring for those who are not as strong as others. So, I took the initiative to apply to come to the lower realm, just to live a free and easy life. Lin Ming felt a little ironic when he heard what Old Man Creation said. The people in the divine realm wanted to come down, the people in the lower realm wanted to ascend, and there was a group of old guys in the Cheyenne continent who were sharpening their heads to squeeze into the divine realm, but their aptitude was not as good as that of Old Man Creation. Old Man Creation broke through to the middle stage of the Sea of Gods at least, before he was 500 years old, and the only warrior on the Cheyenne continent who could do this was someone at the level of Sitahe Ocean. Old guys like the 9 tripods Supreme God Emperor always thought that there was a great opportunity in the God realm, and wanted to try their luck. It seems that, if they really went, they would definitely get hurt and even die. Only ruthless people like the Demon Emperor and Emperor Sakyamuni would go to the God realm, to get a greater opportunity and hope to surpass the God Sea realm. The senior just said that the plane where the Cheyenne continent is located is blocked by power. Yes. This power comes from the Sea of Miracles. Any warrior above the God Sea cannot descend to the Cheyenne continent. The Old Man Zhaohe shook his head again when he said this. If it weren't for this reason, he would have had a hard time being a plain guardian with his cultivation in the middle stage of the God Sea. What about the Eternal Demon Pit? Lin Ming asked suddenly. Old Man Fortune was slightly stunned. You also know about the Holy Demon Continent and the Eternal Demon Pit? Well, I got the inheritance of Senior Demon Emperor by chance, and went to the Holy Demon Continent through the teleportation array in the Demon God Emperor's palace, and also saw the Eternal Demon Pit. I really want to know, what is the connection between the Eternal Demon Pit and the Sea of Miracles? Lin Ming did not hide anything, nor did he need to. Old Man Fortune was obviously a man without any ambitions, otherwise he would not have chosen such a hopeless profession as the plain guardian. What's more, he did not even think highly of the things in the Demon God Emperor's palace. The Eternal Devil's Pit, the Sea of Miracles. When Old Man Zhaohe heard Lin Ming mention these two names at the same time, his face showed a look of respect and emotion. I don't know what happened when these two places were formed, but I have some guesses. Senior, please tell me. Little friend Lin, do you know that the Cheyenne continent and the Shengmo continent where we are actually on a star, and the star itself is spherical, similar to the sun in the sky? Spherical? Lin Ming was stunned. Although he had learned some knowledge about stars from the memories of the great powers in the God realm, he still felt a little magical when he suddenly learned that the land under his feet was also spherical. The Eternal Devil's Pit is right below the Sea of Miracles. Does this make you have some associations? Lin Ming's mind turned rapidly. Old Man Zhaohe meant that the Eternal Devil's Pit and the Sea of Miracles were located opposite each other on this planet. One was above, and the other was below. This wonderful geographical location made Lin Ming feel that he had grasped something vaguely, but he couldn't figure it out. The old man took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed some fear. He said slowly, if I'm not mistaken, the Eternal Demon Pit and the Sea of Miracles are connected by a super abyss that is deep enough to penetrate the entire planet. The reason for the formation of this abyss is most likely that a powerful person in the god realm broke through the planet with one move, leaving it behind. The area of the Sea of Miracles is much larger than the Eternal Demon Pit, so I guess that the side where the Sea of Miracles is located received a frontal impact, and the Eternal Demon Pit was left after the attack penetrated the planet. What? Lin Ming's eyes widened when he heard what the old man said, and his mind was shocked beyond words. How big is the planet where the Xianan continent is located? It is unimaginable. The diameter is probably more than 100 million miles. Such a large planet was penetrated by one blow. What kind of strength does it take? It is simply unimaginable. Could it be a legendary figure like the Lord of the God Realm? Old man Zhao aside, the divine realm is too big, and it governs countless planes. Those powerful beings in the divine realm can destroy the heavens and the earth with a wave of their hands, destroy the moon and the stars, and pierce a planet with one blow. It's nothing to them. Chapter 881. Top quality mineral veins. Lin Ming and the old man of good fortune walked forward. Lin Ming held a red spear and led the way. As they walked along, the forest that was originally filled with countless giant umbrella-shaped plants began to become desolate. The ground was bumpy, and exposed stone skins were everywhere, emitting a blue-black light. Looking up at the sky, there was a series of star fragments in the sky, one after another, shining silver, like a chain of gems. At this moment, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Lin Ming looked at it carefully, and was immediately shocked. The figure was an old woman with an old face, and a hunched body. It turned out to be Situ Yeoxi. How is it possible? A trace of doubt flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He was not afraid of Situ Yeoxi, not to mention that there was the old man of good fortune behind him. Even if he faced it alone, he would not be afraid. It was just that Lin Ming and the old man of good fortune found a space to enter alone. There should be only the two of them here. Could it be that Situ Yeoxi also entered this world through other means? Even so, what about the other warriors of the Shura Kingdom who were traveling with her? Looking back at the old man, he was silent for a moment, then smiled. He didn't say much, just looked at Lin Ming, obviously not going to intervene. At this time, Situ Yeoxi, with disheveled hair and multiple minor injuries on her body, seemed to have experienced a very difficult battle. After seeing Lin Ming, she stumbled towards him and said, "Don't do it. There is a terrible monster in front of us, swallowing many people." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows, but he didn't pay attention to Situ Yeoxi's words. At that moment, he felt a little bit of unsmooth illusion in Situ Yeoxi, and combined with the sense of disobedience of meeting Situ Yeoxi here, he felt something wrong. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Situ Yeoxi's eyes, and she suddenly jumped up like a big grasshopper, stretched out a pair of ghost claws to grab Lin Ming's neck. "Who are you?" Lin Ming shouted while retreating violently, sweeping the red spear in his hand, splitting the Situ Yeoxi in front of him in half. With a scream, a fox-like, purple monster flew backwards. The body of this thing was like an illusion. Lin Ming slashed it with a solid gun, but it did not cause much damage. What is this thing? This was the first time Lin Ming had seen such a monster. It could actually use his memory to create illusions. It was easy to be confused by the previous scene, when he first arrived in this strange world, and Situ Yeoxi had indeed come in. If Lin Ming did not have the silver war spirit and a strong will, he would have been fooled just now. The purple fox screamed at Lin Ming. The sound was sharp and piercing, and it went straight to the eardrum. Even with Lin Ming's strength, he was shocked, and his blood was surging. He felt like vomiting. The purple fox seized this opportunity and suddenly jumped out and shot straight at Lin Ming. Boom. Around the scene, Lin Ming felt that he was suddenly in a vast purple world. In the sky above this world, there was a huge fox phantom looking down at him, opening its mouth to swallow him. Will world? This fox can actually attack with will? Lin Ming had to be surprised. The war spirit was ethereal. Even humans, who were called the spirits of all things, had to reach the Sea of God stage to comprehend it. If it was a demon beast or a fierce beast, it would be even more difficult. For example, Mo Guang had almost no understanding of the war spirit until now. However, Lin Ming did not need to care how the fox comprehended the war spirit. As long as it was a duel in the world of will, He was not afraid, even if it was a strong man in the late sea of gods. Crack. The silver war spirit rushed out like a snow-white streak, turned into a sword of will, traversed the entire world of will, and slashed down in the air. How could you have such a strong will? The purple fox spoke in human language and let out a scream of extreme fear. The next moment, the huge fox head it transformed into was cut in half by Lin Ming's sword, and a lot of blood was splashed. Bang! The purple fox's head exploded and turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared. Lin Ming took a look at the green smoke in the air, but found that this purple fox was between a real body and a virtual body. He didn't know what it was. It was the first time that Lin Ming encountered such a strange existence. It's a dream-eating tapir. Old man Zhao said slowly, it's a ferocious beast that feeds on people's dreams. It can hypnotize human warriors and make them have all kinds of dreams at night for it to devour. It can also make people sleep forever in dreams and never wake up, or kill people in dreams. When they think they are dead in dreams, they are really dead. This kind of beast is very strong in both will and soul, so it has a fighting spirit. At the beginning, I was almost deceived by it. Dream-eating tapir. Lin Ming repeated the word. At the beginning, he met the eye tapir in the Washan Tower. It is a flat life form that lives in the narrow space. It also feeds on dreams. The tapir is a creature that is naturally proficient in illusions, making it hard to guard against, especially those who have their own demons. It is easier to break through the psychological defense line. The world is full of wonders. There are all kinds of strange beasts and endless ways of killing. If you are not careful, you will be tricked. Keep going. These middle thousand worlds have something in common with each other. We may indeed meet other warriors after a while. Yes. Lin Ming nodded and continued to move forward. After just an incense stick of time, suddenly a finger-thick red line shot towards Lin Ming's neck. The red line was as fast as lightning, dragging a phantom hundreds of feet long, leaving no time for people to react. Time conception. Lin Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and the flow of time around him slowed down instantly. The red spear stabbed out like a python, stabbing the head of the red line. Bang! The blood mist exploded, and the crackling lightning spread all the way along the red line, swallowing the entire red line. Kill. The tip of the spear swept across, the spear drew a full moon, and a halo shot out wantonly, splitting the 100-foot-long red line in half from the middle. What is this again? Lin Ming looked at the strange creature on the ground, and felt his scalp tingling. A nematode that was only as thick as a finger, but was 100 feet long, had no eyes, no ears, only a mouth that was larger than the head when opened, and full of sharp teeth. The teeth were all barbed, with a faint green light, and were obviously poisonous. It should be a blood-sucking nematode, a parasite. In the god's domain, there are many ancient beasts with the blood of divine beasts, whose body length can reach thousands of miles. Their blood vessels are as thick as trees, and are hundreds or thousands of feet long. This blood-sucking nematode specializes in parasitizing the blood vessels in the bodies of ancient beasts, hooking the blood vessel walls with its sharp teeth to suck blood. Because they live in a dark environment by nature, they have no eyes or ears, and can only sense the power of blood and ki by smell. Your blood and ki are long and vigorous, so you will be attacked by it. Although its defense is fragile, it is extremely fast, and can penetrate a person's heart in one go. It's actually a parasite. Lin Ming swallowed his saliva, and was a little speechless. A parasite that is 100 feet long. Just now you have used the state of slowness to some extent. To change the speed of time, it still depends on the energy field. The energy field you just released radiates indiscriminately in all directions, and the effect is weak. If you can concentrate it into a beam and shoot it at the blood-sucking nematode, it will drop its speed tenfold. Unless it has enough power to break through the energy field, it will be at your mercy. Although the old man of fortune is mediocre in talent, and is a very ordinary little character in the god's domain, he has lived for 7 or 8,000 years after all. His cultivation and vision are here, even richer than Mo Guang's knowledge. He casually pointed out to Lin Ming, which made Lin Ming feel that he had benefited a lot. No wonder it is said that inheritance is the foundation of the existence of the sect. With inheritance, practicing martial arts will be twice as effective with half the effort. Otherwise, it will be like working behind closed doors, and it will be difficult to make any progress. With a teacher like the Old Man of Fortune who is proficient in the laws of time and space, Lin Ming intends to integrate the laws of time and space into his moves, and the Old Man of Fortune will comment on and correct his mistakes, and promote his strengths. Next, he fought more and more smoothly, and all kinds of strange enemies, such as ghosts, demons, and beasts, fell under Lin Ming's gun. Lin Ming fought all the way, and honed himself in actual combat. This walk lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Because Lin Ming had a super recovery ability, he only rested once in the middle. During this period, Lin Ming also encountered difficult enemies, and was even injured several times in a row, but he never asked the Old Man of Fortune to help. Under the guidance of the Old Man of Fortune, Lin Ming's understanding of the artistic conception of time and space became more and more profound. He integrated all the things he had learned from the Jade Slips into his gun moves, becoming more and more proficient. In this way, until the 10th day, Lin Ming and the Old Man of Fortune seemed to have passed through a thin space barrier and suddenly came to another space. The vitality of the heaven and earth here was extremely rich, with strange peaks standing in a row, stretching endlessly, and the sky was clear, like a painting. There was an endless grassland on the ground, and all over the grassland were various kinds of strange trees and flowers. These were not intentionally planted spiritual herbs, but wild spiritual medicines naturally bred by the rich heaven and earth energy. Such a rich heaven and earth energy, there should be a top grade spiritual vein here. Maybe it will breed a few top grade Yuan Ling stones. Top grade Yuan Ling stones are the source of Yuan Ling stone veins, so rare that they are almost extinct. It is very good to be able to mine a piece of top grade Yuan Ling stone from an entire Yuan Ling stone vein, and most of them have been used up. Only when new veins are discovered will new top grade Yuan Ling stones appear. This is something that the mighty in the Sea of Gods will be jealous of and fight for, and it is of great help to warriors to break through bottlenecks. Even Shi Beitang, a powerful in the Sea of Gods, only collected 1/6 of the top grade Yuan Ling stone, and later gave it to Lin Ming to help him break through the fate. At that time, that small piece of top grade Yuan Ling stone also helped Lin Ming a lot. It is no exaggeration to say that a whole piece of top grade Yuan Ling stone of excellent quality is not much worse than the bone of a heavenly grade demon god. Top grade Yuan Ling stone. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. His spirit body has been tempered 100%, and he is many times stronger than the life-falling warriors of the same level. His foundation is extremely solid. As long as he has enough Yuan Ling stones, his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds and he will quickly break through the realm. Chapter 882, The Master of the Bronze Ghost Coffin. Lin Ming and Old Man Zhaohua walk towards the source of the spiritual vein at the core of the Middle Thousand Worlds. Along the way, there were all kinds of exotic flowers and trees full of spiritual energy. The trickling river was like a flowing jade belt across the grassland. The river was full of beautiful and clever fish. These fish had stayed in this treasure land for a long time, and had been infected with spirituality, and possessed the simplest wisdom. Silent flower, ghost mist grass, blue. Lin Ming called out the names of more than a dozen spiritual herbs in a row. As an alchemist, he knew spiritual herbs and medicines very well. These spiritual herbs were all bred in this spiritual treasure land. The shortest age was a few hundred years, and the longest was more than 1,000 years. This was because these spiritual herbs had a maximum lifespan of only so many due to their own grade. Otherwise, with the existence of this miracle temple, there would be many herbs that have grown for more than 100,000 years. Many herbs are not precious, but as an alchemist, Lin Ming will use herbs in the future, whether it is for practice or refining. The Qianxue melting sun furnace is a bottomless pit, and any herbs can be refined. Lin Ming began to pick them without hesitation, taking away all the mature spiritual medicines. Lin Ming looked at a red tree in front of him, his eyes showing surprise and disbelief. The tree was only 2 feet tall, with strong roots and stems, looking like a twisted dragon. On the crown of the tree, there were 7 or 8 fist-sized fruits. What was amazing was that these fruits were beating like a heart, and every beat attracted people's blood and energy, as if they were attracted to it. It was amazing. A 2-foot tall spiritual tree with heart-like fruits on it. Dragon heart tree. Judging from the age, it's probably more than 50,000 years old. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his eyes flashing. Generally speaking, spiritual trees live much longer than spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs that are over 1,000 years old are considered good, but spiritual trees that are over 1,000 years old are nothing. You have to know that there are many trees in the mortal world that can live for 1,000 years, and some even live for nearly 2,000 years. Even so, spiritual trees that are over 50,000 years old are almost extinct in the Xianan continent. Especially this is the dragon heart tree that is of great benefit to Lin Ming. The dragon heart fruit on the dragon heart tree is a holy medicine for body training, which can replenish a lot of qi in blood. When Lin Ming refines the 5 spiritual medicines to open the 8 gates of Dunjia, he can even use these dragon heart fruits as the main medicine. Good tree, but it's a pity that there is no way to move it. I can only pick a few dragon heart fruits. Lin Ming was a little regretful. The Zumi ring is a different dimension and cannot hold living things. No matter how good the spiritual tree is, it will gradually die after being put into the Zumi ring. Although the rhizome of the dragon heart tree is also a good thing, Lin Ming does not want to do this kind of thing. It is not easy to breed each natural treasure. It requires all kinds of coincidences and special environments to form. It is fine if it can be moved, but it is a matter of heaven and man's resentment to destroy the rhizome if it cannot be moved. Especially the dragon heart tree, which is almost extinct in Xianan continent. It is the rule of the alchemists to pick herbs without destroying the roots. Doing so is also a way to accumulate virtue for themselves. At this time, the old man Zhaohua said, "Little friend Lin, I have a few Zuanling flower pots here. I can lend you one." Zuanling flower pots can temporarily hold a spiritual plant and maintain its spirituality. As the old man Zhaohua said this, he took out a palm-sized flower pot from the Zumi ring. It is called a flower pot, but it actually looks more like a porcelain bowl. The old man Zhaohua stretched out his palm, and the flower pot spun and quickly enlarged. Lin Ming was delighted when he saw it. Although the capacity of this flower pot is very limited, it is extremely valuable. Generally, the alchemists in the divine realm will prepare some, but there are too few Zuanling flower pots in Xianan continent. Just as he was about to take the Zuanling flower pot, Lin Ming's heart moved. "Senior Zhaohua, don't you need it?" The old man Zhaohua sighed. "Maybe I will use it, but even if I do, I won't use that much. These things like dragon heart tree and Danshan blue are no longer useful to me. They can be used by young people to break through the realm, but my problem now is the life fire in my body. The life fire has begun to weaken. No matter how good the spiritual medicine for breaking through the realm is, it will not work on me. There is only one kind of spiritual medicine I want, that is, the spiritual medicine that can prolong life, and the quality must be above the 10,000 year peach heart essence. The spiritual medicine that prolongs life is the most precious and the hardest to find. The way of martial arts is to fight against the sky for life, which can prolong life. It is even more difficult to go against the sky and take life with a single spiritual medicine. For countless years, many influential figures have been no match for time. The higher the level of the warrior, the higher the grade of the longevity elixir required. For the old man of fortune, even the essence of the 10,000 year peach heart is no longer effective. When the old man of fortune led Emperor Sakamuni to ascend to heaven, he did get a longevity elixir, but there was no more after that. With such a demanding requirement, if you can find a little bit of longevity elixir, you will be thankful. You don't need too many Zuanling flower pots. Lin Ming didn't act pretentiously. He took the Zuanling flower pot directly, collected the dragon heart tree, and took the spiritual soil originally underground, covering the roots of the dragon heart tree to keep it alive. At this time, the old man of fortune suddenly felt a chill in his heart and suddenly restrained his breath. Lin Ming was also very alert. Seeing the reaction of the old man of fortune, he immediately raised his 12 points of vigilance and was careful around. However, the surroundings were still vast grasslands, with the wind blowing the grass and the spiritual plants competing for beauty. There seemed to be no abnormality at all. After closing his eyes and sensing for a while, the old man opened his eyes and shook his head. "Maybe I'm too cautious. I just felt like I was being spied on. It's just a feeling. Maybe I'm wrong, but we should be careful. There may be enemies in this treasure land." "Yeah." Lin Ming nodded. The old man was in an extraordinary state. Even some unfounded feelings could very likely indicate danger. Lin Ming became more vigilant. It was always right to be careful. At this time, Lin Ming didn't know that outside the space where he was, in an underground palace, a handsome and strange boy was sitting on a bronze ghost coffin, holding a bamboo flute in his hand, with a smile on his lips. That old man is really vigilant. The boy played with the bamboo flute in his hand and jumped off the bronze ghost coffin. If Lin Ming was here, he would recognize at a glance that this bronze ghost coffin was the one he saw in the 8,000-mile black swamp. It was vicissitudes, majestic, simple, and carried a breath of the avenue. The owner of the 3-meter-long ghost coffin is such a handsome boy. He is the same height as a normal person, with a pair of deep purple eyes, and the pupils seem to contain endless stars. He has a pair of pointed ears similar to those of the goblins, long fingers, sharp nails, and white skin like jade, which actually has a kind of weak taste. Next to the strange boy, there are 6 black-clothed yamas, each with a hideous face. They are the evil ghosts who pulled the coffin before. They are all equivalent to the strength of the quasi-emperor of the troll tribe. In front of the 6 black-clothed yamas, there stood a man in white with a mask on his face. His voice was low. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with the old man of creation. Humph. He is just in the late stage of the Sea of Gods, and his lifespan is not much left. He is just an old waste. He can still be the king of Xiaonan continent. If he is in his prime, half a finger can crush him to death. But now, I'm afraid that it will take some effort for me to use special methods to get through the force field blockade of the Sea of Miracles. But the strange young man paused here and shifted his gaze to a young man next to old man Zhaohe, who was none other than Lin Ming. He chuckled, licked his lips and said, "The seedling you picked is quite good. I never thought that there would be such a good seedling in Xiaonan continent. With a bone age of 23 or 24, double life full cultivation, dual cultivation of magic and body, and a strange bloodline. It's incredible. This kid must have a secret, otherwise it would be impossible for him to grow to this point in Xiaonan continent where resources are scarce and inheritance is rubbish. Not to mention anything else, just the physical training skills are not available in Xiaonan continent." The masked man remained silent. The strange young man picked up the bamboo flute in his hand and jumped down from the bronze ghost coffin. "I'll go meet that old man, and the rest is up to you." "Okay. It's here, the source of the spiritual vein." Old man Zhaohe and Lin Ming both had some experience in finding spiritual veins, and they soon found the core of this middle thousand world, which is also the source of the spiritual vein. Open. The old man of fortune tore the soil around him casually, and the soil layer around him seemed to be squeezed by some invisible force, and silently separated to both sides, revealing a fluorescent passage. This was a skillful application of the power of space, using the materialized space to open up a path. Although Lin Ming now had a good understanding of the artistic conception of space and could integrate the power of space into his attacks, it was difficult for him to use such a clever method to dig a flat cave with the violent power of space. After walking into the cave for about 100 steps, the view suddenly became clear, and a verdant world appeared in front of Lin Ming and the old man of fortune. The heaven and earth energy here was so rich that it condensed into droplets, so that a layer of green mist covered this small space. Taking a casual breath, he felt refreshed, saving several days of hard work and cultivation. In the green mist, clusters of Yuanling stones grew randomly like crystals, like a dream. This was a phenomenon that only existed in the best Yuanling stone veins. Otherwise, in the general Yuanling stone veins, Yuanling stones were mixed with soil and stone impurities, and they needed to be refined many times before they could be made into finished products. Unlike the Yuanling stone mine in front of Lin Ming, the Yuanling stones were natural and pure. In the central area of the cave, there was a milky white stalactite column that was 1 foot in diameter and crystal clear. A hazy green light could be vaguely seen inside, as if an elf was sealed in it. The core of the best Yuanling stone, the source of the vein. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The source of the vein was sealed in the stalactite column that was thousands of years old, and it was also the location of the best Yuanling stone. Such a large source of the vein could produce 20 or 30 pieces of the best Yuanling stone, which was something that the veins of Xiaonan continent could not compare to. While Lin Ming was staring at the source of the mineral vein. The old man's eyes were fixed on the stalactite column. The crystal translucent stalactite column was like crystal. After a long time, a drop of stalactite slowly condensed on the top of the column, slowly bulged, and finally dripped down. After accumulating enough power, with a light click, the stalactite dripped into the milky white pool, causing layers of ripples. The pool was also filled with stalactites, a hazy mass, like milk. 10,000 years of stalactite. The old man's voice became excited. Hard work pays off. He has been looking for opportunities all over the continent for so many years, and finally found him another elixir to prolong his life. To be precise, the stalactite pool in front of him is actually 100,000 years of stalactite. This kind of stalactite can irrigate the fire of life. As long as the warrior's cultivation is below the Sea of Gods and the Sea of Gods, taking this kind of stalactite can greatly increase his lifespan, up to 12 jazi. The pool of 10,000-year-old steatite in front of him, after 100,000 years of long history, if it is refined, it will be enough to extend the life of the old man of creation to the longest 12 jazi, that is, 720 years. Such a treasure, how could the old man of creation not be tempted? He took out a delicate treasure box from the Zumi ring, and opened the lid. The steatite in the steatite pool gathered into a stream, and all of it was collected by the old man of creation in the treasure box. Lucky, so lucky. The old man of creation blushed slightly. The 10,000-year-old steatite he got this time was much richer than the divine domain reward he got when he extradited Emperor Sakamuni last time. Seeing the excitement of the old man of creation, Lin Ming sighed in his heart. For a warrior, aging is really a terrible thing. Gradually losing the strength he has cultivated hard, losing his handsome face, until he loses his life in the end, the kind of helplessness of seeing the road of martial arts ahead, but unable to explore is really painful. Even a man like the old man of creation who has no ambitions can hardly let go when facing aging and death. When the old man of good fortune took the 10,000-year-old stone milk, Lin Ming also took the source of the mineral vein that was glowing with green divine light, a ball as big as a human head. Such a large piece of top-grade Yuanling stone is simply unheard of. As for the Juan system alone, even if Lin Ming consumes much more energy than ordinary warriors to break through the life fall, it is enough for him to use it all the way to the Sea of Gods. Lin Ming is not greedy. He uses the dagger to infuse the silver war spirit to split the top-grade Yuanling stone, taking 4/5, and the remaining 1/5 will continue to be the core of the source of the mineral vein, condensing the vitality of heaven and earth. After hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, it will grow to its original size. Otherwise, if it is taken away at once, the mineral vein will suddenly drop a grade, which will cause the surrounding heaven and earth vitality to be sparse and the spiritual grass to wither. This is not the result Lin Ming wants to see. Old man Fortune was not too interested in these 20-odd pieces of top-grade Yuanling stones. He was already in the late stage of the Sea of Gods. To advance further, he had to advance to the next great realm, which was much more difficult than advancing to the Sea of Gods by death. Even if old man Fortune had not come to the lower world, and had stayed in the divine realm, to practice hard until now, he would have basically not been able to advance. Now it was already very good to be able to extend his life by a few hundred years. Breaking through to the next great realm, and extending his life to tens of thousands of years was something that old man Fortune could only dream of. Lin Ming and old man Fortune got what they needed, and they were all very happy. They were about to continue exploring the mine to see if there were any other treasures. At this moment, the world suddenly shook, and an extremely cold divine consciousness was poured over his head like a basin of cold water. Lin Ming instantly felt as if he had fallen into the abyss of the underworld. Who is it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883 Fierce Battle. Judging from the opponent's aura alone, he is definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. If he had not been discovered, Lin Ming could still choose to hide, but now he was locked by the opponent's consciousness and had nowhere to escape. He looked at the old man of fortune, but saw that the old man of fortune frowned. Obviously he was not too sure about this opponent. It should not be someone from Cheyenne continent. There is no such level of strong man in Cheyenne continent. The old man of fortune said in a solemn tone. Although he came from the god's realm and was the plain guardian of Cheyenne continent, he actually had no great connection with the god's realm. He came to the miracle temple to seek opportunities. Facing the unknown existence of the miracle temple, his background in the god's realm was of no use at all. It was useless. Lin Ming and the old man of fortune came out of the underground mine together and saw that the originally clear blue sky and picturesque mountains and rivers in the middle thousand world had become cloudy and thunderous. With a loud bang, a streak of blood pierced the sky. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and a bronze ghost coffin broke out of the sky. On the bronze ghost coffin, there were 6 thick chains, and each chain was held by a ghost-faced Shura. When Lin Ming saw this scene, his face changed drastically. The scene in the 8,000-mile black swamp was actually related to the miracle temple. Could it be that the miracle temple itself was a conspiracy? Lin Ming's mind turned quickly, and he used his true essence to quickly tell the old man about the scene he had seen in the 8,000-mile black swamp. However, there was actually no use in saying this. The old man had no idea about the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit, and he could not infer any valuable information based on Lin Ming's description. The 6 black ghosts pulling the coffin are refined Shura ghost slaves. All 6 ghost slaves are quasi-emperor strength. Their bodies have been refined for a long time and are invulnerable to swords and guns. When they work together, they are more powerful. This kind of Shura ghost slave can be used all the time. It is many times better than the killing puppets refined by the Shura kingdom. It is definitely not a legacy from the Cheyenne continent. And the material of the bronze ghost coffin is also the top material for making treasures, Dalo Zuanjin, which can even be used to make quasi-sacred artifacts. The materials used for such a large ghost coffin cannot be gathered, even if all the minerals in the Cheyenne continent are used up. Little friend Lin, we are in big trouble now. The few holy artifacts and quasi-sacred artifacts currently available on the Cheyenne continent are all left over from the ancient times 100,000 years ago, including Lin Ming's Great Wilderness Blood Halberd and Kyankan Melting Sun Furnace, which were also found by the Demon Emperor in the ruins 100,000 years ago and later passed on to Lin Ming. The Cheyenne continent cannot make holy artifacts and quasi-sacred artifacts by itself. First, there is no material, and second, there is no inheritance of forging. Boom. The ghost coffin vibrated, and the entire middle thousand world seemed to be trembling. The chains collided with the bronze ghost coffin, making a roar of metal and stone. The old man of creation looked solemn, and drew out the 4-foot-long sword from the Zumi ring. He had already anticipated the difficulty of this battle. Crack. A blood thunder struck from the sky, and the ghost coffin opened. A slender figure emerged in the light. It was a strange and pale young man, dragging a purple war spear in his hand, and slowly walked out of the ghost coffin. As he walked, the tip of the war spear dragged a deep scratch on the ground. This scratch seemed to be scratched in people's hearts, making people feel unspeakably uncomfortable. The hunting time has begun. The pale young man had a playful smile on his face. Although he looked less than 20 years old, his voice had a taste of old age. Who are you? The old man of creation stretched his right hand holding the sword slightly to the side, and the tip of the sword pointed obliquely at the ground. A series of spatial forces surrounded the sword body, causing the cold light emitted by the sword body to be slightly distorted. The old man of good fortune could not see the cultivation level of the pale boy in front of him at all, and the other party did not deliberately conceal it, so there were only 2 possibilities. Either the boy's cultivation system was different, or the boy's cultivation level was far higher than his own. That is, a strong man above the sea of gods. Old man, I advise you not to waste your energy. Although you don't have many years left to live, your cultivation level is considered to be okay in this abandoned continent. You are still useful, the pale boy said, and his body suddenly jumped up, and the purple spear in his hand pointed forward. Endless starlight flowed down from the tip of the spear, as if he stabbed the spear, and made people face the vast universe. Lin Ming's hands and feet were cold in an instant, and his soul was frozen. The pressure in the spear move alone was so terrifying. What would happen if he faced it head on? The old man of good fortune had a solemn expression. He took a step back. When he stepped down, the speed of time on his sword tip was distorted. When he swung the sword, it actually brought the taste of time. The scorching sword light seemed to come from the ancient times of nothingness. Wherever he passed, the grass and trees quickly sprouted, withered, and sprouted again. The artistic conception of time. 1 year of withering and flourishing. The spear light of the pale young man and the sword light of the years emitted by the old man of creation collided fiercely, but there was no sound at the moment of collision, as if everything was annihilated in the endless nothingness. Although there was no horrible explosion as expected, the breath of annihilation was even more terrifying. Everything around the light turned into dust and nothingness. At that moment, Lin Ming stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique and his body retreated violently. HMM? Question mark? Looking back suddenly, he saw a ghost-faced Yama appeared behind him. It was wearing a black robe, and there was no expression on its hideous face. Holding an iron chain, it whipped Lin Ming's head. It was the evil ghost pulling the coffin. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, and his mind moved. The original red spear in his hand was replaced with a great wilderness blood halberd weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds. Each of these 6 evil ghosts pulling the coffin was at the quasi-emperor level. If it was Lin Ming, who had just died a year ago, he would not have been able to defeat them. Now that he has greatly increased his strength and has the great wilderness blood halberd, he can kill gods and demons with one halberd. Injury gate, open. Lin Ming shouted, and the energy in his body was circulated to the extreme. 4 gates of the 8 gates of Dungia were opened at the same time, and a huge force of 2 million pound burst out in the blink of an eye. His hands burst out with dazzling divine light, and a black vortex that swallowed energy appeared in his palms. This was the location of the injury gate. Lin Ming held the halberd with both hands, pulled his waist back, and his spine stretched like a bow. Then, he exerted force with his waist and legs, and the great wilderness blood halberd weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds drew a round trajectory and smashed down suddenly. Boom. The great wilderness blood halberd hit the chain heavily, making a deafening sound. The space collapsed, and the earth and rocks flew. The ghost slave, who was 2 feet tall, was smashed away by Lin Ming's halberd with his body and chains. At the same time, the other 5 ghost slaves also rushed up, and they swung out the iron chains in their hands together. These iron chains were made of the same material as the ghost coffin, that is, Dalo Zuanjin. Lin Ming could smash 1 ghost slave away, but it was impossible for him to smash 5 ghost slaves away at the same time. When his life and death were at stake, Lin Ming burst out with 120% of his potential. Holding the halberd in one hand, he drew a full moon in the air, and the power of space gathered on the great wilderness blood halberd, forming a storm vortex. Countless cracks appeared in the space, and then it shattered like a black mirror. The law of destruction, the chain of stars. With the halberd smashing out, the power of space condensed into fragments, infused with silver war spirits, mixed with the whistling flames of destruction, and shot at the 5 ghost slaves wantonly. This was the first time that Lin Ming used the great wilderness blood halberd to perform martial arts. Before this, because driving the great wilderness blood halberd itself consumed a lot of energy, if martial arts were performed at the same time, it would cause a great burden on the body. At the beginning, Situ Yaoi only activated the great wilderness blood halberd and used its own weight to fight Lin Ming. But now in Lin Ming's hands, with his 2 million jin of strength, plus the cultivation, after breaking through the 2nd level of life, he finally used the great wilderness blood halberd to perform martial arts. Bang 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 bang. A series of loud noises of metal and stone, like a flying sword hitting a bronze bell. The bodies of the 5 Shura ghost slaves were as hard as divine iron, and the space fragments pierced their bodies and continued to collapse. This is the advantage of the puppet ghost slaves. No matter how much flesh and blood bodies are trained, they can't have such terrifying defense. Let's see how strong you can be. Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot. The star chain not only had space fragments to attack, but also the great wilderness blood halberd itself. He suddenly took a step forward, and the great wilderness blood halberd roared, and the tragic blood light rushed straight into the blue sky, illuminating the stars. With a loud shout, under the support of martial arts, The great wilderness blood halberd was infused with silver war spirits and hit a ghost slave heavily in the chest. Originally, the great wilderness blood halberd would be able to crush the mountains if it fell naturally, let alone under Lin Ming's huge force. The power was unimaginable. Boom. Like a meteorite hitting the ground, the terrifying explosion resounded throughout the universe. The ghost slave's chest collapsed. After being hit by Lin Ming's halberd, his internal organs burst, and his body flew backwards like a meteor. In an instant, he crossed a distance of dozens of miles and hit heavily on a mountain in the middle thousand worlds, directly smashing the mountain into pieces. Rumble. Countless boulders rolled down, and the ghost slave was smashed to pieces by Lin Ming's halberd. After a successful attack, Lin Ming's arm was trembling slightly, and the light blooming from the wounded gate on his palm flickered, obviously consuming a lot of energy. Firstly, using the great wilderness blood halberd to perform martial arts does consume a lot of energy. Secondly, and more importantly, the great wilderness blood halberd is different from the spear that Lin Ming used before. Its halberd shaft is not elastic. Once it strikes, Lin Ming also needs to withstand a huge recoil force without any buffer. This is also the reason why Situ Yaoi was shocked by Lin Ming and vomited blood after dozens of moves. Now, even if Lin Ming has opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of Dunjia and his physical strength reaches 2 million katas, as strong as a barbarian dragon, he can't withstand the huge recoil with a halberd that hits a Shura puppet that is similar to a lump of divine iron. At this time, Lin Ming's ears suddenly rang with the true essence of the old man of fortune. Little friend Lin, go by yourself. I can't protect myself, and can't take care of you. Lin Ming looked up, and saw that the old man of fortune and the old and weird boy had flown to a height of thousands of feet, and were fighting fiercely. Every move of the boy drew the power of starlight, while the old man of fortune shattered the void with every move. Faced with an existence of this level, Lin Ming knew that, if he stayed he would only be a burden. On the contrary, escaping would allow old man creation to have fewer concerns. Chapter 884, Sacred Tree. Roar. Roar. The 5 surviving Shura ghost slaves roared, and rushed towards Lin Ming. Although these Shura ghost slaves were only at the quasi-emperor level, their bodies were as strong as divine iron. So it was many times more difficult to kill them than to kill ordinary quasi-emperors. Although Lin Ming had killed a Shura ghost slave with 1 blow before, his tiger's mouth was almost broken. If he wanted to kill these 5 ghost slaves in succession, he would have to break his right hand. In the current situation, it was absolutely unwise to hurt himself. Seeing that the 5 ghost slaves were about to surround him, Lin Ming roared, and the highly compressed thunder and firepower in the evil god seed burst out, the flames of burning stars, plus the 9-day divine thunder, piercing the rainbow. Swoosh. At that moment, the gloomy sky was illuminated by the blazing divine light, and Lin Ming and his halberd merged into one, turning into a long rainbow that spanned the sky. Boom. Like thunder, the ghost slave who bore the brunt of the attack was hit in the chest by Lin Ming's halberd, and the huge wave of energy brought about blew it away like straw. The ghost slave's sternum was shattered, and Lin Ming also felt severe pain in his arms, and blood gushed out of his knuckles. His speed suddenly stagnated, and at this moment, he only felt the murderer Sora behind him. Lin Ming didn't even need to turn his head to know that the 4 thick chains were shooting straight at him. At this time, Lin Ming's moves were old, and it was too late to turn around and defend. Time and artistic conception. At the critical moment, an invisible energy field erupted from behind Lin Ming, covering the 4 chains. At that time, the chains seemed to be trapped in a swamp, and their speed dropped sharply. Golden Peng breaking the void. Lin Ming didn't even look back, and the ground shrank under his feet into an inch. The shock gate opened, and his speed reached the extreme in an instant. With the shock gate and the golden peng breaking the void, even a strong man in the early stage of the Sea of Gods would be completely defeated by Lin Ming in terms of speed. All 4 chains were empty, and Lin Ming took this opportunity to cross a distance of dozens of miles, and flew out of the encirclement in an instant. At this time, in the sky, the old man of good fortune was still fighting with the strange boy. In terms of true essence strength, the old man of good fortune was not as good as the strange boy, but with the strange law of time, he barely tied, which made the strange boy furious. although his strength was greatly weakened after he came to Qianxue continent from the Sea of Miracles through special methods. He was entangled by an old man who couldn't make it in the god realm. He was also angry and embarrassed. Die. A purple tattoo led up on the back of the strange boy, and the true essence flow condensed into a huge 9-headed snake phantom behind him. It turned out to be the Hydra clan. The old man of good fortune took a deep breath. The Hydra clan in the god realm has the blood of the Hydra, and can also be regarded as one of the so-called divine bodies in the Qianxue continent. It is a great force in the god realm. The clan members are brave and good at fighting, and have a natural affinity for the power of the stars. Of course, this does not mean that the strange boy in front of him must be from the god realm, because the Hydra clan, like the Phoenix clan, has flourished over the long years, and many lower planes have branches of the Hydra clan. I underestimated you for letting me use the power of my blood. The strange boy originally left the Sea of Miracles by special means. Using the power of his blood at this time would cause a great burden on his body. He originally did not want to use it, but until now, he has not been able to capture the old man of fortune, which made him unable to calm down. Snake swallows the universe. The strange boy raised his spear high, and the phantom of the 9-headed snake behind him roared earth-shakingly. At this time, the old man of fortune's face sank. Instead of drawing his sword, he took out a pale bead from the Zumi ring. He bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the white bead. With a hissing sound, the blood was absorbed by the white bead. This is. The pupils of the demon boy suddenly dilated. Death bead. You actually have a death bead. The death bead can kill the strong ones in the divine sea and below. Even the genius of the divine realm who has reached the divine sea will fall if he is not careful. If it is supplemented with his own blood, the power will be even stronger. A sense of uneasiness and fear suddenly rose in the heart of the demon Haonian. This old guy. His body suddenly retreated, and at this moment, the death bead exploded. Boom. The blazing white light swept across the sky, and everything was engulfed by the aftermath of the explosion. Lin Ming rushed through several middle thousand worlds in one breath, and came to this new place through the connection of the middle thousand worlds, but he didn't know where he was. No one is chasing me. Lin Ming's speed was too fast, and he was not surprised at all that the Shura ghost slave could not catch up with him. But did he get rid of the pursuit of the demon boy just like that? Lin Ming was somewhat incredulous. In front of a strong man of this level, especially when the other party's perception was so strong, he might still have a way to find him. It was just that he was fighting with the old man of fortune, and had no time to worry about it. We must leave this miracle temple quickly. The strength of the strong men in the miracle temple exceeded Lin Ming's imagination. In this case, he couldn't even make a wave if he stayed. Although he wanted to know the secret of the Sea of Miracles, saving his life was the first priority. The secrets here could be explored later, when he was strong enough. I can only go back along the route in my memory. If the arrangement of the space has not changed, I can still go out, but if the order of the arrangement of the space has changed, it will be dangerous. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, identified the direction, restrained his breath, and quickly shuttled through the many middle thousand worlds. One world after another, although it looked similar, formed a three-dimensional map in Lin Ming's mind, which was well organized. After passing through here, it should be the dark forest I walked through before. Lin Ming thought so, and stepped into a new world. When he saw the scene in the new world, his face changed. The world in front of him was covered with dark clouds and thunder. Under his feet was an endless black swamp. At the end of the field of vision, there was a tall sacred tree that went straight into the sky. The crown of the tree was full of endless purple lightning. It had nothing to do with the world that Lin Ming expected. This was the first time Lin Ming came to this world. Did I remember it wrong? Or was I forcibly led to the wrong world? Or was the world arrangement in this miracle temple originally changing? Lin Ming's mind turned rapidly, and his face was solemn. With his memory, it was unlikely that he remembered it wrong. Then the latter too, no matter which situation, was extremely bad, especially if he was led by someone maliciously. Then he might have become a rat in a cage, and he would never think of escaping. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and flew forward. The world in front of him was similar to the 8,000 miles of black swamp. Although he had a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, he would not sit and wait for death. Such a tall tree, reaching straight into the sky, attracting the power of thunder above the 9 heavens, is really magical. Lin Ming looked at the giant tree. It seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. The Sea of Miracles was originally known as the Ocean of Storms. It was not surprising that the Temple of Miracles was filled with a large amount of thunder power. I just didn't expect that such a sacred tree would be born. Chapter 885 12 Dao Fruits. Damn it, this old fox, his strength is rotten. I completely suppressed him, but he has so many ways to save his life. He just won't die, and in the end he even has a death bead, which makes me suffer a great loss. Inside the underground palace, the strange young man in purple suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. In a miserable state, his right half of the body was already bloody. The skin on the right side of his face was completely rotten, hideous and terrifying. This was caused by the explosion of the death bead. The death bead is a treasure made by the god realm that can explode and hurt the enemy at one time. It contains the laws of the great Dao. If a death bead is detonated, even a god realm warrior who has cultivated to the late stage of the Sea of God will be in danger. Not to mention that the old man of destiny sprayed a mouthful of blood on it for safety, regardless of the loss of his lifespan. However, this blood essence was affordable for the old man of fortune. He had obtained a pool of 10,000-year-old stone milk, which could completely make up for it, and it could also extend his life for another 700 years. His purpose of coming to the Temple of Miracles this time had been successfully achieved, although it was a pity to lose a death bead. At the point of the old man of fortune, nothing was as precious as something that could extend his life. The death bead mixed with his own blood essence was the old man of fortune's trump card, and it was also his strongest move. After the demon boy passed through the Sea of Miracles, his strength was greatly reduced. If he hadn't reacted quickly at the time, it would not have been as simple as being seriously injured. What made the demon boy most angry was that the old man of fortune was like an extremely slippery old loach. After injuring himself, he relied on his understanding of the artistic conception of space to shuffle madly in various middle thousand worlds, and the injured demon boy couldn't even keep up. The master of the miracle temple was a ruthless person who had comprehended the 5th level of space artistic conception, Sumeru mustard seed. He was much more powerful than the demon boy. The demon boy was also very wary of the miracle temple. Moreover, he did not understand the layout of the temple. After chasing for a quarter of an hour, he lost it. This made the demon boy angry. This was simply the biggest shame in his life. Especially before he set off, he boasted that he did not take the old man of destiny and Lin Ming seriously at all, as if he could easily catch them. In front of the strange young man, the masked man smiled slightly. You underestimated your enemy. If you were more careful, even if that old man had the death bead, he would not have a chance to hurt you. This old man is very cunning, and seems to have some connection with the divine realm. He has lived for so many years, it is normal for him to have some hidden life-saving methods. Besides, there are many relics left over from the Xianan continent 100,000 years ago. It is not surprising that by exploring these relics, he can obtain the life-saving treasures left by the ancient strongmen. This old guy, I will extract his soul, train him into a sure ghost slave, and make him regret it. The strange young man said, gritting his teeth. Haha, I'm afraid you don't have this chance. This old guy has a very high understanding of the realm of space. He may be about to fly out of the miracle temple now. Even if you recover immediately, you can't catch him. But it doesn't matter. Our main target this time is Lin Lanjian. Without the old man of destiny, there are still a few other Sea of Gods with similar strength to him, which can barely be enough. Humph, I just can't swallow this breath. When we complete the grand plan, I will find him outside the miracle temple. And that Lin Lanjian, his strength is really beyond my expectation. With only the 2nd level of life, he escaped the pursuit of 6 quasi-emperor ghost slaves, and even killed 2 ghost slaves. His power is like a wild dragon. The Shura ghost slaves were refined by the monster boy himself. The monster boy knew very well how strong their defense was. It was simply a lump of divine iron, but even such a ghost slave was smashed by Lin Ming's 2 halberds, and 2 of them were smashed. How could he not be surprised? It was not a power that a human could have. The masked man was not surprised. Instead, his eyes were flashing with excitement. He licked his lips and said, Lin Lan practices both swordsmanship and physical training, and his attainments in physical training are very high. It's a miracle that he can get to this point in Xianan continent. But the more this is the case, the more it arouses my interest. Don't worry, he can't escape. Although you failed to catch him, you also drove away that troublesome old man Fortune. Now the two of them are separated, and they can't contact each other in the middle thousand worlds that are isolated from each other like a maze. Moreover, old man Fortune and Lin Lanjian have no relatives, and it is a great kindness to create this opportunity for him to escape. It is impossible for him to risk his life to go back to find Lin Lanjian. This old man cherishes his life extremely. Although old man Fortune looks like an immortal, what he cherishes most is his own life. People who are afraid of death are easy to deal with. The masked man said this with a playful laugh on his lips. He looked at the strange boy and said, I will do it myself this time. You should recover from your injuries. The death bead contains the laws of the Great Dao, which will leave scars of the Great Dao. It is not easy to recover. I'm enough. As long as you are in this world, with Lin Lanjian's cultivation, you can't escape from my palm at all. At this time, in the middle thousand world, that was like an 8,000-li black swamp. Lin Ming looked at the towering thunder god tree in the distance, and was extremely shocked. Although the danger was at hand, Lin Ming had no shortcut to fly out of the miracle temple at the moment. Seeing such a god tree dozens of miles in front of him, of course he had to explore it. Maybe this was an opportunity, or an opportunity for return of events. Lin Ming opened the door of shock, and with one step, he was 10 miles away. In just a few blinks of an eye, he came to the front of the god tree. When he really saw the god tree in front of him, Lin Ming was still shocked. The tree god was thicker than the pagoda, and towered thousands of feet. Looking up, it was like a pillar of heaven, piercing the sky. Lin Ming then discovered that the so-called crown actually had no leaves, but instead had rhizomes. These were strange trees with roots growing in the sky. Those rhizomes were like giant pythons and blue dragons, circling and piercing deep into the dark clouds, absorbing the power of thunder. Waves of thunder power were absorbed by the sacred tree and passed down, and the whole sacred tree was shining with lightning, like a god. On the main trunk under the rhizomes, there were more than a dozen fruits with a diameter of 4 or 5 feet. Fruits with a diameter of 4 or 5 feet sounded big, but they were small on such a large sacred tree. They would be overlooked if they were not careful. Moreover, Lin Ming counted carefully. The sacred tree absorbed the power of thunder for countless tens of thousands of years, but it only produced 12 fruits in total. It really made people sigh at the difficulty of nurturing these fruits. Lin Ming stared at them. There were strange patterns on all 12 fruits. They looked like lightning, crawling all over the surface of the fruits. Moreover, the patterns on each fruit were different. They were mysterious, obscure, and profound. They faintly contained a taste of the great way of heaven and earth. This is. Lin Ming was shocked, and suddenly remembered the chaos stone carvings he had seen in the ancient Phoenix city. Each of those chaos stone carvings was created at the beginning of the formation of the universe. Over the countless years of the evolution of the universe, the energy operation trajectory is engraved by a series of energies such as chaos energy, primordial energy, Takai energy, 5-element energy, etc. recorded the changes of the universe and contained the power of the original law. They were the greatest treasures in the world, and the lightning patterns in front of him also had similarities. These lines should be the avenue lines left by the natural operation of the power of thunder in the 9 heavens thunder region for so many tens of thousands of years. Although not as mysterious as the chaos stone carving, they also deeply reflect the profound thunder realm. These lines alone are priceless treasures, not to mention the fruit itself. Although Lin Ming was tempered by the power of thunder when he was crossing the life meteorite, and every cell in his body was activated by the power of thunder, and his thunder affinity was already unimaginable, Lin Ming's understanding of the thunder realm was still not very high. Even though he had comprehended the thunder realm jade slips left by the 8 meteorites thunder emperor, the 8 meteorites thunder emperor was from the Xianan continent after all. No matter how outstanding he was, with limited inheritance, he established the Thunder Realm law system alone, and there were always too many imperfections and omissions. It was incomparable to the Flame Realm recorded in the ancient Phoenix City transformation mirror. At this time, these 12 fruits were just making up for Lin Ming's shortcomings. The Sea of Miracles seems to have a history of 100,000 years, so the history of this miracle temple must also be more than 100,000 years, perhaps 120,000 years. 12 fruits, 1 fruit every 10,000 years. Lin Ming realized this, took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Now even if the pursuers behind him arrive immediately, they can't stop his determination to pick these fruits. Lin Ming walked towards the thunder god tree, and when he was close to the tree a mile away, Lin Ming felt that all his hair stood up. This was due to the strong electric field energy. There was an invisible thunder force field around the thunder god tree. Because the energy was too strong, the force field was naturally distorted, ionizing the air, and forming thunder power in the state of countless particles. If a warrior with insufficient strength approached this force field, he would be burned to ashes immediately. Even a warrior with a high life-threatening death would need to consume a lot of energy to maintain the body's true essence in order to move in the force field. However, this was not a problem for Lin Ming at all. He was a body of thunder, and his body cells had a high affinity for thunder power. In addition, he had a good understanding of thunder artistic conception. After entering the thunder force field, he felt like a tiger entering a forest or a fish entering a sea. All the pores on his body seemed to open up at that moment, absorbing the extremely pure thunder power. Such a rich thunder power. If I can practice here, I can get twice the result with half the effort. Lin Ming took a deep breath, looked up at the 12 thunder fruits in the sky, and moved his feet, and his body soared into the sky. Looking at these thunder fruits up close, Lin Ming could feel the mystery of the artistic conception lore contained in them more and more. The fruit stalk was as thick as an arm, and was extremely tough. Lin Ming took out the great wilderness blood halberd, and with his nearly 2 million strength, he infused the blood halberd with silver war spirits, and then picked the first fruit. Chapter 886 Sacred Treasures. Lin Ming followed the same method and soon picked all 12 fruits. The 4 or 5 foot-sized fruits were too big to be held with both arms. These Thunder Deo fruits all had purple skins covered with lines. Although separated by the skin, one could still feel the pure thunder energy contained in them. Lin Ming landed and took out one of the Thunder Deo fruits. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to open it directly. In this unknown space, eating a Deo fruit with unknown effects was actually a bit risky. However, now that Lin Ming was being hunted, every time he increased his strength, he would have a better chance of escaping. If he was still timid at this time, there would be no hope. Placing the purple Deo fruit on the ground, Lin Ming used the great wilderness blood halberd to pry open its fruit stalk. A large piece of the fruit skin and petiole were torn off, revealing the milky white flesh. An alluring fragrance diffused out, which was somewhat like the taste of a 1,000-year-old wine. Lin Ming was very particular about where he started. Only the outer skin around the fruit stem had no pattern of laws engraved on it, so it was okay to tear it off. The peels in other places had to be kept to comprehend the state of thunder, so of course they could not be touched. It smells so good. I have eaten a lot of natural treasures, but most of them tasted like poison. I often felt pain all over my body after eating them, not to mention tasting their flavor. This is the first time I have seen such a fragrant fruit. Lin Ming did not hesitate, and directly cut off a piece of flesh with a dagger. The flesh was crystal clear, like a beautiful jade carving. It smelled fragrant in the hand, and was very tempting. Such a rich thunder power. If a non-thunder warrior ate it, he would definitely be burst and die. Even if he is a thunder warrior, if his thunder affinity is not enough, he can't withstand such a terrifying energy baptism. Lin Ming used his perception to explore it a little and swallowed the flesh directly. The flesh melted in the mouth, turning into a rich fragrance that flowed through the 5 internal organs. At the same time, Lin Ming also felt the pure and incomparable thunder power spreading out along that direction, rushing to the meridians of the whole body. So comfortable. The thunder energy that might be fatal to others was like a revelation to Lin Ming. His whole body felt indescribably comfortable, and the slight shock from the previous battle with the ghost slave was also swept away. Lin Ming ate a piece and did not stop. He continued to eat. A fruit with a diameter of 4 or 5 feet was enough for several people to eat for several days. However, for warriors, they usually consume a lot and have a large appetite. If they do not rely on the vitality of heaven and earth to replenish, and only rely on food to obtain energy, the amount of food a warrior has to eat in a day is incalculable. Lin Ming ate 1/3 of the fruit in one breath, and the light purple juice flowed. Lin Ming did not waste it at all, and licked all the juice on his fingers into his mouth. Delicious. Lin Ming burped, and spit out a purple thunder. He felt that his whole body was filled with energy, as if he had endless power. If he met those ghost slaves again, Lin Ming had enough confidence to kill them all by himself, and he could also withstand the recoil of the great wilderness bloodhound bird. This fruit is indeed unusual. It makes the thunder power in my body even deeper, and even the lightning has the effect of tempering the body. My cultivation has reached the peak of the second level of life full, and my energy has reached a bottleneck. The next level is the third level of life full. I'm now confident that I can directly cross the third level of life full, but in this environment, crossing the life full is too dangerous. The road of martial arts is like this. As long as the foundation is solid, the breakthrough will be rapid and rapid. The foundation laid by Lin Ming when he broke the life full in the late stage of Zuundan was too solid. As long as the energy is accumulated enough, he can cross the life full without thinking too much. Ordinary warriors are timid, even if they have enough energy, looking for various elixirs to increase the probability of successfully crossing the life full, otherwise they will be wiped out. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but gave up the idea of crossing the triple life full here. Crossing the life full requires the body to be completely split apart and tempered in energy. This process is very dangerous and cannot be disturbed at all, otherwise there will be no body left. Now in this middle thousand world, danger may approach at any time, and crossing the triple life full will take at least a few days. It is very unlikely to spend these days peacefully. Just as he was about to put away the fruit, Lin Ming suddenly had an idea. This is under this thunder god tree, because of the thunder electric field, even Lin Ming's perception was disturbed to a certain extent. However, after eating the thunder dao fruit, his perception was greatly enhanced. He found that there were some unusual things on the back of the thunder god tree. Lin Ming walked around the thunder god tree. The thick tree was half a mile long. Lin Ming walked to the other side of the tree and found that there was a human skeleton sitting cross-legged at the root of the tree. The skeleton was crystal clear, as if it was carved from jade. There was a colorful gem embedded in the center of the skull's forehead, emitting a brilliant light. Of course, it was not added later for decoration, but it must have been cultivated by himself. I don't know what kind of magical skill can form a divine crystal in the center of the eyebrows. Although Lin Ming wanted to pry off the divine crystal and study it carefully, he still stopped his greed. The skeleton in front of him faintly exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Lin Ming knew that this aura was essentially an energy field. The owner of the skeleton had been dead for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, but the energy field had never dissipated. It was hard to imagine his realm before his death. But I don't know why such an outstanding person would sit here and die. Was it because his lifespan was exhausted and he naturally disintegrated, or was he assassinated and seriously injured and died? No matter what, Lin Ming always maintained a respect for the remains of such an outstanding person, and naturally would not do such a thing as destroying the corpse, which would anger the heavens and the people. He is not the master of this miracle temple, is he? Lin Ming found that the left hand of the corpse was wearing a sumaru ring and a wristband. The wristband was shining with precious light, and the brilliance had not dimmed at all, because of the passage of 100,000 years. This was obviously a treasure. Lin Ming bowed to the skeleton, and then carefully took off the sumaru ring and wristband from the hands of the skeleton. This wristband is a holy weapon. Lin Ming came to this conclusion after examining the wristband, which made him startled. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen a holy weapon in the shape of a wristband. The holy weapons and treasures that appeared in Xianan continent before were either weapons or armors. There were almost no jewelry-shaped treasures and holy weapons. It's a pity that the magic light is not here, otherwise I could ask it. Lin Ming shook his head and put on the wristband on his hand. He immediately felt a sense of tranquility from the bottom of his heart, as if his soul had been cleansed. At that moment, Lin Ming's perception became sharper, his mind became clearer, and his thinking became much more agile. recalling some of the space and time artistic conception laws that the old man had left for him that he had not yet fully comprehended. Lin Ming unexpectedly had some inspiration and direction for comprehension, which made him very happy. It is a holy artifact that blesses soul power and can even increase some comprehension. Such a holy artifact with such effect is unheard of in Qianxue continent, and it is not even thought of. Even in the god's domain, the number of holy artifacts with special effects is relatively rare, and they are much more valuable than ordinary defensive and offensive holy artifacts. Among the holy artifacts, the lowest value is the offensive holy artifact. The value of the defensive holy artifact is several times that of the offensive holy artifact, and the value of other holy artifacts with special effects is several times higher. Among these holy artifacts, the ones that increase defense and attack are the most, and the holy artifacts that increase soul and comprehension are rarely seen. The deceased great man in front of him can have such a wristband, so his strength in his lifetime is even beyond Lin Ming's imagination. The strength of soul power is related to comprehension, but it is not the only relationship. Before this, although Lin Ming's comprehension was good, it was not the top one, and it could only be said to be enough. Although this holy artifact does not increase his comprehension much, it is also very precious. It is conceivable that it will be helpful for Lin Ming to comprehend various laws in the future. The opening of the 4 gates after the 8 gates of Dungia is located in the brain area. After opening, it can also increase some comprehension. With this wristband, I will have more confidence in comprehending the laws of time and space in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Ming began to explore the Sumeru ring left by the skeleton. When he saw it, he immediately took a breath of cold air. This ring. Is this still the Sumeru ring? The general Sumeru ring has its own space inside. This space is called a small world, but it is actually much worse than the real small world. The space of the Sumeru ring cannot accommodate living things, and it is not stable enough. According to the quality of the Sumeru ring will collapse after hundreds or thousands of years. But the Sumeru ring in Lin Ming's hand now actually contains a world. In this world there are grass, sunshine, lakes and rivers, trees. Seeing this, there is no doubt that this Zumi ring has the ability to accommodate living things. It is a complete small world. The power of accommodating a small world in the Zumi ring amazed Lin Ming. The 5th level of spatial artistic conception, Zumi mustard seed. Lin Ming suddenly remembered the words of the old man of creation. There is no doubt that the Zumi ring in front of him was made by a great man with a high understanding of the laws of space. It is even possible that he is the owner of this skeleton. Lin Ming was about to explore what was in the Zumi ring. At this moment, his heart trembled. He turned his head suddenly and saw several figures appearing more than 10 miles away. Ghost slave. Lin Ming's first reaction was that the pursuers had arrived. He was shocked and looked carefully. However, it was not a ghost slave, but a warrior from the other 4 divine kingdoms. One of the warriors who entered the miracle temple with him. With the eyesight of a warrior with high life and above, the scene more than 10 miles away is as if in front of him. In other words, the scene just now should have been seen by the other party, which made Lin Ming frown slightly. To make matters worse, the ghost slaves have not been dealt with yet and another storm has arisen. At this dangerous moment, Lin Ming cannot afford to waste time. Chapter 887, Speculative Argument. At this time, Lin Ming did not want to get entangled with anyone. He collected the Thunder Dao fruit that he had not eaten and did not bother to look at the things in the Zumi ring. He was thinking about leaving immediately. At this time, the figures came to Lin Ming in a few flashes. It turned out to be Lin, my friend. Please stay. Lin Ming frowned and looked carefully. There were 4 people in total. They were Yang Mu, a young hero of the Jiuding Divine Kingdom who had reached the 7th level of life. Oyu Yekwan, a young hero of the Day Divine Kingdom who had reached the half-step Divine Sea, and another young man Lin Ming did not recognize. Although he was only at the 6th level of life, his foundation was very deep, much stronger than Situluosha at the time. The 3 top young heroes of the Qianxue continent were led by a middle-aged man in a green shirt, who was at the initial stage of the Divine Sea. Lin Ming had some impression of this middle-aged man. He came from a Holy Land level family attached to the Day Divine Kingdom. The family surname was Sun. This middle-aged man surnamed Sun was naturally an important figure in the Sun family. Although the middle-aged man surnamed Sun has reached the divine seal level, his foundation is not very deep, and he is much worse than Shibei. He is probably a strong man who broke through the divine sea by chance. Such a person is not terrible, but Lin Ming will not underestimate him. The four people all have some scars on their bodies, as if they have just experienced a great battle. These people were originally divided into the Geoding Divine Kingdom and the Day Divine Kingdom, but now they are gathered together and are completely disrupted. It is estimated that they have also experienced many fierce battles and even suffered heavy losses. Several people called Lin, "What can I do for you?" Although Lin Ming's tone was calm, his voice was a little cold. At such a sensitive time, he certainly would not think that the other party was calling him to say hello to him. Little friend Lin, I wonder what the skeleton behind you is. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun has lived for 1700 to 1800 years. Of course, his eyesight is not worse than Lin Ming. With such a strong pressure and a force field that has not dissipated for tens of thousands of years, he can see at a glance the terrifying strength of the skeleton behind Lin Ming when he was alive. For such a great man, what level of treasure would his relics be? It was simply unimaginable, and he had clearly seen Lin Ming take the treasure left by the middle-aged man before. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun still maintained proper restraint, while the three young men around him had their eyes shining, and they were almost drooling at the sight of Lin Ming. If they could obtain the legacy left by such a person, it would be a great opportunity, and they might even become the best in the world. If possible, they certainly did not want to offend Lin Ming, but the huge benefits were in front of them, and that was different. Moreover, in their opinion, although Lin Ming had broken through the second level of life and death in the past year, and his cultivation had improved further, he would never be the opponent of the strong man of the Sea of Gods, and the three of them were not vegetarians. If the four of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to defeat Lin Ming and take the treasure, and then everything would be worth it. If they could kill Lin Ming, it would be even more perfect, and there would be no need to worry about Lin Ming's revenge in the future. This skeleton is of course the great senior who sat here. What do you want to say? Lin Ming touched his zoomy ring calmly, and he had a vague premonition that today's events would not end well. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun laughed and looked around. Why can't I see Senior Fortune? The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was always worried because he couldn't see the old man Fortune. If the old man Fortune was here, he would definitely kill him with one palm. Senior Fortune is in the nearby Zankian world. If you want to see him, you can go and see him. Lin Ming lied casually and used the name of the old man Fortune to intimidate the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. Although he was not very afraid of the few people in front of him, he didn't want to fight with them if possible. Fighting would cause energy agitation, which might not attract the monster boy and the Shura ghost slave. Haha. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun stroked his long beard. I do have something to ask Senior Fortune. How about you, little friend Lin? Take me to see Senior Fortune. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun has lived for so long, and he certainly won't be fooled by Lin Ming's tricks. It is enough to use this sentence to test. If Elder Fortune really didn't separate from Lin Ming would definitely take them to see Elder Fortune in order to avoid fighting. Otherwise, it would be fake. Lin Ming's face sank, and he said coldly, no time. He didn't want to start a war here, but if he had to, there was nothing he could do. Compared to a year ago, he broke through the second level of life, opened the wound gate, and swallowed the thunder fruit. His whole body seemed to contain endless power. Why fear a fight? Question mark? The middle-aged man surnamed Sun didn't care about the coldness in Lin Ming's words at all. A slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was sure that Elder Fortune had separated from Lin Ming for some unknown reason. Patriarch's son, this kid is clearly pretending. Let's attack together. No matter how talented he is, he can't match a true Sea of God strongman. As long as we kill him, no matter how talented he is, it will be useless. Patriarch's son, you happen to have the Sealing Heaven Tower, which can lock an area, so that this kid can't use his speed and can't escape. Oyu Yek-Wan licked his lips, and said with his true essence. He himself is a 6th level life full, a half-step Sea of God, and a natural purple sun vein. He is very confident in his combat power. You know, the half-step Sea of God of the 6th level life full is stronger than the 7th level life full. With Oyu Yekwon's purple sun vein and deep understanding of the laws of artistic conception, Oyu Yekwon is confident that he will easily win against Situ Yeoyu, and he doesn't have to fight for his life like Lin Ming did. Although Lin Ming has now broken through the 2nd level of life-death, he is not standing still. Even if he cannot defeat Lin Ming, he can still remain undefeated. What's more, there is Yang Mu, whose strength is second only to his, and the most powerful patriarch's son. If the three of them work together, plus the restrictions of the Sealing Heaven Tower, defeating Lin Ming is a foregone conclusion. Even killing Lin Ming will not be difficult. I know what's going on. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun had a smile on his face. He said, "Friend Lin, ordinary people share the money they pick up, but warriors share the treasures. According to the rules of the righteous sect, if several warriors find a treasure together, the harvest will be distributed according to their strength. Friend Lin, there are 5 of us here. You seem to have obtained 3 treasures, a strange fruit, a wristband, and a Zumi ring. I'm the strongest, so how about I pick one treasure first? As for the next 2 things, you seem to have eaten some of the strange fruit, so all of them belong to you, and the third one will be given to the other 3 juniors. How about it?" The middle-aged man surnamed Sun spoke slowly, and Oyu Yekwon was very happy when he heard it. If the middle-aged man surnamed Sun picked first, he would definitely choose a Zumi ring of the dead master. There were many treasures in it, and he could also share a lot of benefits. As for the strange fruit, it seemed to be a thunder fruit, which was not very useful to him, and he would not feel bad if he didn't get it. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming suddenly laughed. He had learned a lot from such shameless arguments. "What are you laughing at?" The middle-aged man surnamed Sun's eyes suddenly turned cold. "We found a treasure together? You have such a shame that you can even say that. This is really an eye-opener for me." The middle-aged man surnamed Sun laughed sinisterly a few times. "The 4 of us were fighting a group of ferocious beasts in the nearby Zanqian world before. If we hadn't stopped the enemy, you would have been surrounded by the beasts long ago. You might have been torn apart by the beasts. How could you have such an opportunity? It's just luck that you got the treasure. We have made greater contributions." "You are really confusing right and wrong, and twisting black and white. You were chased by the beasts, and fled here in a panic. The original people were lost, and you turned out to be me to stop the enemy. The loser who broke through the Sea of God by chance actually has the nerve to think that he has the highest strength, and he's fucking back quote not giving up his duty. In all these years of practicing martial arts, this person of mine has seen many people who robbed treasures, killed people and looted goods, and took advantage of others' serious injuries to attack and get something for free. But this is the first time I've seen a so-called backquote righteous person like you who wants to compete for treasures, but shamelessly finds excuses for yourself. You can use your face as material for a holy weapon level armor." Lin Ming was furious. He spoke a lot of sarcasm, especially the last sentence was the most insidious. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was full of blood and murderous intent. HMPH. Ignorant young man, relying on your talent. Do you really think you are invincible? Let me tell you, you are far behind the real Sea of Gods. You break the rules, insult your predecessors, and act recklessly. Today I will discipline you, and let you know the gap between you and the Sea of Gods. After the middle-aged man surnamed Sun finished speaking, he wiped his right hand on the Zumi ring and threw out a square pagoda. The pagoda swelled up in the wind and became several feet high, suppressing it in the air. An area was immediately locked. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun dared to attack Lin Ming because of this treasure. Otherwise, Lin Ming's speed was really a headache. If he couldn't kill him, there would be endless troubles. At the same time, Lin Ming directly drew out the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. The Great Wilderness Blood Halberd weighing 800,000 jin was just the right weight in Lin Ming's hand. HMPH, before you fight with Patriarch's son, you have to get through me first. Before the old man surnamed Sun made his move, Oyu Yekwon made his move first. Oyu Yekwon himself was an extremely arrogant person. Lin Ming had been so popular before that he completely suppressed him. Compared with Lin Ming, he was just a small star next to the bright moon, inconspicuous. How could he, who was always arrogant, accept this? He had long wanted to test Lin Ming's strength. Sword of the Great Dao. Oyu Yek-Won drew a white long sword from the Zumi ring, and the sword light was like a surging sea tide, endless. He did not expect that he could gain the upper hand in the fight, but as long as he did not lose to Lin Ming, it would be enough. In his opinion, he could barely compete with Lin Ming alone, not to mention adding a strong man from the Divine Sea. He would definitely win this battle, and then he would confirm the fact that Lin Ming died in his hands. The sword light shot up into the sky, and Oyu Yek-Won's mouth showed a trace of ferocity. Get out of here. Lin Ming was furious at this time. Facing Oyu Yek-Won's sword light, he simply swung out with a halberd, infusing the silver war spirit in the power of the wound gate. How terrifying is a huge force of 2 million pounds? With a loud bang, the sword light was torn like waste paper. Oyu Yek-Won's pupils suddenly shrank. He never thought that his sword light would be so vulnerable. He screamed, but there was no time to make any effective reaction. The halberd light mercilessly hit Oyu Yek-Won's chest. Oyu Yek-Won's body shook violently, his chest ribs were all broken, his internal organs were ruptured, and his body flew backwards like a pile of rotten meat. With just one blow, Oyu Yek-Won was seriously injured and vomited blood. He was completely unable to resist. Chapter 888. I'll take your head in 2 years. Oyu Yek-Won's body flew backwards 10 miles and hit the ground heavily, stirring up countless smoke and dust. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun felt a pang in his heart. Oyu Yek-Won was an important figure in the Divine Kingdom. He had begun to enter the Divine Sea. In a few years, he would be a Divine Sea powerhouse, and he was a true Divine Sea powerhouse who achieved the Divine Sea with his own force field. If anything happened to him, he would be responsible. In addition, Lin Ming's strength was far beyond his imagination. How could this be possible? In just 1 year, he only improved by one small realm. Why did his strength become so much stronger? If this continues, in another year or two, his cultivation will improve by one small realm. Wouldn't he defeat ordinary Divine Sea powerhouses? Not only was the middle-aged man surnamed Sun horrified, but Yang Mu was also frightened. Fortunately, he did not take action just now, otherwise he would have ended up like Oyu Yek-Won. Lin Ming's growth rate was too terrifying. The most difficult time for a genius to go through was the period when he did not grow up. It was easy to die in the exploration of the secret realm, or be assassinated. Lin Ming had no background, so it was more likely that something unexpected would happen, especially since he had provoked such a powerful enemy as the Shura Kingdom. But now it seemed that within 2 years, he would have enough strength to be crowned as an emperor. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was feeling the difficulty of this matter, and felt that he was in a difficult position. At this moment, Lin Ming took the lead. This was the first time that Lin Ming faced a strong man from the Sea of Gods head-on. All the energy in his body was fully activated, and the wound gate was opened. The huge force of 2 million pounds, combined with the true essence of the peak of the second level of life, the terrifying electric current filled the halberd blade of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, and at the same time, mixed with the power of fire. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was very easy to use the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd to perform martial arts. Piercing the rainbow. With the halberd thrusting out, the halberd's edge penetrated several miles of the void, like a mountain collapsing. Unstoppable. Bold young man, do you really think you can beat me? The middle-aged man surnamed Sun roared, drew out a 3-foot-long thick-backed knife, and slashed at Lin Ming's halberd's edge. He did not dare to hold back on this knife. The blade slashed out like a surging sea wave. Unstoppable. Boom. With a loud sound that shook the earth, thunder and fire intersected, and a terrifying explosion occurred, as if a sun rose between heaven and earth. Now Lin Ming's realm of thunder and fire has greatly advanced, and with the improvement of his cultivation, the power of Guanhong is incomparable. However, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun is a strong man in the Sea of Gods after all. Even the low-level strong men in the Sea of Gods are not vegetarians. With this knife, he rushed into the fire with unstoppable force and split the sun in two. The energy of the explosion was divided into 2 streams, still sweeping towards the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. A sharp light flashed in the middle-aged man surnamed Sun's eyes, and the knife light flashed twice, scattering the energy. Lin Ming faced the greatly weakened energy after breaking the sun and smashed it with a halberd. The knife light exploded and Lin Ming's body flew out. This time the collision was evenly matched. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun could still feel the numbness in his arms. He was extremely shocked. He actually fought Lin Ming on equal terms. Doesn't this mean that some Sea of Gods masters who are not as strong as him will all be defeated by Lin Ming? You know, although the middle-aged man surnamed Sun is a 5th level Sea of Gods master who entered the Sea of Gods by chance, there are actually people who are worse than him. That is, the 5th level Sea of Gods master who entered the Sea of Gods by chance, and whose lifespan is about to end. If such a Sea of God master faces Lin Ming, he will be defeated by Lin Ming. In other words, the current Lin Ming has truly possessed the strength of a sealed emperor, which is equivalent to the former 8th level Sea of Gods master. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun couldn't believe it when he came to this conclusion. He couldn't imagine why Lin Ming had improved so much from the 1st level of Sea of Gods to the 2nd level of Sea of Gods, which is almost equivalent to 3 small realms of others. He already regretted fighting with Lin Ming. If it was an ordinary life-destroying strongman, he could still defeat the opponent with the deeper true essence and long endurance of the Sea of Gods strongman, but Lin Ming's endurance was notoriously terrifying, and he had no advantage at all. It was really terrible news that he had offended Lin Ming and could not kill him. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was thinking about how to deal with the aftermath, and at this moment, Lin Ming attacked again. The great wilderness blood halberd pointed diagonally, and the halberd blade shone coldly. Before the move was launched, the space around the halberd blade was shattered like a mirror. A large amount of space power flowed out from the space cracks, forming a terrifying space storm, which merged with the flame power of the burning star flame to form a wind and fire disaster. Bury the sky. Damn it. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was also angry, and he stabbed his sword diagonally. The snow-white sword light swept hundreds of feet long, which contained a deep water realm. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun has become a Sea of God for so many years, and he is not without achievement. At least his understanding of the water realm has reached a high level. White Dragon leads the stream. With one move, the ice froze 10 miles, and the sky and earth were covered in white. However, the attack of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun could not freeze the shattered void after all. The ice layer was broken, and the great wilderness blood halberd, with its weight of 800,000 jin, crushed the ice with an unstoppable force. Boom. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun flew back, his blood boiling, and Lin Ming also felt the numbness in his arms. If he continued to fight like this, he might not win. Even if he narrowly won, he would inevitably exhaust his physical strength. If he met the ghost slave again, he would have no power to resist. Lin Ming suddenly reversed the halberd's edge, and the power of space mixed with the artistic conception of fire destruction burst out, and the flames of burning stars roared out. The law of destruction, the chain of stars. With a loud bang, the force field of the ceiling heaven tower that sealed off a space suddenly exploded. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun, who was connected to the tower spiritually, was shocked and looked slightly pale. He had previously used all his strength to resist Lin Ming's attack, so he had no time to maintain the ceiling heaven tower. Its energy barrier was naturally destroyed by Lin Ming's attack. I will remember what happened today. Lin Ming stepped on the golden rock breaking void body skill and took a step forward. The 10-mile distance flashed by in a flash, which was beyond the reaction of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. In a head-on attack, he could still fight Lin Ming on equal terms, but in terms of speed, he could not catch up. Lin Ming's step happened to land beside the half-dead Ouyekwan. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun's face changed drastically. Not good. He urged the blade to intercept Lin Ming, but it was too late. The great wilderness blood halberd smashed down like a mountain and river. Boom. The land exploded, like a meteorite falling to the ground, and a large pit with a diameter of about a mile was knocked out on the ground. Ouyekwan, who was the first to bear the brunt, was dying and had lost his body's true essence. How could his fragile body withstand such an impact? He was directly reduced to ashes, and his body was not left. You. How dare you kill the Prince of Day Divine Kingdom? He is the future Divine Sea powerhouse of Day Divine Kingdom. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun felt his body cold. Lin Ming had been fighting to the death with the Shura Divine Kingdom, and he actually wanted to offend the Day Divine Kingdom. a half-step divine sea master, who would become the king of the divine sea in a few years, was killed by Lin Ming and reduced to ashes. The value of a warrior who advanced to the divine sea by his own strength to the divine kingdom can be imagined, and it cannot be exchanged for tens of millions of spirit stones. Interesting, he wants to kill me, but he doesn't allow me to kill him back? If it weren't for Lin's strength exceeding this idiot's estimation, I'm afraid it would be me who is dying now. I would definitely die then. Does Lin deserve to be slaughtered and humiliated, and swallow his anger, offend the Day Divine Kingdom? Humph. If the Day Divine Kingdom wants to take action, first consider whether they can bear the consequences of hunting me down. Lin Ming is really not afraid of offending the Day Divine Kingdom. If it was a year ago, he would really have to swallow his anger, otherwise the Day Divine Kingdom and the Shura Divine Kingdom would unite, and the God-forsaken clan would not be able to stop it. But now, he has opened the wound gate, his cultivation has advanced again, and he is about to break through the third level of life. Once the third level of life is broken, the bottom level divine sea powerhouses will no longer be his opponents. Even if he faces a figure at the level of Sitahe Ocean, although his strength is far inferior, with Lin Ming's extraordinary speed, it is enough to escape. Moreover, with the large amount of top-grade Yuan Ling stones in the Zumi ring, it won't take too long to break through the fourth level of life. By then, there will be not many powerful sea gods in Xianan continent who can threaten Lin Ming. Day Divine Kingdom wants to hunt him down. Let's see if they have the courage first. Besides, Lin Ming is in the right today, and killing Oyu Yek-1 is justified. Day Divine Kingdom can only swallow its anger. You. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun swallowed his saliva, but didn't know what to say. The four great divine kingdoms are such huge monsters. They have always been the ones who bully others, and there is no reason for them to be bullied. But now, Lin Ming directly slapped Day Divine Kingdom in the face. But the high-level officials of Day Divine Kingdom will most likely admit this matter with a pinch of their noses, otherwise Shura Divine Kingdom will be a lesson, and they will even try their best to cover up the matter. After all, even if Lin Ming is in the right, it is still an extremely shameful thing. And you, I'll remember this account today. I'll take your head in 2 years. Lin Ming sneered at the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. He couldn't kill him now, but it would be easy in 2 years. You. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun felt as if he had fallen into the abyss of the underworld. It was a naked threat, but he was powerless. Not to mention 2 years, he might not be his opponent in just 1 year. No, I can't just sit and wait for this Ivaldoa to come and seek revenge, otherwise I will definitely die. I want to live in seclusion, go to the sea, and become a casual cultivator on an isolated island in the sea. I won't come out for 3,000 years. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun had made up his mind. Even if his family was destroyed, he would never come out. Living in fear and hiding was better than death. Facing Lin Ming, he was really scared. At this moment, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun suddenly saw Lin Ming's fingers move, and then a layer of force field swept over him, as if something was left in his body. "Yao, what did you do?" The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was horrified. Something had been left in his body without a sound, and he couldn't even detect it. Question mark? Tracking mark, you can't feel it? Am I waiting for you to escape? Oh, right, you haven't comprehended the battle spirit, so you can't feel it. Lin Ming said without hesitation. The battle spirit is the will of the martial arts, which can last for hundreds of thousands of years. No one in the world can understand the tracking mark left by the silver battle spirit, because no one in Xianan continent has reached Lin Ming's level of battle spirit. Chapter 889, Purple Lightning Kirin Clan. Tracking mark. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun felt cold all over when he met Lin Ming's gaze. He had lived for so many years, and had seen so many methods, but he had never encountered this kind of tracking mark. He just felt vaguely that something was wrong with his body, but if Lin Ming didn't tell him what he had left behind, he would have no idea. How long do Yao think your tracking mark can last? The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was sweating on his forehead. Lin Ming's moves were strange. Since he dared to tell the tracking mark without hiding anything, he must have relied on something. This mark was probably not easy to solve. However, he still held on to the hope that a great master in the late stage of the Sea of Gods, who was close to the number one in the world, could solve it. Lin Ming seemed to have seen through the old man's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Your family seems to have a good relationship with Day Kingdom. Are you going to find Day's great uncle Ouyahua to remove my tracking mark? You can try." Lin Ming sneered in his heart. Removing the mark of a war spirit is equivalent to a duel between war spirits. Who can beat him in a duel between war spirits in Xianan continent? You. Hearing Lin Ming's fearless words, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun's voice was trembling slightly. Obviously, Ouyahua was probably helpless. After suffering a great loss for despising Lin Ming, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun no longer dared to despise Lin Ming. Since Lin Ming dared to say this, he must be sure. Beside the middle-aged man surnamed Sun, Yang Mu and another young hero were sweating profusely. To be honest, after Lin Ming obtained the relic left by the ancient great man, it was a lie for them to say that they had no greed. It was just that Yang Mu thought that he was not from Day Divine country after all, and even if the middle-aged man surnamed Sun got the treasure, he would not give him much profit, so he did not make a move. Now looking at the miserable end of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun and Ouyahua, he was terrified. Fortunately, he did not make a move, otherwise he would have died without a burial place. "What do you want?" The middle-aged man surnamed Sun's voice softened completely. Facing Lin Ming, he had no room to resist. If kneeling down and begging for mercy would work at this time, he would definitely not care about his dignity. Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. With a thought, he carefully collected the skeleton of the ancient mighty. He was about to leave. If he left the skeleton here, it would definitely be robbed by these people. After all, whether it was the divine crystal on the top of the skeleton or the skeleton itself, it was a top-level treasure that could be used to refine magic weapons or even make elixirs. Rather than being destroyed by others, it would be better to take it away by himself. I will spend yuan lingxi to buy my life. 5 million. No, 8 million yuan lingxi. Don't kill me. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun's eyes bulged. When he said the price of 8 million yuan lingxi, he almost bit his lips to bleed. His family was not the sure divine kingdom with a deep foundation. 8 million yuan lingxi was a huge amount. Taking it out in one breath would seriously hurt his vitality. Although the life of a Shenhe strongman is far more than 10 million yuan lingxi, it does not mean that a Shenhe strongman can take out 10 million yuan lingxi property. Lin Ming was still too lazy to talk. After getting those 20 or so top-grade yuan ling stones, his demand for yuan ling stones was not great. Large amounts of yuan ling stones could only be used to buy relatively common spiritual medicines to refine Wanling pills. However, refining Wanling pills was extremely time-consuming, and this kind of magic pill was most effective the first time it was taken. If it was taken a second time, the effect would be average, and there was no way to open the more difficult 8 gates of Dungia. 9 million. 10 million spiritual stones. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun almost bit off his tongue when he spoke, and his intestines twisted together. This sky-high price was the limit of what he could afford. He had to borrow a large amount of foreign debt to make up the money, but Lin Ming was completely unaware of the price. He looked up at the towering thunder god tree and felt that it was a pity that he could not take this tree away. The tree had become a spirit and absorbed the purest thunder power for more than 100,000 years. It was more powerful than any strong man in the Sea of Gods. With Lin Ming's power, he could not take it away at all. Lin Lanjian, don't go too far. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun's voice began to hysterical. No matter what he said, Lin Ming was too lazy to even look at him. This made him furious, but also anxious. Lin Ming sensed and explored once, and there was nothing missed. He stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and disappeared in an instant. You. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun's eyes turned red in an instant. Wait. The desperate voice of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun came from behind, but Lin Ming no longer paid attention to it. For such a bottom-level Sea of Gods, Lin Ming didn't care at all. After a few flashes, Lin Ming disappeared, and Sita Haoshan couldn't catch up. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was left behind, as if he had lost his soul. He sat on the ground with his buttocks, looking up at the sky. His eyes were a little dull. It's over. This thought echoed in the mind of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. Warriors cherish their lives very much, and the strong men in the Sea of Gods are even more so. They have survived the most difficult and painful disaster of death, and have a long life and a lofty status. In such a big world, as long as they don't offend those untouchable beings, they can do whatever they want. Who wants to die? Death is a painful thing. What's more painful is that you don't die, but know your death date. You have been worried all day for 2 years. One day less is one day less. For a warrior, such a short time of retreat is not enough. It passed in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun really wanted to slap himself. How could he offend Lin Ming in a moment of impulsiveness? Now it's too late to regret it. Next to the middle-aged man surnamed Sun, Yang Mu and another young man didn't dare to speak, for fear of irritating the old guy with fragile nerves at this time. They found that Lin Ming was becoming more and more terrifying, and his growth rate was so fast that it was terrifying. Before, they had said that Lin Ming would be so and so in the future, but now they suddenly realized that the future had arrived in advance. No one dared to provoke Lin Ming now. Whether it was the 4 great divine kingdoms or the mighty sea of gods, they had to be wary of Lin Ming. Otherwise the Shura divine kingdom and the middle-aged man surnamed Sun would be role models. At this time, in a desolate middle thousand world, the sky was filled with thick red clouds, sticky like blood, and the ground was full of broken stone tablets. The stone tablets were engraved with mysterious and ancient handwriting. Even though these stone tablets were extremely hard, the engraved handwriting was still blurred, and it was obvious that they had experienced a long time. It's not the language of the divine realm, but another writing system. I really don't know what the Xianan continent has experienced in the past. Lin Ming shook his head. These things buried in the dust of history are really difficult to check. Even if you go to the divine realm to check, it may not be easy to check. After all, the divine realm is too vast, and the lower realm planes are endless. Who knows which force in the divine realm the Xianan continent was originally connected to? Lin Ming sat casually on a stone tablet, exploring the Sumeru ring left by the ancient great power. On the inside of the Sumeru ring, there was a line of small characters. Fortunately, it was engraved in the language of the divine realm, so Lin Ming could understand it. There were 13 characters in total. The Purple Lightning Kirin Clan Thunder Punishment Wugsu Jiangziji. Jiangziji. Is this the name of the great power who passed away? The Purple Lightning Kirin clan must be the clan to which Jiangziji belongs. The Purple Lightning Kirin is one of the divine beasts of the divine realm, and exists on a par with the phoenix, the true dragon, and the golden winged dappling. The divine beasts of a certain race in the divine realm are not unique, just like there are many kinds of true dragons. The blood of the reverse scale, that Lin Ming inherited, came from the Kanglang bloodline, and the attribute is endless. In addition, there are red dragons, blood dragons, 5-clawed golden dragons, etc., and they have different attributes. And the Purple Lightning Kirin is the divine beast with the attribute of thunder. It turns out that Jiangziji is from the Purple Lightning Kirin clan, and is proficient in the realm of thunder and space. I wonder how this clan will fare in the divine realm compared to the ancient Phoenix clan. A clan with the blood of a divine beast would naturally not be bad, and it must be a superpower in the divine realm. The Thunder Punishment Wugsu in the middle should be a title. Maybe the Thunder Punishment Emperor, maybe the Wugsu Emperor. Lin Ming muttered to himself. Of course, the so-called emperor here is not a strong man in the divine sea. The emperor is just a title. The top strong man in a plane can be called the emperor. The Emperor of Xianan continent and the Emperor of the Divine Realm are completely different concepts. After sensing and exploring the Zumi ring, Lin Ming began to explore what was here. This is a sealed small world. There are sunshine, grasslands, lakes, and rivers in the world. The vitality of heaven and earth here is even richer than outside. Obviously, this small world has the ability to gather the vitality of heaven and earth. In this way, it can fully accommodate warriors to practice in seclusion, and it can be carried by Lin Ming. It is conceivable how useful it is. In the center of the small thousand worlds, there is a palace carved out of spiritual jade, and behind the palace is a medicine garden. Seeing this, Lin Ming sighed in his heart. This is the essential difference between the Zumi mustard seed space and the general Zumi ring. It is impossible for a general Zumi ring to open a medicine garden. A portable medicine garden can be transplanted into it at any time when rare medicinal materials are found, and can be picked from it at any time when they are needed. This kind of treasure is what alchemists dream of. Lin Ming's perception entered the medicine garden, but found that the spiritual medicines here had not been taken care of for too long, and most of them had died. After all, most spiritual medicines could not survive for tens of thousands of years, and they had extremely harsh requirements for the growth environment. Growing up requires a lot of heaven and earth vitality. If they are not fed, it is unlikely that they will complete reproduction before they die. However, more than 90% of the spiritual medicines died, but less than 10% survived. Could these spiritual medicines be a species with a terrifying lifespan, growing for 100,000 years and still not dying? Some were in deep sleep, while others were even full of vitality. The spiritual energy emitted by the dead spiritual medicines was eaten by them. Warriors among humans, fierce beasts among animals, and spiritual medicines among plants were all species that went against the will of heaven. They competed fiercely, the strong preyed on the weak, and the fittest survived. They were extremely cruel. If they could not defeat their own kind, they would only be eaten by them and become their own nutrients. Therefore, although there were not many spiritual medicines left in front of Lin Ming, they were all thriving and contained amazing vitality of heaven and earth. Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890 Purple Lightning Inheritance. These magical medicines were accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. Even though the heaven and earth vitality in the ring was not strong due to neglect, such a long time was enough to make them rare treasures of heaven and earth. The 120,000-year-old body immortal vine, the 110,000-year-old Yinluo ghost bamboo, the 110,000-year-old Qian Lang holy fruit. Lin Ming was very knowledgeable about the natural treasures. As he read along, his heart was pounding. He had gained so much this time. You know, even in the God realm, spiritual medicines that are over 100,000 years old are very difficult to find because it takes too much time to cultivate them. Only those large sects with extremely long heritages will spend 100,000 years to cultivate these things and leave them for future generations to use. The current generation will benefit the next generation and the next generation, and it will be passed down from generation to generation. With these spiritual medicines, I finally have some confidence to open the last 4 gates of the 8 gates of Dungia. Opening the last 4 gates of the 8 gates of Dungia is more difficult than the first 4, especially the gate of life and the gate of death. Many geniuses from the great sects of the divine realm who practiced both the Dharma and the body would find it very difficult to reach these 2 gates. Of course, compared to the gate of life and the gate of death, the 9 stars of the Dao Palace is even more difficult. It not only requires natural treasures, but also requires the understanding of the Tao. If all the spiritual medicines in front of me are used up, it should be enough for me to open 2 or 3 more gates, at least 2 gates. Such a big harvest solved Lin Ming's big problem at one time. He didn't have to worry about spiritual medicines for a long time. How could he not be excited? Lin Ming passed through this extremely precious medicine garden and sensed the palace in the center of the small 1,000 worlds. The layout of this palace is extremely simple. There are several large rooms inside. One of the study rooms attracted Lin Ming's attention. In this study room, there are rows of bookshelves, and all the books on the bookshelves are jade slips. He randomly picked a jade slip and read it. The Yaoguang realm of the 3,000 worlds of the divine realm. He immersed himself in it. It was all about the sects and forces of the Yaoguang realm, local customs and practices, market transactions, secret realms in various places, knowledge of the ocean, grassland, desert, forest, and other places, fierce beasts and wild beasts in the Yaoguang realm, and even possible divine beasts, various natural treasures produced, their value and methods of obtaining them, and a series of astronomical, geographical, and humanistic knowledge. It was all-encompassing and very rich in information. A jade slip could record thousands of times more content than a finely edited tome. The jade slip used by Jiang Ziji was made of special materials and had a larger capacity. However, it was not enough to record this Yaoguang realm. The Yaoguang realm was too vast far exceeding the plains where the Cheyenne continent and the Holy Demon continent were located. If he wanted to introduce the things in it one by one, any number of jade slips would be enough. Just this one jade slip alone, even with Lin Ming's browsing speed, would take several days to finish. Looking further, all the jade slips on this bookshelf are about the God Realm, the thick earth realm of the 3000 realms of the God Realm, the 7-star realm of the 3000 realms of the God Realm, the divine light realm, the falling snow realm, the sky cloud realm. The introductions to each God Realm are detailed, some are vague. It seems that, because the God Realm is too vast, some God Realms are quite mysterious, or quite far away. Even the Purple Lightning Kirin clan does not have detailed information about all realms. Lin Ming counted them, and found a total of 3,600 jade slips, recording 3,600 realms. In fact, the so-called 3000 of the 3000 realms of the God Realm is just a figment of the imagination. The real number is more than 3000. There are 3,600 large worlds recorded here, and there are many smaller worlds that are not counted. The so-called billion in the 3000 worlds of the lower realm is also a fictitious reference. There are even more planes in the lower realm, countless. For example, the plane where Cheyenne continent is located has a star diameter of over 100 million miles, which is considered a relatively large plane, and can be included in one of the 3000 worlds, but most worlds are small planes, with stars with diameters of hundreds of thousands of miles or millions of miles, and the volume is less than 1/10,000th of the stars where Cheyenne continent is located. These are all ignored. Less than 1/10,000th sounds small, but in fact, the population of these stars will exceed 1 trillion. The number of living beings added up to countless stars is incalculable. Putting down the 3000 jade slips, Lin Ming continued to read. The jade slips on another bookshelf made Lin Ming's eyes light up. There are very few jade slips on this bookshelf, only 20, but all of them record the inherited martial arts, the inherited secret method of the Purple Lightning Kirin clan. Lin Ming's heart moved, and he took a deep breath. I wonder how the Purple Lightning Kirin clan compares to the ancient Phoenix clan in the Divine Realm. Even if it is not as good as the ancient Phoenix clan, it should be about the same. In other words, the Thunder Realm of the Purple Lightning Kirin clan represents the highest inheritance of the Divine Realm. The value of obtaining such a secret method can be imagined. Lin Ming couldn't wait to use his perception to scan the jade slips one by one. However, after reading them all the way, there were 2 points that made him slightly disappointed. First, to practice the inherited skills of the Purple Lightning Kirin clan to a high level, the Purple Lightning Kirin bloodline is required. Although the Purple Lightning Kirin bloodline can be transplanted, it is not easy to obtain. Second, most of the Purple Lightning Kirin secrets recorded in this study do not involve the advanced skills of the latter few levels, which is slightly insufficient. I think these advanced skills are secrets that are not passed on, and they will not be placed here casually. Despite this, Lin Ming still gained a lot, especially about the inheritance of the Thunder Realm. The Kirin bloodline is not required to comprehend the Thunder Realm. The Thunder Realm recorded in these jade slips is many times more perfect than the one left by the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor. It is enough for Lin Ming to comprehend for a long time. After arriving at the Divine Realm, I have the support of the Phoenix clan when comprehending the laws of the fire element, so I don't have to worry at all. Now I have the Purple Lightning Kirin clan to guarantee my Thunder Realm. I have both thunder and fire, and the only thing I lack is the space and time realm. Of course, if I can get some Wind Realm, it would be even better. Lin Ming's requirements for the Wind Realm are not high, as long as it can help him perform the Golden Peng breaking the void. Putting down these jade slips, Lin Ming continued to explore this immortal mansion, and found another alchemy room. In this alchemy room, there are many elixirs for healing, detoxification, replenishing physical strength, and practicing exercises. Many elixir bottles have been opened, and it is estimated that the elixir inside has been eaten. Moreover, according to Lin Ming's estimation, the really good elixir has been eaten up, and only the second level elixir is left. This is also reasonable. Jiang Ziji is unlikely to die of old age here. It is very likely that he was seriously injured after a battle and his body was transformed. The good elixir has naturally been eaten up by him, and even his portable holy weapon may have been destroyed. These remaining pills are naturally much inferior in quality to the natural treasures in the medicine garden, but they are still priceless medicines in Xianan continent. Lin Ming collected these as well. Apart from that, he did not find anything else valuable, so he left this small world and prepared to leave the miracle temple as soon as possible. Because of the fight with the middle-aged man, surnamed Sun, in the sorting of treasures, he had wasted a lot of time. He had to find a way to leave the miracle temple as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too dangerous. At this time, in an independent small world, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun, who was left with a tracking mark by Lin Ming, looked at a man in a purple robe with a bitter and begging look on his face. The man closed his eyes, and a trace of will condensed into a thin needle and entered the body of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. After about a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes and sighed softly. "How is it? How is it?" The middle-aged man surnamed Sun asked impatiently, like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. The purple-robed man in front of him was his good friend. He had entered the divine sea realm with his own cultivation, and was now close to the middle stage of the divine sea. He had a very high level of attainment in the battle spirit. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun hoped that the purple-robed man could help him get rid of the tracking mark in his body. "I can't solve it. In the battle spirit duel, the gap between me and Lin Lanjian is too big. He is indeed a monster." The purple-robed man shook his head and said. His words were like a basin of cold water poured on the middle-aged man surnamed Sun, making his limbs cold. He begged, "Brother Liang, you must save me. Lin Lanjian has threatened to come back to take my head in 2 years. If he doesn't die, I will only have 2 years left to live. Moreover, Lin Lanjian has obtained a great inheritance. The other party is definitely an ancient great power and may even be the master of this miracle temple. If I can kill him and get that inheritance, I can become the best in the world in the future." The middle-aged man surnamed Sun first begged and then tempted him with benefits, but the purple-robed man was not moved at all. He shook his head and said, "You can't do anything to Lin Lanjian. Although I'm stronger than you, I can only suppress him. If he intends to escape, with his speed, I have no way to deal with him. Not to mention me, I'm afraid that even the real mid-stage strong men of the divine sea can't do anything. This boy can get the inheritance of this ancient great power, which proves that he has the fate of being crowned emperor, and is destined to be the best in the world. If I go against the will of heaven, I'm afraid I will also fall. Maybe even the day divine kingdom will tolerate the murder of Yu Yekwan." Lin Lanjian has grown into an unshakable tree. With his current strength, he can already be crowned emperor. The purple-robed man sighed when he said this. Seeing the pitiful look of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun, he said, "If you want to save yourself, you can only tell the news that Lin Lanjian has inherited the inheritance of the palace master of the miracle temple to the supreme divine emperor Jiuding, and the great uncle of the day emperor at the same time. Maybe you can attract the two of them to take action. There is still a little hope. Although the inheritance of the master of the miracle temple is tempting, for the 9 tripods supreme god emperor and the great uncle of day, the elixir that increases lifespan is the most valuable. If there is no such elixir in the inheritance, they may not risk offending Lin Ming, not to mention that there is an old man of destiny who is very close to Lin Ming behind him." When the purple-robed man said this, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun became more and more depressed. If he had been so wise at the beginning, it would have been ridiculous. He threatened to let Lin Ming know the gap between him and the strong men of the Sea of Gods, but ended up with such a miserable ending. When the middle-aged man surnamed Sun was complaining about himself, he suddenly felt cold all over. The purple-robed man was also shocked, and sweat broke out on his forehead. At that moment, they suddenly felt an extremely cold perception sweeping across their bodies. The owner of this perception was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Who is it? The two held their breath and dared not breathe, but after the perception swept over, it did not stay and had gone far away. This made them breathe a sigh of relief, as if they had survived a catastrophe. When the perception enveloped them just now, they felt as if their souls were about to freeze. Who on earth was this person? In the sky, a voice muttered to itself. The one with the lower cultivation level among the two has seen Lin Lanjian. It seems that he is not far from this world. With my speed, I can find him in a quarter of an hour at most. Humph, this time without good fortune, you can't escape, even if you have wings. Chapter 891 Masked Man. This world is finally a world I have been to. Lin Ming looked at the dark forest in front of him, and was sure that he had been here once. In this miracle temple, each of the thousands of worlds is different. Not only are the scenery different, but the frequency of the space fluctuations in a world is also different. This kind of space fluctuation is like a person's fingerprint. If you are proficient in the space conception, you can use it to judge whether you have been to the space in front of you before. Although I found a space that I'm familiar with, I may not be able to find the way out. The space layout of this miracle temple is weird, like a huge maze. With Lin Ming's understanding of the space conception, he has to slowly explore if he wants to get out. While flying away, Lin Ming silently refined the zoomy ring on his hand. This ring was named after Jiangzi, so it was called the Purple Extreme Ring. The Purple Extreme Ring is already an ownerless object, so it is not difficult to refine it. This ring has turned into a circle of tattoos. Lin Ming suddenly discovered that as his spiritual imprint was imprinted on the ring, the Purple Extreme Ring on his finger had disappeared, and was replaced by a circle of purple tattoos left on his finger. Some quasi-sacred artifacts and sacred artifacts can be directly integrated into the body, such as the Qianxue melting sun furnace. It seems that this ring is also the same. Lin Ming was delighted. The ring was easy to be damaged when worn on the hand, but it was much safer and more concealed when the pattern was printed on the body. A middle thousand world in the miracle temple was probably only as big as a province of Xianan country, and it was only 1 or 2,000 miles long and wide. With Lin Ming's speed, he flew to the end very quickly. After the middle thousand world of the dark forest, according to my memory, I should come to an island. I'm afraid that the spatial arrangement will change, and it will be difficult to get out. Lin Ming muttered to himself, and was about to pass through the spatial barrier of the world, where the dark forest was located. At this moment, he was suddenly startled, and then his hair stood up, and his body retreated violently. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Ming felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. He watched as the spatial barrier leading to another void in front of him was torn open, and a figure in white clothes and a wooden spirit jade mask on his face walked in from the void, as if strolling in the garden. The aura of this person is as deep as the sea, and his strength is difficult to estimate. I'm afraid that he is even stronger than the old man of fortune. There is no doubt that this masked man in white is the accomplice of the strange boy before, a mysterious force that came specifically to target him. They are likely to come from the Sea of Miracles. His eyes were fixed on the wooden jade mask. The strange style and unique shape were filled with a terrifying and twisted aura. Lin Ming's heart moved inexplicably, and he remembered the shape of this mask. He had seen it many times before. It was the same style worn by the 9 tripod guards, and only the high-ranking figures of the 9 tripod guards could use it. Could it be? Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. The 9 tripod guards were a military and political group directly under the Kingdom of God, an organization in charge of the power of the prison. Later, it was conquered by the Crown Prince Yang Yun, and used by Yang Yun. Such a connection has allowed Lin Ming to guess the identity of the person opposite. Yang Yun. Is it you? Lin Ming's voice was icy cold. In front of him, the masked man smiled slightly, and calmly took off the wooden jade mask on his face, revealing a handsome face, which was Yang Yun himself. Haha, brother Lin, how are you? Yang Yun said with a smile, not surprised at all that Lin Ming could see through his identity, and there was no need to hide it at this time. Looking at Yang Yun in front of him, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light. He always felt that Yang Yun was very cunning and had always been hiding his true intentions. The most special thing was that he had never seen through Yang Yun's cultivation. At the beginning, Lin Ming met Yang Yun because of the matter of Xianji business. Yang Yun sent the Jihading guards to thoroughly investigate the 3 major business houses, 2 major banks and Beibao auction house of Jihading Divine Kingdom, a total of 6 major commercial organizations, to control and swallow them all. You know, such a large economic organization in the hands of the state is very likely to breed corruption among managers, which will then lead to a decline in efficiency. It is not a wise move at all, but Yang Yun did it anyway, and he actually resisted the huge pressure and began to implement it. This led to Qianxue Xiaoxiao, the heir of Qianxue Trading Company, entering his room late at night and asking Lin Ming to intercede for Qianxue Trading Company at the cost of her own body. At that time, Lin Ming felt something was wrong. Yang Yun's move was too abrupt, and he also invited Qianxue Xiaoxiao to the Jiuhua banquet. It was very likely that he wanted to use Qianxue Xiaoxiao as a bargaining chip to win him over to Yang Yun's command. However, Yang Yun did not leave any traces in this matter. He did not mention a word from beginning to end. Although Lin Ming had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to be sure. Lin Ming was alert because of this. Although Yang Yun repeatedly sent big gifts in the future, he always kept a distance from Yang Yun. He always felt that Yang Yun's mansion was too deep. Lin Ming did not understand why Yang Yun controlled so much of the economy. The 3 major trading companies, the 2 major banks and the Beibao auction house together accounted for 10% of the economic system of Jihading Divine Kingdom. In addition to the mineral veins, the wood spirit jade design, and the medicine garden originally controlled by Jihading Divine Kingdom, I'm afraid that more than 50% of the economic system has fallen into Yang Yun's hands. However, he was able to implement the plan smoothly. No high-level figures of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom came out to stop him. Or if there were people who tried to stop him, they were dealt with by Yang Yun. No matter which one, it proved that Yang Yun's position in the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom was unshakable. But no matter how deep Yang Yun hid, Lin Ming never thought that he would be so deep. Today, Lin Ming finally saw Yang Yun's cultivation. He was in the early stage of the Sea of Gods, but he was in the early stage of the Sea of Gods with 8 layers of life. 8 layers of life. There are less than one hand of such strong people in the history of the entire Xianan continent. The number 1 person in the world may not be the 8 layers of life, but the 8 layers of life will definitely become the number 1 person in the world. Yang Yun's cultivation in the early stage of the Sea of Gods can already sweep the world. He is the quasi number 1 person in the world. After breaking through the middle stage of the Sea of Gods, he will be the number 1 person in the world. He can promote the national prestige of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom. There is no need to hide at all, unlike Situ Yaoyu, who is afraid of assassination, because he has not grown up yet. But Yang Yun has hidden until now, and he must have a plan. Yang Yun actually achieved the 8th level of life fall without making any noise. This is simply unimaginable. You know, he is only 40 years old. Lin Ming remembered that Yang Yun achieved life fall at the age of 30. This speed is not fast among the top emperor level geniuses who are expected to reach the late stage of the Sea of Gods. Even people like Situ Luosha and Situ Chuan can achieve it. He achieved life fall at the age of 30 and achieved the 8th level of life fall at the age of 40. This is absolutely impossible. Unless the real Yang Yun is dead. Who are you? Lin Ming's whole body was highly concentrated. Facing such a dangerous situation, even he had sweat in his palms because he really couldn't think of any possibility of winning. If the old man of fortune was here, he could still escape with some of his means, but now there is no hope. I'm indeed Yang Yun. It couldn't be more true. Yang Yun guessed Lin Ming's thoughts. Are you going to tell me that you achieved the Sea of Gods from life fall in 10 years? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he silently drew out the great wilderness blood halberd. Although the hope was slim, he had to fight. Yang Yun smiled lightly. My previous cultivation was just something I showed to the world on purpose. It was an illusion. My cultivation is really nothing. Brother Lin is about 23 or 24 years old. At your speed, you will have the hope of achieving the Sea of Gods in your early 30s, and it is very likely to be the Sea of Gods with 9-fold life fall. The 9-fold life fall. Xianan continent and Shengmo continent have never had it since ancient times. The concept is only known from a few words in the classics 100,000 years ago. When the 9-fold life fall appears, the sky and the earth change color. Even in the god realm, it is a well-known figure. As for me, I only achieved the Sea of Gods with 8-fold life fall at the age of 40. I'm far behind Brother Lin. Yang Yun said casually, without even taking out his weapon. His whole body was full of flaws, as if he was meeting an old friend. He was extremely calm. With his cultivation, he really had the capital to be confident. You have entered the Sea of Miracles, and came out alive. Lin Ming suddenly thought of this possibility. Only such an opportunity could explain everything that is happening now. You're half right. Yang Yun sighed at this point. Brother Lin, you have great luck and are destined to be an emperor. This is the luck you have accumulated through countless battles and life and death adventures. I can't compare to you. I can only use some evil methods to sell out everything I have in exchange for powerful strength. Yang Yun's eyes flickered as he spoke, which made Lin Ming feel confused, but he vaguely guessed many things. Especially the phrase sell out everything shocked him. He felt that Yang Yun seemed to be carrying many secrets. Brother Lin, although we are enemies, I still regard you as my confidant. Everyone knows that I, Yang Yun, am a genius. I started to make a fortune at the age of 12, and since then, I have been unstoppable. I'm a 1,000-year-old genius of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, but no one knows what I experienced when I was 12 years old. Yang Yun shook his head at this point, as if he was unwilling to recall. No matter how cunning a person is, if the secrets are suppressed in his heart for too long, he needs to confide in others, otherwise he will have psychological problems. I'm a concubine's son. My father accidentally visited a beauty in the palace and gave birth to a concubine like me. In my father's thousands of years of life, there are at least 3,000 concubines, if not 5,000. If you add the concubines from other branches, the number is even more incalculable. A mortal emperor only lives for a few decades, but he has 3,000 concubines in his harem. The number of concubines of a great divine kingdom's emperor and prince, plus the marquis of the collateral branch, is incalculable. Their descendants can form a 1,000,000-strong army. I'm one of the 1,000,000-strong army. Yang Yun said this with a hint of sarcasm. It was indeed ironic to use a 1,000,000-strong army to describe the descendants of the royal family of the divine kingdom. There are so many descendants of the royal family. Those who have no strength are just ants, and their status is even lower than that of a leader of a palace maid. A mother is honored by her son. I'm weak, so my mother has no status at all. Later, she died tragically in the palace. Yang Yun said it lightly, as if he was not very sad. However, the calmer his tone, the more Lin Ming could feel the hatred in his heart, which was endless. Chapter 892 Ancient Devil. In order to maintain the prosperity of their bloodline and talents, the royal families of the 4 divine kingdoms must have enough offspring. Even if their bloodline is excellent, they need a large base to select the top talents. The reproduction speed of humans is very terrifying. The 4 divine kingdoms have been passed down for 10,000 years, and the number of royal children will increase exponentially. In order to select excellent bloodlines in each generation, warriors with average qualifications can only be eliminated, so they become victims. Although Lin Ming knew these things a long time ago and deeply understood the cruelty of the harem struggle, he was still secretly shocked when he heard it from Yang Yun. Yang Yun, I can probably imagine your miserable childhood, because I also had a miserable life when I was young. Do you want to take revenge on the world because of this? Revenge on the world? Yang Yun laughed when he said this. How could I take revenge on the world? Not only will I not do that, but I will create a prosperous age. I will create my own glory and let my name be remembered forever. You may have heard that the Cheyenne continent is a closed and cursed plane. I want to break the curse of the Cheyenne continent and restore it to its glory of 100,000 years ago. When Yang Yun said this, there was a glimmer of longing and madness in his eyes. This surprised Lin Ming. He did not expect that Yang Yun's purpose was this. A person with dreams, perseverance, wisdom, and ability is the most terrible opponent. They have no weaknesses, are not bewitched, and have a clear purpose in doing anything. In that case, why do you want to kill me? I don't seem to conflict with your dream. Yes, it does not conflict. I'm not jealous of talents. Only when there are more and more peerless talents can we complete such a great age together with me. But, before that, I must have your body to become the object of the ancient soul in my body. You are too good. You have practiced both magic and body. Your body is 100% completely tempered into a spiritual body. At the same time, you have extraordinary power. You are the most suitable body. I wanted to take you under my command and cultivate your growth, but unfortunately, you didn't agree. Now you are growing too fast. I have to take action in advance, otherwise I will not be able to control you in the future. When Yang Yun said this, the void behind him twisted, and a huge devil phantom slowly emerged, covering the sky, and a burst of old laughter resounded through the world. Lin Ming squinted his eyes, and looked at everything behind Yang Yun. He finally understood that there was an ancient soul in Yang Yun's body, and what he called selling everything was to reach some transactions with this ancient soul. Yang Yun can get the current strength because of this ancient soul. A soul that has survived for 100,000 years, an existence from the Sea of Miracles. Lin Ming's mind raced, and at this moment, the originally gentle Yang Yun's eyes turned bloodshot. He let out a roar like a beast, his white robe was torn, and his face became ferocious. It was obvious that Yang Yun had merged with the devil in his body. With Yang Yun's strength and the devil in his body, his combat power had undoubtedly reached a level that Lin Ming could not imagine. Mortal, become my host. It's your honor. Roar. Yang Yun's speed was incredibly fast. He turned into a residual image. It seemed that he was still in the same place in the field of vision, but his claws had already caught Lin Ming's eyes. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, and he stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and his body retreated violently. Facing such a powerful enemy, he could not fight hard. There was only one word: escape. Using his understanding of the artistic conception of space and his extraordinary speed, he could escape as far as he could. Swoosh. After stepping over a distance of more than 10 miles in one step, Lin Ming opened the shock gate and exerted his speed to the extreme. However, just as he emerged from the twisted space, he suddenly felt a fierce murderous intent coming from behind. Looking back, he saw Yang Yun behind him, and the cold claws came again. The terrifying speed of more than 10 miles in an instant, without relying on any laws and artistic conception, only relying on its own strength, caught up with the Jinpen Parksu after Lin Ming opened the Jingmen. Such a speed is horrifying. Seeing that this claw was inevitable, Lin Ming shouted, opened the herd gate, and the power of the evil god was running to the extreme. 2 million huge forces burst out, and the power of thunder and fire ordered the same time, and the great wilderness blood halberd suddenly smashed down. Bang! The great wilderness blood halberd and Yang Yun's claws collided fiercely. Lin Ming only felt a violent force coming. He was like a leaf in a storm. He couldn't control his body at all. He was blown away by the raging energy flow. His arms were numb, his blood and ki were disordered, and his internal organs were damaged. No matter how strong his physical strength was, he couldn't bear it compared to Yang Yun's terrifying energy attack. Give me your body. Yang Yun grabbed with his claws again. Lin Ming bit his tongue, and a blazing bloodlight lit up between his eyebrows. A phoenix shadow appeared behind Lin Ming, and he burned the 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood in his body. Ah! The scream of the phoenix resounded through the world. At that moment, a sun seemed to appear in Lin Ming's body. After Yang Yun's ghost claws approached, they seemed to be ignited by the scorching sun, making a hissing sound, and then being corroded by the phoenix's flames. This moment of stagnation bought Lin Ming precious time. The great wilderness blood halberd turned around, and flames and thunder intertwined on the halberd blade. Guan Hang! Lin Ming roared, and the burning star flame and 9 heavens thunder in the evil god seed were released without reservation, and the most violent explosion occurred. Boom. The ghost claw exploded, and a trace of pain and ferocity appeared on Yang Yun's mouth. Originally, Lin Ming was far from being Yang Yun's opponent, but the ancient devil living in Yang Yun's body was only a soul body. As long as it was a soul without a physical body, it would be afraid of thunder. The ancient demon cultivators had the most difficult time to overcome the thunder tribulation, which was also the tribulation of the soul. On rainy days, when thunder roared, hundreds of ghosts dared not go out, also because they were afraid of thunder. What's more, the thunder contained in Lin Ming's moves was not ordinary thunder, but the 9 heavens thunder of the best heavenly grade. Not only that, the devil in Yang Yun's body was a body of yin energy, and the phoenix fire that Lin Ming burned the blood of the ancient phoenix was the 9 yang flame full of yang energy, which was the nemesis of yin energy. The combination of the two actually blasted the ghost claw released by Yang Yun to pieces. 9 heavens divine thunder, burning star flame, and you are also the ancient phoenix saint body, which is ranked alongside the purple lightning Kirin saint body as the most powerful physique in the Cheyenne continent 100,000 years ago. If I could obtain your pure yang body, I would be able to nourish my already decaying soul to the greatest extent. You are truly the best gift from God to me. Yang Yun laughed a strange laugh. Although his attributes were restrained, and he was injured once by Lin Ming, he was not hurt at all. The difference in strength was too great. Yang Yun's own strength was close to that of the old man of creation. With the devil's possession, he was already a figure of the same level as the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, which was the so-called number one person in the world. Resistance is meaningless. Give it to me, merge with me, become the only one in the world, and create an eternal prosperity. Yang Yun had completely fallen into madness. After being possessed by the devil, he had completely lost himself. Lin Ming did not flee at this time. After witnessing Yang Yun's terrifying speed, he knew that fleeing was meaningless and would only weaken his momentum. Although the gap was huge, he would not surrender, and he did not give up hope. Since the other party wanted to seize the body, he could not avoid the confrontation of soul and will. In terms of strength, he was definitely not an opponent, but if he seized the body, he had a chance of survival. With such a chance of survival, how could he give up? After burning all the ancient phoenix blood in his body, Lin Ming's strength reached the extreme, but it could not last long. Even with his current strength, he could only hold on for a moment. After burning all the ancient phoenix blood at the same time, he must exert the strongest combat power within this time to cause trauma to the ancient soul. In this way, there is still hope of victory. Thunder battle body. Crackling. The thunder power between heaven and earth completely gathered and attached to Lin Ming's body, forming a purple battle armor, which was mighty and extraordinary, like the god of thunder descending to the world. This is a move created by the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, which can greatly improve defense and combat power. After entering the second level of life and opening the wound gate, Lin Ming's thunder body has improved. Although it has not reached the level of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, it also has some divine power. This deity is indeed a soul body, but do you think you can really injure me with your thunder power? Do you think that, if you injure me, you can use your silver war spirit to gain an advantage in the battle of taking over the body, or even devour me in turn? Don't be delusional. My lifespan is thousands of times longer than yours. How can I not know your thoughts and your alliance? Any resistance from you today is meaningless. You are destined to become my host body. Yang Yun laughed wildly towards the sky. At this time, he should have completely lost the feeling of Yang Yun and transformed into the ancient demon. Even though Lin Ming was determined, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he heard the words of the ancient devil. Yes, he had used all his skills and exerted his strength to the limit in the battle with Situ Yaoyu. The other party was very clear about his trump card, and the other party was originally an old monster. He made today's detailed plan, and even the trip to the miracle temple might have been planned by him. How could he not be prepared for his trump card? The feeling of despair was born, spreading through Lin Ming's body like a plague, and his will to fight was immediately reduced. He seemed to know that resistance was useless, so it was better to surrender. This feeling of despair and almost wanting to sit and wait for death shocked Lin Ming. This was charming mind technique, using words and invisible mental power to bewitch people's hearts and make them lose the power to resist. But even though he had comprehended the silver battle spirit, he was almost caught. This devil, both in terms of combat experience and cunningness, was beyond Lin Ming's imagination. Lin Ming bit his tongue hard to get himself out of the shadow of charming mind technique, but at this moment, Yang Yun had already made a move. How could he miss such an opportunity? The ghost claws stretched out, covering the sky and the earth. Chapter 893, Possession. The overlapping ghost claws rushed towards Lin Ming like a storm, and the terrifying momentum locked a space. Lin Ming could not dodge at all, and he could not dodge in time. At the critical moment, Lin Ming's pupils contracted, and he suddenly thrust out the great wilderness blood halberd in his hand. Ah! The flame phoenix screamed, and the 9 heavens divine thunder rushed straight into the sky. The fierce collision caused the space around Lin Ming to explode completely. The interweaving of the power of thunder and fire could not resist the power of the ghost claws. The absolute difference in strength, coupled with the slight influence of the charm mind technique, even if the attributes were mutually restrained, Lin Ming was not Yang Yun's opponent at all. Bang! The thunder and fire were torn apart abruptly. Although the ghost claws melted a little, they still grabbed Lin Ming's body fiercely. The body protecting true essence exploded along with the clothes, revealing the armor of the Demon Emperor. Although the quasi-sacred armor of the Demon Emperor was strong, it had a fatal flaw in the chest. The ancient demon was extremely treacherous, and all his energy was gathered towards the emission of the armor of the Demon Emperor. Puff! Lin Ming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was bloody. Most of the thunder battle body had also disappeared. The gap was too big. Yang Yun took advantage of the victory and attacked again, but Lin Ming's old strength had disappeared, and his new strength had not yet been generated, so he could not resist at all. Be a good host of this deity. This claw covered Lin Ming's body without any suspense, grabbed him in his hand, as if to crush him. Spirit. Key. Spirit. Suction. The ghost figure appeared behind Yang Yun again. The devil opened his mouth, and a black suction vortex was generated. Lin Ming instantly felt that his 3 souls and 6 spirits were restless. The power of ki and blood was surging, and the true essence was restless, as if it was about to leave the body. The essence, ki and spirit are the 3 treasures of the human body. The essence is the original essence, which is the power of the blood in the essence of the flesh. The ki is the original ki, which is the energy contained in the body, the true essence of the danshan. The spirit is the original spirit, which is the combination of soul and will. The ancient demon opened his mouth to suck Lin Ming's spirit, and once it was sucked away, Lin Ming would lose all the essence in his body. At the moment of life and death, Lin Ming was extremely calm. The ancient demon did not dare to directly seize his body, nor did he dare to directly confront him with his will. He had to absorb his spirit first, weaken himself, and strengthen himself, so that he could be completely sure. In other words, even if the ancient demon knew that his trump card was the silver war spirit, he had no way to do it, because the will confrontation was a hurdle that had to be overcome in seizing the body. In an instant, the silver war spirit roared in Lin Ming's sea of spirit, and the originally restless soul power was immediately suppressed, stabilizing his own will. However, the power of blood in the energy of the whole body still had to break out of the body. Silver war spirit, sword of will. Lin Ming shouted, and shot out a silver white sword of will from his forehead, and at the same time, infused with the power of thunder, the will mixed with thunder, and chopped the ancient demon behind Yang Yun. The sword of will can only kill the will body, that is, the spiritual existence without entity. For example, the purple iron lightning source that came when Lin Ming was crossing the death trap was injured by Lin Ming's sword of will. And now the soul of the ancient demon is also a kind of will body. Shine Zen, although I'm not afraid of your silver war spirit, I will not fight your will. Collect it. At that moment, the phantom of the devil behind Yang Yun was all collected into Yang Yun's body, leaving no trace outside. When the ancient demon's body was still there, his cultivation was extremely high, and his war spirit attainments were not inferior to Lin Ming at all. It was just that, because its soul was incomplete and its will was slightly weakened, it didn't want to give Lin Ming any chance. Lin Ming felt that the devil's devouring of his spirit stopped, and at the same time, Lin Ming's sword of will also slashed into the air. Once the soul is integrated into the body, unless you actively enter the will world for a will duel, you can't use the war spirit to directly kill the opponent. This is also the reason why the war spirit must be attached to a physical object to attack. The restless true essence and blood power were suppressed, but at this moment, Yang Yun suddenly jumped up, stretched out his ghost claws, and grabbed Lin Ming with one claw. Hehe, even if I don't devour your spirit, I can still make you die. You are as powerless as a baby in front of me. Netherworld demon claw. Ghosts were surging, and the space was torn like a rag. Lin Ming kept his mind tightly, and the thunder power compressed in the young buds of the evil god burst out without reservation. The power of death. The sword of judgment. The purple lightning condensed into a phantom of magic sword, slashing down in the air. It was also the famous skill of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. The power of thunder was the most powerful against the soul body. The sword of judgment was Lin Ming's most effective means of attack now. Humph, the sword of judgment of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. Even if the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor came here in person, he might not be able to hurt me. Your cultivation is too low, and it can be ignored. Break it for me. The ancient demon could share Yang Yun's memory, and it was very clear that the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor and his Sword of Judgment were not taken seriously at all. The netherworld demon claws grabbed the Sword of Judgment heavily, and the demon claws were slightly melted by the power of thunder. However, at this time, the Sword of Judgment was also directly crushed by the netherworld demon claws. Lin Ming's will was connected with the Sword of Judgment, and his face was pale. At this time, the power of burning the ancient phoenix blood in his body was almost gone. Burning the ancient phoenix blood consumed too much true essence. Even if his true essence was so deep now, he could not continue to burn. When he fought with Situ Yaoyu, it only burned for a short time. Without the support of the ancient phoenix blood, Lin Ming could not resist this ancient demon. Are you running out of physical strength? Unfortunately, if you have the purple lightning killing holy body, and can reach the same level as the ancient phoenix holy body, and at the same time your cultivation level has reached the 3rd level of life, the power of thunder may still pose a little threat to me. Now, you are just struggling to survive. Yang Yun attacked again. The battle was delayed until now, only because the ancient demon wanted to take over Lin Ming's body instead of killing him, otherwise Lin Ming would have died long ago. Seeing Yang Yun rushing over, a trace of madness flashed across Lin Ming's face. He bit his tongue, and, while burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, he sprayed out his own life essence again. Rather than being possessed, it is better to burn the soul, burn the origin of life, and fight to the death. Want to burn the origin of life? Your body is already my own. How can I let you corrupt it? The law of time, the state of slowness. At the moment, when Lin Ming wanted to burn his soul, he only felt that the flow of time around him suddenly slowed down, including the beating of his life fire, the nerve reaction, the will of the soul, all slowed down, as if it was an old mechanical puppet that could not be turned. The law of time. Lin Ming was extremely conscious at that moment. He wanted to use his understanding of the state of time to break the time cage. However, his strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree compared to the ancient demon. The difference was too far. The realm of the ancient demon in front of him was too high, and it was already an existence that Lin Ming could hardly look up to. It's over. Yang Yun waved his hands, and the endless darkness enveloped him. Lin Ming felt as if the space had solidified into substance, and he was surrounded by this sticky darkness. He couldn't breathe, or his heart beat at all. Dark artistic conception. As one of the heroes 100,000 years ago, this ancient devil was proficient in both the artistic conception of time and the artistic conception of darkness. It was precisely because it used the artistic conception of time to change the flow of time that it could survive in the Sea of Miracles for 100,000 years. In terms of the achievement of the artistic conception of time alone, it was even better than the old man of creation. Lin Ming felt that his body was gradually losing control. His limbs were cold, his heartbeat stopped, and his mind couldn't turn around. He poured all his will into the sea of spirit, holding on to the last trace of clarity in his mind, waiting for the ancient devil to enter his body and fight for the body. This is Lin Ming's last chance to turn the tables. If he loses this battle, he will be wiped out, leaving only a walking corpse in the world, and that body will no longer have anything to do with Lin Ming. Do you want to defend your sea of consciousness to the death and fight with me for the final body possession? I'm not afraid to tell you that when my physical body was still there, my cultivation had reached a level that you cannot understand. My battle spirit has reached silver perfection, and I'm one step away from becoming a gold battle spirit, which is higher than your silver formation level. You think you can win? Don't be silly. Ha ha ha. The ancient devil's voice was clearly transmitted to Lin Ming's ears, but Lin Ming had already guarded his sea of consciousness tightly, and no longer had any will wavering because of its words. It was enough for him to suffer a loss once from the charm mind technique, and he would not suffer a loss a second time. He knew very well that the ancient devil would spend so much effort to weaken his strength, because it was not completely sure if it directly possessed his body. It would say so much nonsense in the battle to undermine his confidence and will, including now. Maybe it really had once reached the level of silver perfection battle spirit, but after being sealed and sleeping for 100,000 years, its soul must have been seriously injured. The soul is the carrier of will. If the soul is damaged, the will inevitably be weakened. Although the will of those ancient powers can remain immortal for 100,000 years, it is no longer the same as when it was at its peak. Fight. I must win this battle, no matter what. Lin Ming's mind was extremely resolute. At that moment, the battle spirit in his mind roared and trembled, and there was a faint trend of evolving towards silver minor success. This kid, he didn't fall for it, but it doesn't matter. It will only make me consume more of my own soul. I will definitely win him. The ancient demon spent so much time and effort on the layout. He planned for more than 1,000 years in the Sea of Miracles, and started from Yangon. He came to Xianan continent to lay out for decades, and finally chose Lin Ming's body. With such a thorough plan, how could it fail at the last step? Give me the body. The ancient demon roared, and his soul split into two. The stronger part plunged into the chaotic dark space, and rushed into Lin Ming's body. He left 1/3 of his soul for response and support. 100,000 years had made this ancient demon a cautious person. He left 1/3 of his soul to control Yang Yun. He didn't trust anyone. When he was taking over the body, he had no time to worry about other things. If Yang Yun turned the tables at the last minute, he would be stupid. The second reason was to prevent Lin Ming from having any backup plan. The remaining part of his soul could also provide support at any time. Chapter 894 Seeking Death. Die. The ancient demon that rushed into Lin Ming's body turned into an ancient beast with a ferocious appearance and bone spurs all over its body, and rushed towards Lin Ming's sea of consciousness at an unimaginable speed. In the world of will, this ancient beast shook the heaven and earth when it ran. With such momentum, anyone who could compete with it would feel powerless. It is indeed a silver war spirit of a higher level than me. Lin Ming took a deep breath. His pupils contracted, and he held on to his sea of consciousness, waiting for the battle of seizing the body like a storm. Boy, die. The ancient demon suddenly jumped up, and launched a life and death attack. This long accumulated attack was enough to overturn mountains and seas in the world of will. However, at the moment, when it soared into the sky, it suddenly felt a huge suction force acting on itself. This suction force was vast, mysterious, and vast, with an unmatched and irresistible momentum. Compared with this terrifying momentum, it was like an ant in front of a dragon, with no power to resist. What? The ancient demon was startled and looked back, only to see a huge black vortex behind it. This vortex covered the entire world of will, and it seemed to be connected to the mysterious gate of the avenue behind it. The black vortex was spinning at an extremely slow speed, but when it was spinning, it seemed to crush and absorb all the power of the laws. Any power was not worth mentioning in the face of it. Facing this vortex, it was like facing the vast and boundless universe. This is. The ancient demon stared with his eyes wide open, horrified. It had no time to think about anything. The body that had just jumped up was like a feather in a tornado, and it flew towards the black vortex out of control. The ancient demon roared in fear, and tried desperately to get rid of the shackles of the suction. However, compared to the huge suction, it felt like it was simply using its own power to fight against the entire universe. It was not enough to describe it as an ant trying to shake a tree. Break it for me. The ancient demon's eyes were bloodshot, and his soul suddenly broke into two halves. One half accelerated and flew into the vortex, while the other half wanted to use the power of the explosion to escape from this vortex. At this point, it could only reluctantly abandon part of its soul and try its best to preserve its soul power. You know, this is its life soul. Once lost, it is equivalent to losing a part of its life, which cannot be recovered at all. The pain of soul tearing made the ancient demon crazy, but what made it even crazier was that even with the power of soul shattering, it could not escape the attraction of the vortex. The black vortex not only devoured the soul, but also seemed to devour the will space. Everything was blocked. No. The ancient demon roared in anger and unwillingness, but its body was eventually swallowed by the slowly rotating black vortex, just like the vast ocean swallowing a wisp of black smoke, which was insignificant. It swallowed this soul, and the black vortex still slowly rotated at its inherent frequency without any change. From beginning to end, Lin Ming, who was defending the Sea of Spirit, was not affected at all. He had already prepared for a fight to the death, and even had the psychological preparation of burning himself together, but Lin Ming was stunned at this time. He watched the ancient demon barking and roaring like a mad dog, rushing over like crazy, and then hysterically being swallowed by the black vortex, without even a bubble coming out. The black vortex was the magic cube. Lin Ming swallowed his saliva and looked at the magic cube vortex in the world of will, speechless. He had an extremely unreal feeling, as if the magic cube contained the origin of the law, but his realm was not able to explore its secrets at all. This kind of thing actually stayed in his body? Lin Ming recalled the scene when the saint of Qianxue Holy Land used magic, and tens of thousands of powerful people in the god realm were wiped out, and all their souls were absorbed into the magic cube. Those powerful people in the god realm were not some random people who could kill a large number of people with one move. They were all powerful people from all sides recruited by Xian Mingzi. The Demon Emperor was one of them. Although the Demon Emperor was not a heaven-defying figure in the god realm, he was also a hero of his generation. Even if he was not as good as a figure of Feng Xian's level, he should not be much worse. What's more, the Demon Emperor was not the strongest among them. There were many powerful people, but his soul was swallowed up by the magic cube in one breath, leaving nothing. Although I don't know what realm this demon who wants to take over his body has reached, I think no matter how powerful he is only on par with the Demon Emperor, which is already an overestimation of him. These thoughts quickly passed through his mind, and Lin Ming suddenly realized that he must break the dark cage immediately at this time. In the outside world, Yang Yun, who was possessed by the ancient demon, screamed hysterically. 2/3 of its soul rushed into Lin Ming's body, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, after the soul was absorbed by the mysterious black vortex, its mental imprint was immediately wiped out and became a pure memory. The pain of having its mental imprint wiped out in an instant made the ancient demon crazy. At this moment, Lin Ming in the dark cage suddenly opened his eyes. The dark cage without the control of the ancient demon became extremely fragile. Lin Ming roared, and the great wilderness blood halberd lay horizontally, suddenly tearing the dark cage open. Kakaka. The darkness that had condensed into substance shattered like glass, and Lin Ming rushed out like a beast. He bit his tongue without hesitation and spit out a mouthful of his life essence. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Ming would naturally not be stingy with a little bit of his original essence. After all, his vitality and blood were strong, and he had a lot of natural materials and treasures on his body. If his essence was wasted, he could make up for it with great effort. If his life was gone, then everything would be gone. 9 heavens divine thunder, star burning flame, 8 gates of Dungia, the power of the evil god. Lin Ming's eyebrows shone with brilliance, and he burned the last of the ancient phoenix blood. He roared and used all his strength. On the great wilderness blood halberd, the power of thunder and fire intersected, and the most violent explosion broke out. Piercing rainbow. The halberd light of the great wilderness blood halberd crossed the 10 miles of void, and the brilliant light made the thousands of miles of the middle thousand worlds blind. At this time, the ancient demon who controlled Yang Yun's body was still in a hysterical state. Even if Yang Yun's cultivation was in the early stage of the Sea of Gods, and he was also an 8-fold life-death, it was impossible for him to rely on his physical body to withstand the great wilderness blood halberd under the force of 2 million pounds without resistance. The physical body of a Juan warrior is very fragile. At the critical moment, Yang Yun's life soul rushed out from the sea of spirit, forcibly taking control of the body. However, at this time, the ancient demon was completely out of control, because his soul was torn apart, and 2/3 of his soul imprints were washed away by the magic cube. Yang Yun's soul was not as strong as the ancient demon's, and it was difficult to take it back for a while. Damn it. Yang Yun was going crazy. Seeing that Lin Ming's great wilderness blood halberd was about to fall, he was desperate and resolutely burned part of his soul essence, forcibly occupying most of his body, calling up half of his energy and body functions. It was too late to pull out the weapon from the Zumi ring. Yang Yun hit Lin Ming's great wilderness blood halberd with a claw. Yang Yun was not like the ancient demon. The ancient demon originally used claws, and his energy was strong. He could resist the great wilderness blood halberd. However, Yang Yun preferred to use the sword. Although he learned some methods of using claws from the ancient demon, he was in a hurry and half of his body was still out of control. How could he resist Lin Ming's attack? Ah! Yang Yun roared, and his entire right arm exploded. He vomited blood and flew backwards like a broken sack. One attack, one arm lost. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. At this point, he was already bloodthirsty. How could he stop after one successful attack? He stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique and appeared in front of Yang Yun in an instant and raised his halberd and fell. The law of destruction, the chain of stars. Boom. The space around Lin Ming exploded, turning into countless space fragments that swept towards Yang Yun. The flesh and bones of Yang Yun's right hand exploded, and blood was dripping. Seeing Lin Ming's halberd coming at him, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Good. Lin Lanjian, you are really destined to be the emperor. If you don't die like this, let me take your halberd. Yang Yun drew out his long sword with his left hand, and the sword tip whistled. He slashed the halberd of the Great Wilderness Blood halberd with a diagonal move. Bang! The violent collision made the sky and the earth pale, and the mountains collapsed. Yang Yun and Lin Ming flew backwards at the same time. Yang Yun was injured, and Lin Ming's blood was also agitated. He felt that he could not continue. He burned the blood of the ancient phoenix to the end, and then burned his own life essence. Although the human could replenish his endurance, it could not withstand such consumption. Yang Yun's situation was not better than Lin Ming's. He was seriously injured by Lin Ming's attack before, and the out-of-control ancient demon in his mind was still rushing left and right, making him unable to control part of his body. Yang Yun, I remember. Lin Ming said this, and turned to run. He was already at the end of his strength. Although Yang Yun was in a very bad state, once the ancient demon recovered, he would definitely die. The ancient demon knew that there was a magic weapon in his body that could devour souls, so he would never fall into the trap for the second time and do such a stupid thing as taking over another body. If he really fought, he would most likely die. What's more, there was a strange boy who was nowhere to be found. If he suddenly appeared, Lin Ming would have no power to resist. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yang Yun, Lin Ming had to suppress this unrealistic idea and turn to flee. With his strength growth rate, there was no need to take risks at this time. It would be better to escape from the Miracle Temple quickly, and with the opportunity found in the Miracle Temple this time, find a safe place, survive 2 or 3 deaths, and stay in seclusion for 3 years. At that time, he would come out of seclusion at once and laugh at the world. Lin Ming, who opened the Jingmen, disappeared into the sky like a meteor. Yang Yun was seriously injured at this time, and part of his body was out of control, so he couldn't chase him. The effort was lost at the last moment. Yang Yun gritted his teeth as he watched Lin Ming disappear. Looking at the ancient demon who was struggling frantically in the sea of spirit and only had 1/3 of his strength left, Yang Yun suddenly had the idea of devouring the other party, but after hesitating for a while, he still held back. Firstly, he was not sure, and secondly, facing Lin Ming, a powerful enemy, he also needed a helper. Chapter 895 Escape. Lin Ming quickly passed through the middle 1,000 worlds one by one. Because of the high speed, the strong wind blowing in his face was extremely fierce, and sparks were created on Lin Ming's body protecting true essence. Before, burning the blood of the ancient phoenix exhausted his true essence, so Lin Ming had to use some spiritual medicine to replenish his true essence. Lin Ming also collected a lot of elixirs to replenish his physical strength. They were all top grade. The true essence provided by top grade elixirs was relatively pure. Of course, if you eat too much, you will still bring in a lot of impurities, resulting in a decrease in combat effectiveness. He flew through more than a dozen worlds in one breath, and the space map was constantly formed in his mind. With his understanding of the space conception, Lin Ming finally found the exit of the Miracle Temple. Here, I finally escaped. Lin Ming raised a mouthful of true essence and rushed out of the Miracle Temple in one breath. Seeing the 8,000 miles of black swamp outside, he felt the joy of surviving a disaster. This trip to the Miracle Temple was full of crises. We must leave here immediately. The pointy-eared boy with a weird appearance and Yang Yun, who is possessed by an ancient demon, are almost as powerful as the best in the world. If they join forces, they can defeat the kingdom of God. In addition, I have already offended the kingdom of Shura, and am now at odds with the kingdom of Day. I don't know what else they are up to this time. If they really control the world, they will track me down, and I will be the enemy of the whole world. Lin Ming didn't know the result of the fight between the weird boy and the old man of fortune, nor did he know that the old man of fortune had severely injured the weird boy. The unknown result made him even more uneasy. After entering the 8,000-mile black swamp, he immediately escaped into the Nine Heavens Thunder Domain and ran wildly in the Thunder Domain. This was the third time Lin Ming had come to the 8,000-mile black swamp. He was already familiar with it. In addition, he had eaten half a Thunder Deo fruit, which increased his affinity with thunder again. He had no obstacles in the Thunder Domain. In just 1 hour, he rushed out of the 8,000-mile black swamp. Not only that, when passing by the Nine Heavens Thunder region, Lin Ming also took the time to let the evil god Sprout absorb the red gold lightning, making the final preparation for the impact of the triple life fall. This approach can save a lot of top-grade Yuanling stones. The 8,000 miles of Black Swamp was surrounded by the 4 major divine kingdoms. Lin Ming chose the direction of the weakest 7-star divine kingdom and ran all the way. In terms of speed, he was only a little slower than the first-class figures such as the monster boy, Yang Yun, and the old man of creation. Apart from that, Sitahaoshin couldn't catch up with Lin Ming, and his endurance was also very outstanding. He could maintain 80% of his speed and continue to run for most of the day. The people of the 7-star divine kingdom could only see a faint blue rainbow in the sky, but they couldn't tell what it was. Lin Ming rushed out of the 7-star divine kingdom in one breath, and then put on the wood spirit jade mask, changed direction several times, and chose to go to the deserted mountains, where few people went. The Xianan continent was extremely vast. Even if Yang Yun had monstrous means, it would be extremely difficult to find Lin Ming. It was not an exaggeration to compare it to looking for a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Miracles, the demon boy was still sleeping in the bronze ghost coffin to recover from his injuries. As for Yang Yun, the ancient demon in his body finally found himself again and regained consciousness after his soul was torn apart. Damn it. Kill. Kill 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 kill. Lin Lanjian. I will destroy you both physically and spiritually. Boom. The ancient demon suddenly stretched out a claw, and the mountains in the distance exploded. The terrifying energy burst out wantonly, and the world trembled violently, as if it could not withstand the wrath of the ancient demon, and was about to be torn apart. Yang Yun was in a sea of consciousness, watching the ancient demon go crazy with cold eyes. In fact, he and the ancient demon did not have a harmonious relationship. Yang Yun was an ambitious and controlling person, and the ancient demon was the same. They were united because of their common interests, but they secretly guarded against each other. My soul. 2/3 of my soul. What treasure does this damned little beast have? Is it a spiritual weapon? How is it possible? A holy weapon is not a top-level magic weapon. There are 3 grades of holy weapons, upper, middle and lower. Above the upper grade holy weapons, there are higher grade magic weapons. Obviously, the upper grade holy weapon is not enough to describe the black vortex in Lin Ming's body. Spiritual weapon. Yang Yun's heart moved, but he kept silent, just paying attention secretly. There is no doubt that the ancient demon was severely damaged by some mysterious power in Lin Ming's body when he took over the body. No, I can't feel the entity of the artifact at all. The black vortex is like the pure power of the law, which is fused with the divine power of endless laws. It is impossible to resist. What on earth is that? A flash of fear flashed in the eyes of the ancient demon. The feeling of being swallowed by energy, like an ant facing the entire universe, made it unforgettable for the rest of its life. But after the fear, greed surged in the eyes of the ancient demon. The mysterious thing seemed to be a treasure about the soul. It could instantly erase the spiritual imprint. This was an ability he had never heard of. Generally speaking, the spiritual imprint was very deep, imprinted in the soul, and deeply rooted in every part of the soul. It was easy to erase the spiritual imprint. The spirit could be killed by fighting with will, but it would inevitably destroy the soul. Comparing the soul to the brain, the spiritual imprint was like a tough filament that penetrated every part of the brain. Even the most skillful doctor could not pull out these filaments without hurting the brain. So when erasing the spiritual imprint, the soul body itself could not bear it before the spiritual imprint disappeared, and finally it was completely shattered and turned into nothingness. The ancient demon had never heard of a divine object that could easily erase the spiritual imprint, but leave a complete soul body. If he could get it, maybe he could repair the damaged soul and return to the peak. With its powerful strength, maybe he could reshape the body instead of taking over the body. No matter how good the body of the possessed body is, it is not your own after all. Even after the possession, the lifespan will be affected because of the incompatibility between the soul and the body. When the soul's lifespan ends, the body will still die. The only advantage of possessing a body is that after slowly adapting to this body, you can practice appropriately. Although it is not your own body, it is bound to be more difficult to practice, but with the powerful soul and rich experience of this ancient demon, it is still possible to slowly practice back to your peak. Yang Yun. Although Lin Langjian has escaped, the plan must be implemented. I will use the whole body blood of these two old guys, Oyu Yehuadu and Yang Luotian, to refine my strength. The ancient demon licked his lips and said that it is a soul body. The best thing to nourish the soul body is blood, which is also the reason why the souls in the magic light and the magic cube will devour blood. Okay. Yang Yun replied calmly without frowning. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yang Yun's reaction, the ancient demon laughed loudly. Yao Huadu is fine. Their day divine kingdom has always been fighting openly and secretly with your jihading divine kingdom. The old man is dead, so is he, but Yang Luotian, as the jihading supreme divine emperor, seems to be your great-grandfather. Although you suffered hardships and insults, when you were young, you tied your great-grandfather to the altar with your own hands without frowning. You are really so cold-hearted. Yang Yun is the son of jihading divine emperor, but jihading divine emperor is the grandson of Yang Luotian. The royal family includes not only the first generation of divine emperors and princes, but also the second, third, fourth generation. A generation of divine emperors lives for 6 or 7,000 years or even nearly 10,000 years. It is not surprising that the great-great-grandsons and great-great-great-grandsons born in their early years are 1 or 2,000 years older than their sons born in middle age. Therefore, the number of royal descendants will increase at a geometric rate, and the generations are quite confusing. Yang Yun replied expressionlessly, my great-grandfather and my father have countless descendants. The powerful descendants are princes, and the powerless descendants are no better than a slave. If I have no power, I will die like a dog or a chicken, wrapped in a mat, and buried in the royal mass grave. They will never know, and they are not interested in knowing. If it can make the Ninding divine kingdom a little stronger, even if they sacrifice the lives of hundreds or thousands of bastards, they will not frown. Since all the royal family members are so insignificant in front of the national destiny of the Ninding divine kingdom, then I think, if I can make the Ninding divine kingdom rule the world and restore the prosperity of the Xianan continent 100,000 years ago, so that my great-grandfather can pay with his limited lifespan, he should also agree happily. When Yang Yun said this, his tone was so cold and aloof that the ancient demon paused for a moment, and then he laughed strangely. Since ancient times, only those who are not poisonous can be heroes. Very good, those who achieve great things should be like this. Then let's start the plan. When Bei Yao has finished healing, we will start immediately. By then, the two of them will join forces, and Yang Luotian and Oyu Yehua will be just prey. Bei Yao is naturally the strange boy. In terms of strength, Yang Luotian and Oyu Yehua are not as good as the old man of fortune, not to mention that their life-saving trump cards are not as endless as the old man of fortune. Facing Bei Yao and Yang Yun, there is little hope of escaping. At this time, Lin Ming had already flown to the edge of the 7-star kingdom, and then changed his appearance to hide his identity. He used the long-distance teleportation array several times in a row, and teleported 1,000,000 miles away. He changed direction, and flew 200,000 miles away. He then entered the dense forest, and sneaked for a while. Finally, he found a deserted mountain, and began to dig a cave. The highest level beasts in this forest are only equivalent to humans postnatal warriors in the early stage, and they are not a threat to Lin Ming at all. Of course, corresponding to this, the spiritual energy in the mountains is extremely thin, even worse than that of Xianan Wufu in Xianan country, but it doesn't matter. Lin Ming has more than 20 top-grade Yuanling stones. What he wants is absolute safety, and the thin spiritual energy can be tolerated. a shot was fired from the cave, that is 100 feet deep, opening up the belly of the mountain, leaving 4 exits in front, back, left and right, and arranging various large formations at each exit, covering everything from concealment, alarm, and defense. After doing all this, Lin Ming entered it, carved out a secret room for practicing in the belly of the mountain, and casually cut out a stone bed. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on it, and began to count the gains from this trip to the Miracle Temple, while preparing to impact the triple life. Please like this, only for this chapter. The likes for a single chapter of Silkworm Cocoon have always been in the single digits, which is too miserable. I want to see how many likes I can get if I ask for a chapter. I don't need to like the previous chapters. I will start from chapter 893 this month. Chapter 896, 3 Fatalities. As early as when he was in the Miracle Temple, after Lin Ming swallowed the Thunder Dao fruit, he already had the ability to impact the triple life full, but the Miracle Temple was too dangerous, so he had to give up. Otherwise, although Lin Ming was still no match for Yang Yun, he would not have been so embarrassed when he fled. I don't know what kind of ancient species the sacred tree that produced those 12 Thunder Dao fruits is. I don't know if Mo Guang knows. When Lin Ming escaped this time, he sent a message to Mo Guang, asking it to return to the South China Sea as soon as possible, and personally presided over the giant Kun, and swam to the depths of the South China Sea with all his strength. According to the Old Man of Creation, the Cheyenne continent and the Holy Demon continent belong to the two ends of this star, but there is an extremely long distance between them. So theoretically speaking, if the giant Kun keeps swimming to the depths of the South China Sea, after a long enough time, it can even reach the Holy Demon continent. But the deeper into the South China Sea, the more unknown existences there are. Although the giant Kun has amazing defense, it also has its limits. After all, it only has a little blood of the ancient sacred beast, and it is in no way comparable to the real Kunpeng divine beast. If it encounters some unknown existence in the depths of the South China Sea, it is likely to be in danger. If there is an experienced old guy like Mo Guang sitting in charge, Lin Ming can be more at ease. Lin Ming put all the harvests on the stone bed, and sorted them out one by one. 12 Thunder Dao fruits, Lin Ming only ate a small half, and those thunder patterns are all treasures. 22 top-grade Yuanling stones, each of which is a treasure that the great powers of the Sea of Gods fought for. A purple extreme ring, with a large amount of jade slips of information inside, especially the jade slips recording the thunder artistic conception, are extremely useful to Lin Ming. In addition, there are many rare treasures of heaven and earth in the medicine garden that are over 100,000 years old. These are what Lin Ming relies on to open the 8 gates of Dunjia in the future. As for the elixirs left by Jiangxi, he was in such a hurry in the Miracle Temple that he didn't have time to take a closer look. This time, Lin Ming took out the elixirs and identified them one by one. However, he found with some regret that, even though these elixirs were sealed in the wood spirit jade bottle to isolate all energy from flowing, after 100,000 years, most of them had lost their spirituality and efficacy, and some had even been completely abandoned. 100,000 years was too long. The spiritual plants planted in the medicine garden could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and continue to grow, but the dead things that were refined into elixirs could not. Before obtaining the top-grade Yuanling stone, Lin Ming also collected a lot of spiritual medicines that were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old in the middle thousand worlds. With the Yuanling flower pot given to him by the Old Man of Destiny, he saved the vitality of many spiritual medicines. Lin Ming transplanted them all into the Ziji ring. The importance of this medicine garden to Lin Ming was beyond doubt. Needless to say, the high-grade spiritual medicines and the low-grade spiritual medicines could also be used for daily practice. The most precious of the many spiritual medicines collected in the middle thousand worlds was a vigorous old tree with a red body, called the Dragon Heart Tree. It was 50,000 years old, and the fruits it produced were beating like a heart. This was a holy medicine for body training, no worse than any of the spiritual medicines in the Ziji medicine garden. The last item was the remains of Jiangxi himself. The crystal clear bones were very intact, and there was no decay even after 100,000 years. There was a divine crystal between the eyebrows of Jiangxi's skull, like a colorful gem, emitting a brilliant and dazzling light. begin to break the triple life. After Lin Ming sorted out everything, he picked up a top grade Yuanling stone. The top grade Yuanling stone that Shibei gave to Lin Ming was only 1/6 the size of an ordinary top grade Yuanling stone and lost some of its charm. It was far less magical and mysterious than this complete top grade Yuanling stone. The surface of this top grade Yuanling stone was covered with mysterious patterns, which looked similar to the chaos stone carvings in the ancient Phoenix City. Although it was far less exquisite than the chaos stone carvings, it also had some charm. This was the extraordinary feature of the top grade Yuanling stone. It contained the laws of the great Dao and the breath of the original energy. This was also the reason why the Sea of Gods masters were obsessed with it. Lin Ming put the top grade Yuanling stone on his forehead and began to absorb the energy in the Yuanling stone. This scene would be cursed as extravagant by the Sea of Gods masters. You know, the top grade Yuanling stone is the source of a mineral vein, and it can even increase the hope of the Sea of Gods early stage masters to advance to the Sea of Gods middle stage. However, Lin Ming wasted it on the second life fall to impact the third life fall, which was simply a waste of heaven's gift. Of course, Lin Ming had his own reasons for doing this. First, the energy he needed to break the third life fall was much more than that of ordinary warriors, and second, no one would think that the foundation was too solid. Lin Ming was able to break through the life fall and then reach the triple life fall realm in just over a year because of his extremely solid foundation and his accumulated strength. Of course, there are always some disadvantages in advancing too quickly. Using the pure vitality in a top grade Yuanling stone to break the triple life fall can eliminate these disadvantages to a certain extent and achieve the effect of consolidating the foundation again. The energy in the top grade Yuanling stone quickly flowed into Lin Ming's body. At the same time, he activated the red gold lightning and the evil god's young bud, selected 81 acupoints in his body, and frantically absorbed the vitality of heaven and earth. In the dark secret room, it can be clearly seen that the top grade Yuanling stone at the center of Lin Ming's eyebrows separated 81 energy beams, each as thick as a finger, connected to the acupoints in Lin Ming's body, and these acupoints were like stars in the night, shining. The energy in the top grade Yuanling stone was too pure. It should be said that it cannot be described as pure, but rather that this energy is close to the energy source of the universe. When the universe was first formed, it was a chaos. When the heaven and earth were first created, and yin and yang were formed, there was energy. The energy at that time was the original energy. Later, the five element gradually formed, and the energy differentiated. Then, these energies were scattered between heaven and earth, forming all things and creatures. The energy was diluted and polluted, and it was far less pure than when the universe was first formed. This is also the reason why the value of the Chaos Stone engraved with the movement trajectory of the original energy of the universe is inestimable. The energy of the top grade Yuanling stone is close to the original energy of the universe. Even if it is just a little bit of the original energy, it can increase people's perception. After taking a breath, you will feel light and agile all over, and your danshan will be purified. This absorption lasted for an hour. Lin Ming had already entered the state of ethereal martial intent and completely selfless. He felt as if his body had completely turned into an energy body without any impurities. Bang! With a light sound, the top grade Yuanling stone cracked, lost its original crystal, and turned into an ordinary white jade. At this time, the energy in Lin Ming's body was also accumulated to the extreme. Break it open. Lin Ming uttered these three words gently, and the red gold lightning burst out from the young sprout of the evil god, and exploded with the energy of the top grade Yuanling stone absorbed into Lin Ming's body. There was no expected loud noise, and the energy that spread out silently devoured Lin Ming's body, breaking his meridians inch by inch, and his body turned into an extremely fine blood mist, which merged with the pure Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. Just a moment later, the color of the blood mist also disappeared, and Lin Ming's body completely disappeared. But in fact it did not really disappear, but broke into tiny particles that could not be seen by the naked eye, smaller than dust, floating in the secret room, and bearing the baptism of energy. This was the third death, and also the last tempering of the body. The next 4 to 6 deaths will focus on tempering the danshan, and this tempering is more thorough than the previous 2. Lin Ming wandered in the ocean of energy, watching his body disappear, but he had clear perception and consciousness. This feeling of being out of the body and close to energy gave him a lot of insights. At that moment, he seemed to have turned into a life in the energy state. Time passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days, the tiny energies floating in the vitality of heaven and earth began to settle and condense, from small to large, forming Lin Ming's body bit by bit. First, the crystal-like bones, then the blood vessels covered them, and the blood flowed like red mercury. Next, the dense and powerful muscles covered the delicate skin like brocade. The muscle textures flowed down naturally, like a fine work of art, full of beauty, and at the same time, contained fierce explosive power. Broad back, straight, slender and powerful legs, long eyelashes, black gemstone-like eyes, straight nose, knife-like face. Lin Ming's body has been reorganized 3 times, and has reached perfection. Even his hair was glittering with glittering light, and the countless pores on his body were flowing with pure heaven and earth energy. The air he exhaled was fragrant like orchids, and the saliva in his mouth was sweet like honey. His whole body was refreshed all the time, and he was truly dust-free, even without a bath. Lin Ming's spirit body was fully formed. He stood naked in the dark space, but his eyes were like lightning across the night sky, making it impossible to look directly at him. With a wave of his hand, countless lightning nets condensed and turned into a flowing long gown that he wore. The triple life fall was completed. At this time, Lin Ming even had a feeling that, if someone cut off his hands and feet, they would grow back. This was of course just an illusion. Even the strong men in the Sea of Gods did not have this ability. When crossing the life fall, the energy law was special. In the absence of external interference, the body could be reassembled after being broken apart, and it was only reassembly, but regeneration was impossible. It is easy to reattach a broken arm, but if a broken arm is lost, it will take a lot of effort to grow it again, and the newly grown arm must be tempered again, otherwise it will become a weakness of the warrior. However, if Lin Ming can open the life gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, he can really gain the ability to regenerate a broken limb, and the regrown limb only consumes Lin Ming's energy, and other than that, it is the same as the original limb. This is a special ability of physical training, and it is said that, if one can open the life gate of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, one can even reach the point of rebirth by dripping blood. As long as the energy is endless and the will is not extinguished, the person will not die. It is difficult to defeat such an opponent, and it is even more difficult to kill him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897, The Third Realm of Thunder. After breaking through the 3 levels of life, Lin Ming did not plan to leave here immediately, but prepared to continue to retreat for a period of time, and then come out after the storm has passed. It would be safer to further improve his strength. Lin Ming is now taking elixirs, natural treasures, and absorbing top-grade Yuanling stones. His cultivation has made rapid progress. Even if the foundation is solid, it still needs a period of accumulation and precipitation, otherwise it will only cause counter-effects, and even go astray. This is also the reason why magic warriors who are greedy for quick cultivation are prone to go astray. In addition, Lin Ming's cultivation is progressing too fast now. In addition, his spirit body is perfect and there is too much energy in his body. He feels that his soul power is somewhat difficult to control the true essence in his body. In fact, Lin Ming's soul power is originally very strong, and he has also been tempered by alchemy and Tai soul art, but it is still the case, because his cultivation progresses too fast. Once he broke through the life, he passed 3 small realms in more than a year. It is naturally a boring process to cultivate and settle down, and the improvement of strength will also slow down. It is impossible to eat a fat man in one bite. Lin Ming planned to comprehend some artistic conception during this period of time, and integrate the laws in his body. Unfortunately, although the magic cube absorbed 2/3 of the soul of the ancient demon, it would not open. To open the magic cube, it required the blood and essence of master. The last time the magic cube was opened, it was a life-falling master, and this time it would naturally be a sea-level master. If a sea-level master could be killed, the magic cube could be opened again. Lin Ming was very interested in the soul of the ancient demon that was sucked into the magic cube before. That was a full 1/3 of the soul fragment, much larger than the other soul fragments in the magic cube. Moreover, the ancient demon was proficient in the dark artistic conception and the time artistic conception. Lin Ming wanted to obtain the ancient demon's memory of these two artistic conceptions, which could save him a lot of hard work and avoid many detours. The strongest man in the Sea of Gods that is easiest for me to kill now is the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. I have planted the mark of the war spirit in his body. Now I can sense his position, and he has left the Temple of Miracles. However, although I have broken through the 3rd level of life and strength, I can only defeat him. It is not easy to kill him. Moreover, if Yang Yun has controlled the situation, the whole world may want me. If the man surnamed Sun is not stupid, he will tell Yang Yun about the tracking mark in his body and seek Yang Yun's protection. In this way, I will be trapped if I kill the man surnamed Sunday. Lin Ming shook his head and abandoned this idea. Similarly, Situ Yeoxi and Sita Bonan, who are about the same strength as the middle-aged man surnamed Sun, were also excluded. These people cannot be troubled, at least not now. Then there is another powerful man in the Sea of Gods who has a grudge against Lin Ming. To be precise, the other party is not a strong man in the Sea of Gods, but a demon emperor equivalent to a strong man in the Sea of Gods, that is, the original owner of the blood-killing origin. The original owner of the blood-killing sect was born in the troll tribe, and their cultivation system was different. When the troll warriors were in the demon general and demon king stages, their physical fitness was better than that of humans, and they could hold more energy in their bodies, so their strength would surpass that of human warriors of the same level. However, before humans achieved the divine sea, they would pass through 5 or 6 life fells in a row, and their bodies would be tempered into spiritual bodies. At this time, the gap between humans and trolls would be eliminated. If humans could pass through the 7th life fells and then achieve the divine sea, their strength would even surpass that of the troll demon emperor, not to mention the 8th life fells. When Lin Ming saw the war array left by the 8th fell war emperor, it was when the 8th fell war emperor had not yet achieved the divine sea. He fought against several demon quasi-emperors and killed them in one move, like cutting melons and vegetables. With his strength at that time, he could fight head-on even against the real demon emperor. Therefore, Lin Ming was not too worried about the strength of the original owner of the blood-killing sect. It was estimated that he was equivalent to a divine sea mid-stage strongman who became an emperor after the 6th life fells, and the fluctuation would not be too big. Of course, Lin Ming could not beat the original owner of the blood-killing sect now, but don't forget, there is still the path of the emperor. With Lin Ming's current strength, he has enough power to pass the Emperor's Road. After passing the Emperor's Road, he will obtain the strongest Emperor's force field among the 3 great force fields of the heavenly demon Wu Yi. His strength will soar to another level. At that time, he should have enough capital to face the original owner of the blood killing. If he can kill the original owner of the blood killing, he can open the magic cube again and obtain the memory of the ancient demon. At that time, he will understand the details of the ancient demon. It can be said that knowing yourself and the enemy, 100 battles will be invincible. Lin Ming planned everything well. The speed of his strength improvement is his greatest asset. Lin Ming took out the Thunder Jade slip left by Jiang Ziji and began to comprehend the Thunder Realm. The first realm of thunder is the power of death, and the second realm is the power of life. Needless to say, the power of death, thunder and lightning, can burn the human body, destroy the forest, and kill life. The power of life is because thunder and lightning can temper the body and the soul. Even in ancient times, thunder, ocean, and atmosphere gave birth to life. Lin Ming had already comprehended some of these 2 artistic conceptions from the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. Of course, the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor relied on his own exploration, and the artistic conception he comprehended naturally had flaws, and it would need to be improved later. Lin Ming was not in a hurry for these. He was interested in the 3rd artistic conception of thunder, extreme speed. There are 7 kinds of energy: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Among them, the wind system is famous for its speed. The famous Jinpeng Park Zoo also contains the law of the wind system. But wind is not the fastest is thunder. The power of thunder and lightning can travel hundreds of thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. Even if it flies from Xianan continent to Shangmo continent, it only takes an incense stick of time. This speed is the ultimate in the world. Of course, warriors themselves cannot reach this speed. They can only comprehend the artistic conception laws and integrate them into their own body skills to reach the realm of lightning speed. Open the Jingmen, operate the Jinpen Parksu body skills, and then integrate into the thunder artistic conception. How fast will the speed be? It is unimaginable. Mysterious lightning shadow is a set of thunder related body techniques that can be practiced without the purple lightning Kirin bloodline. To be precise, mysterious lightning shadow is not a set of body techniques, but a set of auxiliary secret techniques. It collects various divine thunders in the world and turns them into countless thunder threads. Then, with these thunder threads as materials, it condenses 12 life-defining thunder symbols. These thunder symbols can be transformed into invisible thunder power and integrated into the whole body, which greatly increases the speed of the warrior. This mysterious lightning shadow is the most suitable for me. Otherwise, if it is a body technique martial art, it cannot be used in conjunction with golden rock breaking the void. With these 12 life-defining thunder symbols, I can continue to perform golden rock breaking the void while using the speed increase of the thunder symbols. Lin Ming put the jade slip of mysterious lightning shadow on his forehead, wrote down all the contents in it, and carefully comprehended the artistic conception rules in it. It is very difficult to comprehend a new artistic conception, not to mention that this is the third level of the artistic conception of the thunder system, which is a level higher than the previous 2 levels. Even with the assistance of the evil god's young sprout, Lin Ming still feels that he is struggling. He was immersed in the ethereal martial spirit and forgot the passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days passed just like that. Whenever Lin Ming was exhausted from comprehending, he could feel the coolness coming from the holy wristband on his wrist, as if he had been enlightened and his soul was cleansed. At that moment, Lin Ming would capture the inspiration of the moment and find a new direction of understanding. 7 days, 10 days, 15 days. Lin Ming was always immersed in the ethereal martial spirit. After a long period of comprehension, his mind was not only not chaotic, but his perception became sharper, his mind became clearer, and his thinking became much more agile. This was of course the credit of the holy wristband. Although this wristband had no attack power or defense power, it was a treasure for cultivators. Until the 20th day, the extreme speed artistic conception of the thunder system finally slowly took shape in Lin Ming's mind. After 20 days, he touched the edge of the extreme speed realm. This speed, if spread out, would be enough to shock the geniuses in the god realm. Lin Ming was able to do all this, partly because of the assistance of the holy wristband, but most importantly, he relied on the evil god sprout in his body. The evil god sprout that integrated all the power of thunder and fire, plus Lin Ming's complete thunder spirit body, after crossing the life fall, made him feel any thunder law, as if he had divine help. Now Lin Ming is like the son of thunder and lightning. On the 21st day, Lin Ming, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed in the dark space like a bright thunder. He deeply touched the index finger of his right hand, and the purple dragon god thunder, blood-destroying evil thunder, illusionary dream light, 9-day god thunder and other thunder powers in the evil god sprout gathered at his fingertips, forming a series of thunder threads, purple, red, purple and gold, all kinds of. Lin Ming's mind moved, and another red gold lightning thread rushed out from the evil god's young sprout. This red gold lightning thread was naturally the divine lightning that Lin Ming collected from the 9 heavens thunder region. Lin Ming relied on it to cross the life fall several times. After the triple life fall, there was still a little of this red gold lightning light left, which was also called out by Lin Ming. With 5 kinds of lightning lights in hand, Lin Ming made hundreds of seals in a row. Because his movements were too fast, his hands and fingers formed thick after images, which looked layered and dazzling. Hundreds of lightning threads spun wildly, condensing into illusory and mysterious runes in the sky. This was a bit like the inscription technique. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was easy to draw. Thunder Escape Talisman. Done. Sure. A lightning talisman that merged lightning threads of various colors appeared in the air, shining with golden light, making it impossible to look directly at it. The thunder without substance, after being compiled into the thunder talisman, turned out to be made of various metals. It felt heavy in the hand. This was a phenomenon that would occur after the energy was highly condensed. Energy and weight were originally one. Collect. Lin Ming swung his right hand, and the thunder escape talisman merged into his right leg and disappeared. Looking inside his body, he found that the thunder talisman had already turned into an invisible energy law and merged with his body. This was only the most basic form of the thunder talisman. In the future, Lin Ming could collect various divine thunders to refine it and perfect it to increase the speed even higher. And his extreme speed state has just touched the threshold. To master it, and even perfect it, it will take a long way to go. However, these will make Lin Ming more excited. He is not afraid of the difficult road, but he is afraid that the prospects are not far enough. The secret method of mysterious thunder, light and shadow has a huge room for improvement. In the future, Lin Ming's speed will only get faster and faster. Even in the end, after fully comprehending the extreme speed state, even without the secret method, he can reach the level of lightning speed and 1,000 miles in an instant. Chapter 898 Hunting Order. After drawing the first Thunder Escape Talisman, Lin Ming followed suit, and the remaining 11 Thunder Escape Talismans took shape one by one, and all were stored in the body, and the mysterious lightning shadow was officially cultivated. The speed of the Thunder Law is really mysterious. With this move, combined with the Jingmen and Jinpeng Park Su, even if I encounter Oyu Yahuadu and Yang Luotian joining forces now, I can easily escape. However, if I encounter that strange boy and Yang Yun who is being leaned over by the ancient demon, I have no chance of escaping. Oyu Yahuadu and Yang Luotian are both quasi number 1 in the world. Old Man Fortune is stronger than these two, but he is still no match for the two of them. In the final analysis, Old Man Fortune is also quasi number 1 in the world. However, the strange boy and Yang Yun who is being leaned over by the ancient demon have the true strength of the world's number 1. If Old Man Fortune had not left a life-saving trump card like the death bead, they would have been defeated by the strange boy. Lin Ming thought so, but what he didn't know was that Oyu Yahuadu and Yang Luotian were not far from death at this time. In a completely dark palace, more than 20 Sea of Gods strongmen stood in the hall, all of them pale and sweating. In front of them, there were two people sitting. The first seat was a young man in white. He sat on the black throne with a golden sword and iron horse, and his whole body naturally exuded an imposing aura, which made the Sea of Gods strongmen shrouded in this aura silent. This young man in white was Yang Yun. And next to Yang Yun, there was a strange boy sitting, with an evil smile on his face. He looked only 15 or 16 years old. It was Bei Yao. Back in the Miracle Sea, Bei Yao was the younger brother of the ancient demon. Now that the ancient demon was leaning over Yang Yun, Bei Yao would naturally give up the first seat to Yang Yun. The aura of these two people was one of the reasons why the more than 20 powerful sea gods were afraid, but it was not the main reason. What made them sweat coldly and trembled was that behind Yang Yun, there were two cold iron racks, each of which was more than 3 people tall. The racks were dark and even had spots of rust, which looked like dark red spots left by dried blood. The main body of the rack was like a thick square pillar, and the chains on it were as thick as an adult's thigh. In addition, there were ferocious and sharp iron spikes and barbs, each of which was murderous, as if countless demons had been nailed to death on it. At this time, on each of the 2 racks, there was an old man tied up. Both old men were wearing purple gold dragon robes, but now the 2 purple gold dragon robes, which were made of countless natural treasures, were already in tatters, and had long lost the majesty of the emperor. 8 shocking iron hooks pierced into the scapula and clavicles of the 2 old men, hanging their bodies like dead dogs. In addition, various iron spikes were inserted into the important acupoints of the 2 old men, sealing their whole body energy. The chains seemed to be alive, wrapped around the 2 old men, sucking out drops of blood, which flowed along the chains and finally gathered into a bone container, forming a small pool of dark red. These 2 old men were the influential figures who had dominated the Cheyenne continent for thousands of years, and the 4 great kingdoms would be shaken by their stomping feet, Oyu Yahuadu and Yang Luotian. Their accumulated prestige, the power they controlled, and their own strength as the world's number one, all made people terrified. Even the strong men in the Sea of Gods trembled when facing them, and even Sitaheoshan and his ilk would be afraid. However, these two masters of Xianan continent, who stood at the top of the pyramid, were now hanging on the rack like pork sold in the market, with haggard faces, dead grey expressions, and dull eyes. As a large amount of original essence and blood were extracted, their life fire was already weak, as if it would be extinguished at any time. And the people who did all this were Yang Yun and the strange boy sitting on the rack. How could they not be terrified? Even if it was a figure like Sitaheoshan, facing the two of them, if he resisted, he would be killed instantly, without any suspense. At this time, Sitaheoshan was indeed in the team of more than 20 Shenhe strongmen. He never dreamed that Yang Yun would hide so deeply. This was simply beyond description. He thought Yang Yun was a figure, but he didn't really take it seriously. Even if he was a genius, he would at most become the next Yang Luotian, and it would be a matter of 1 or 2,000 years later. There was nothing to worry about. But who could have expected that today, Yang Luotian, Yang Yun's great-grandfather, would be restrained by him and nailed to the rack to extract his essence and blood. Originally, Sitaheoshan was only afraid of Lin Ming, but compared with the current Yang Yun, Lin Ming was eclipsed and was nothing at all. In addition to Sitaheoshan, there was another person whose face was the most gloomy. He was the current Nine Cauldrons Divine Emperor and Yang Yun's biological father, Yang Zhao. He looked at Yang Yun on the throne and couldn't believe that everything in front of him was real. Although he had long known that Yang Yun was hiding very deeply and vaguely knew that Yang Yun had obtained a great opportunity, he never thought that there would be such a day. It was just like a dream. Silence. There was silence in the hall, and no one spoke. There was only the sound of blood dripping from the bone container, click, click, and it fell into the ears very clearly. It was the blood of Oyu Yahuadu and Yang Luotian. Father, are you shaking? Yang Yun suddenly raised his head and looked at Yang Zhao with a smile. Yang Zhao was a man of great stature. Although he had just inherited the throne of the Divine Emperor for less than 500 years and did not have the momentum to dominate the world, he was in charge of the daily affairs of the first divine kingdom of Xianan continent and had experienced many big scenes. But now, he was trembling because of one person, and this person was his own son. It was really that Yang Yun had given him too much of a shock. You wicked son, you actually want to kill your great-grandfather. This is simply intolerable to heaven and earth. Although Yang Zhao spoke sternly, anyone could hear that he had no confidence at all, but was just timid inside. This was the suppression brought by strength and momentum. HMPH, heaven and earth cannot tolerate it. A father killing his son is in accordance with the law, but a son killing his father is intolerable to heaven and earth. Yang Yun raised his eyebrows, with a look of sarcasm on his face. Yang Zhao, if you had attacked me now instead of talking nonsense here, I would still respect you a little. Unfortunately, you are afraid. It would be fine if you were afraid, but you still had to say that nonsense just now, to cover up your fear and maintain your pathetic and hypocritical face. You are really disappointing. Yang Yun's words were heart-piercing and pierced the most vulnerable part of Yang Zhao's heart. Yes, he was indeed afraid. He didn't dare to really resist Yang Yun. Yang Yun dared to treat Yang Luotian like this in front of the heroes of the world, so killing him would be like killing chickens and dogs. That ridiculous father-son relationship was just a mockery now. Yang Zhao's face was pale and his fingertips were trembling after being exposed by Yang Yun's words, but he couldn't do anything in front of Yang Yun. Was he really going to fight Yang Yun for a breath? The result is predictable. He will be humiliated by Yang Yun again in terms of strength and will be at his mercy after the defeat. And with Yang Yun's ruthlessness, how could he be soft-hearted? At that moment, Yang Zhao felt a humiliation he had never felt before. In front of the heroes of the world, he, the emperor of the world's #1 kingdom, was forced to this extent by his own son with just a few words, but he could only swallow his anger. It was a great shame. You. Yang Zhao clenched his fists, his nails dug deep into the flesh, and blood slowly flowed out. At that moment, he felt that his martial arts heart was loosening, and there was a tendency to break. You really don't deserve the title of Divine Emperor. Yang Yun shook his head, his tone somewhat disdainful. There are two kinds of heroes. The first kind is fearless and brave enough to die for their reputation. They can climb mountains of swords and plunge into frying pans, sacrifice their lives for justice, and die for the sake of righteousness. I admire this kind of people. The second kind is flexible, and can bear hatred, and endure humiliation under the crotch, eat food like pigs and dogs, endure what the world cannot endure, and then do what the world cannot do. This kind of people is also worthy of admiration. Yang Yun said these words slowly. Few people knew that he was the second kind of person, and even Yang Luotian didn't know about the humiliation he had endured. Yang Yun, what do you want? Seeing that Yang Zhao was forced into a dead end by Yang Yun, Haoshan suddenly took a step forward and faced Yang Yun directly. What determines the strength of a kingdom is not the total number of masters in the Sea of Gods, but the strength of the strongest master among them. Because the gap in strength between masters in the Sea of Gods is too big. People like Satu Yeoxi and Sitabonan are simply negligible in front of Yang Yun. Moreover, with the addition of that strange boy, the two of them are invincible. They already have the capital to dominate the Xianan continent, and Haoshan has to give in. Yang Yun looked around at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Haoshan. He said word by word, from now on, those who obey me will prosper, and those who disobey me will perish. The four kingdoms of the gods can maintain their original borders, and I will not annex the forces of all parties, but everyone must obey my orders, and those who violate them will be killed without mercy. After Yang Yun finished speaking, an invisible force field burst out, and more than 20 tracking marks condensed by the battle spirit were planted in the bodies of all the masters of the Sea of Gods present. When the ancient demon was still in the flesh, his battle spirit realm was higher than Lin Ming's, reaching the silver perfection, so planting the battle spirit mark was of course a piece of cake. What did you do? Tracking mark, will I let you run away? Yang Yun sneered, and said a word, which made the warriors present feel dead. With this mark, they will really be slaves forever. Once they resist Yang Yun, they will be hunted to death, even if they go to the ends of the earth. Even if more than 20 people unite to resist Yang Yun, it will be useless. Now, I issue the first order. Everyone, hunt down Lin Lanjian. Those who find his whereabouts should not act rashly, just tell me. I can grant you permanent freedom, and at the same time, give you the divine realm skills and divine realm elixirs. Hunt down Lin Lanjian. As soon as this order came out, all the warriors swallowed their saliva. They didn't expect that the first order would be this. No one wants to be controlled by others. It is indeed a great temptation to regain freedom and get the divine realm skills and divine realm elixirs at the same time. Please like, just this month's like, just like the chapters updated this month. No need for the previous ones, that is, starting from chapter 893. Thank you, and thank you for the $10,000 reward from Fanhuru Meng Sijin. Chapter 899. Target, the road to the Emperor. Xianan continent is too vast. Even if the ancient demon has all the means, there is no way to search every corner of Xianan continent. Moreover, Lin Ming is still hiding in the belly of the mountain and secluded. The hunt for Lin Ming continued until a year later. Boom boom boom. In a deserted deep mountain forest more than 1 million miles away from the four great divine kingdoms, a mountain suddenly trembled, as if an earthquake. After a few breaths, the mountain suddenly exploded, and the wanton lightning flashed across the sky. A young man in white clothes and long hair hanging down to his waist, rushed out of the mountain. The young man's eyes were sharp, and he looked only 19 or 20 years old. This person was naturally Lin Ming. Over the past year, Lin Ming has been practicing hard in seclusion. Although his cultivation has not increased much, his foundation has become more solid, and his impetuous true essence has settled down, which has also eliminated some of the drawbacks that Lin Ming had previously experienced due to his rapid cultivation. In particular, Lin Ming's understanding of the three major artistic conceptions of time, space, and thunder has been further improved, among which the thunder artistic conception has made the greatest progress. Lin Ming completely ate one of the 12 thunder Dao fruits, and he also thoroughly comprehended the patterns of the thunder lore on this Dao fruit. I have been in seclusion for a year. Although my cultivation is still at the peak of the triple life fall, my strength has improved by nearly 1-fold. Now if I face that middle-aged man surnamed Sun, I can definitely kill him. Lin Ming really wanted to kill this man and use his blood essence to open the magic cube, but he still suppressed this idea. Now I will go to the Holy Demon continent. I want to meet the original owner of this blood killing. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he did not use the god boat, but launched the extreme speed and rushed out. The 12 thunder escape talismans whistled and vibrated in Lin Ming's body. With the opening of the Jingmen and the golden peng breaking void body technique, Lin Ming's speed reached an unimaginable level. His body was like a meteor, violently tearing the air, forming a terrible sonic boom, which sounded like rolling thunder from a distance. The forest under Lin Ming was blown down by the terrible wind, pressure generated by his flying. Trees were broken one after another, and all kinds of ferocious beasts fled in panic. What a speed! Full of power. I really want to find someone to fight right now. A month later, Lin Ming met Mo Guang in the middle thousand world of the demon god emperor's palace. Waiting here was only a wisp of Mo Guang's soul. Mo Guang's main soul was still in charge of the situation in the giant kun. In this year, the giant kun has gone deep into the sea for countless miles. If it continues to swim like this, it may really swim to the Holy Demon continent. In the deep sea, the water depth can reach 100,000 miles. The giant kun has sufficient food sources. After devouring some beasts, it has become a little stronger. Is everything okay? Lin Ming asked. He called Mo Guang, mainly to facilitate the transmission of information. Well, everything is fine. What else do you have to worry about when this saint does things? Haha. Mo Guang laughed wantonly. Thinking of what Lin Ming was going to do next, it became excited. Let's set off quickly. I can't wait. Now, we can take revenge and complain. Damn it, let that grandson of blood killing Yuan know how powerful we are. When Lin Ming was besieged by the various lords and tower masters in the eternal demon pit, Mo Guang had already woken up. He followed Lin Ming in the battle and suffered a lot of humiliation. He was not as strong as others, so he could only be careful everywhere, for fear of alarming the original owner of blood killing Yuan. Even when Lin Ming played the role of a slave for half a year, to enter the path of the emperor, although Lin Ming and it were just pretending to be controlled, it was unbearable for the arrogant Mo Guang. This bird's anger must be completely vented this time. This time, we will enter the emperor's road. We will fucking fight our way in. Let's see who dares to stop us. Because the blood killing plane is controlled by the trolls, barbarians, and dwarfs. In order to ensure the interests of the rulers of the blood killing plane, the appearance of the 12-winged heavenly demon is strictly prohibited. As for humans, even the appearance of the lord is not allowed. Human warriors will encounter various obstacles when they grow to the 8-winged heavenly demon. As for wanting to enter the emperor's road, it is even more wishful thinking. If it weren't for the magic light, Lin Ming would have become a slave controlled by others, not to mention entering the emperor's road. It would be worse than death. Yes, this time we will fight in. Whoever stops us will die. Lin Ming's heart also surged with pride. Before this, although Lin Ming's strength improved rapidly, he was walking on thin ice no matter whether he was in the Holy Demon continent or the Xianan continent, because no matter how strong he was not at the highest level of power and was inevitably controlled by others. But now, he is a true emperor, at the top of the power of the Xianan continent and the Holy Demon continent. Even if there are Bai Yao and Yang Yun, he will never be able to beat them, but with his extraordinary speed now, he may not be able to retreat unscathed. It can be said that it is difficult for Lin Ming to encounter threats in the current Xianan continent and the Holy Demon continent. Stepping into the broken Zanqian world, Lin Ming activated the teleportation array. The next moment, he disappeared in the white array light. Holy Demon continent, blood killing plane. Blood killing plane has a history of 100,000 years. It is the paradise of the killers of the Holy Demon continent. Not only is the evil spirit here strong, but there are no rules. As long as you have the strength, you can kill people everywhere. However, this is also a cursed land, so warriors with high life and high level demon kings will suffer inexplicable curses after entering the blood killing plane and eventually be suppressed to death. Over the years, many demon emperors have fallen in the blood killing plane. There are more than 10 demon emperors with names and historical records. It has almost become an iron rule that demon emperors must die when they enter the blood-killing plane, but there is an exception, that is, those who have obtained the 12-winged demon tattoo and obtained the killing god's martial intention. This kind of person is also the only one who can ignore the curse law of the blood-killing plane and threaten the ruling class of the blood-killing plane. The representative figure is the 8 Meteorites War Emperor. He once made the original owner of the blood-killing plane sleepless because the 8 Meteorites War Emperor was too strong. Even in the more vast Holy Demon continent with more masters, the 8 Meteorites War Emperor was almost invincible. Of course, in addition to the 8 Meteorites War Emperor, there is another human who has achieved the 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, and that is Lin Ming. At this time, in a blood-red temple in the center of the blood-killing plane, a tall troll man wearing dark red armor sat on the throne with a big sword and a golden horse, holding a metal wine cup in his hand and drinking slowly. The wine cup was full of bright red liquid, which was human blood. This troll man was the original owner of the blood-killing plane, known as the God and Demon Lord, and had a grudge against Lin Ming for killing his son. A flame lit up in the dark hall, which was the light of the sound transmission note. The original owner of the blood-killing field grabbed the sound transmission talisman with one hand. When he heard the message inside, his brows slightly frowned. For so many years, the blood-killing field has been chasing Lin Ming, but to no avail. This time is no exception. It has been 5 years. This young man named Lin Ming seems to have appeared out of thin air and evaporated out of thin air. I mobilized all my connections, but I couldn't find out his whereabouts and origins at all. A trace of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the original owner of the blood-killing field. The metal wine glass was crushed by him, and bright red blood splashed all over the ground. Not to mention that Lin Ming killed his son. Even if it was not for this reason, he must kill Lin Ming, because Lin Ming has achieved the 12-winged heavenly demon and can freely enter the blood-killing field in the future. He doesn't want another 8 Meteor War Emperor. The threat must be strangled in the cradle. Even if it offends a holy land, he will not hesitate. After all, as long as no one has achieved the 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, no emperor can set foot in the blood-killing field. What can the Holy Land do to him? This Lin Ming is a genius. 5 years have passed. He has at least cultivated to the late stage of Zuanden and even the first level of Mingyuan. Moreover, because of his amazing talent, his strength far exceeds that of warriors of the same level. He may be equivalent to a human warrior of the 5th level of Mingyuan. In another 20 or 30 years, his combat power will be comparable to that of a human emperor. I don't have much time left. Please like it. Click like plus next chapter in the lower right corner. It's only 2 cents, but it's very important to Silkworm Cocoon. Thank you. Chapter 900. No one can stop it. Blood-killing plane, Yangxiao Tangshan Tower. Blood-killing plane has a total of 12 main cities, and Yangxiao Tangshan Tower is located in Yangxiao City, which is the most powerful of the 12 main cities in blood-killing plane. Duanmukwon originally came from Yangxiao Tower. Since ancient times, Yangxiao Tower has produced the most geniuses with the strongest talents. Yangxiao Tower has a total of 16 masters, while the original Jixing Tangshan Tower only had 12 masters. In terms of the Tower Master, Yangxiao Tangshan Tower is also more powerful than the original Tower Master of Jixing Tangshan Tower. Of course, all this is nothing to Lin Ming. Before Lin Ming walked to the gate of Yangxiao Tower, the Yangxiao Tower was nearly 1,000 feet high, and it was located on a cliff 6,000 feet high. The total height was 7,000 feet, piercing the Taiji sky, and it was worthy of the word Yangxiao. The gate of Yangxiao Tower was more than 20 feet high, and there were huge copper ingots cast on it. Each one was as big as an inverted bowl. Any one of them weighed more than 10 pounds. The weight of the entire gate was probably 8 or 900,000 pounds. At the entrance of the Cloud Tower, 2 rows of troll guards stood in a neat row. Each of them was full of energy and walked like a dragon and a tiger. Their cultivation had reached the level of a demon general. With their height of more than 10 feet and their whole body covered in black treasure armor, they looked like they had an inexplicable pressure on people. People with weak auras did not dare to enter the door at all. Stop, show the blood-killing order. The 2 troll guards held thick halberds in their hands. When they crossed the halberds, they blocked Lin Ming's way. The blood killing order was the entry order that Lin Ming had obtained at the beginning, which had Polar Star blood killing source written on it. When it was integrated with his body, it would form the source of evil spirit. Then, based on this, killing people and accumulating evil spirit would condense into a demon tattoo. Now Lin Ming's demon tattoo has condensed into 12 wings, which are usually condensed in his body and manifested in the form of a killing force field. If Lin Ming did not transform it into a 12-winged demon, he would not be able to feel it at all. This made the 2 rows of troll guards not recognize that Lin Ming was actually a trial participant. Get out of the way. Lin Ming continued to move forward. An invisible force field spread out. The 2 rows of guards were suppressed by the force field and suddenly felt a breathless feeling. Before they could react, Lin Ming had already passed through them and tried to push open the door of the Polar Star blood killing plane. "You! How dare you!" The leading guard just shouted these words, and before he finished his sentence, he suddenly stopped talking. Then his eyes were as big as copper bells, and his face was full of disbelief. At that moment, the large copper door behind them, which weighed 800,000 to 900,000 pounds and required a mechanism to open, was pushed open by Lin Ming with his bare hands. The gears behind the copper door even made a clicking sound of being overwhelmed because they were forced to push, which made them stunned. Who is he? Several guards were shocked. How could this be a human? He was simply a wild dragon. Quick, notify the steward on the first floor. These guards naturally could not talk to the Lord directly, but had to pass on the message through the stewards. While they were reporting the news, Lin Ming had already arrived at the teleportation array on the first and second floors of the Tower of Babel. Boom. The terrifying energy exploded, and the protective array of the teleportation array was directly destroyed. Lin Ming stood in the teleportation array, opened the teleportation array by himself, and teleported forcibly, while the deacon guarding the array was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Ming and seemed familiar, but he didn't remember who he was. In fact, 5 years ago, the original owner of the blood killing plane had wanted Lin Ming in the blood killing plane, but after half a year of unsuccessful pursuit, he had confirmed that Lin Ming had left the blood killing plane, so he turned the search range to the Holy Demon continent, and the blood killing plane's wanted order was slowly withdrawn. The blood killing plane has a high turnover of personnel, and many people have only recently entered the blood killing plane and don't recognize Lin Ming at all. Even if it is like this deacon in front of him, who has seen Lin Ming's wanted order, but in the past 5 years, Lin Ming has gone through 3 deaths and reorganized his spirit body. His appearance has become more perfect, and his temperament has changed from the original sharp and fierce to a jade-like, elegant and ethereal, making it impossible for people to recognize him at first. And who could have thought that Lin Ming would have the guts to come to the blood killing plane to cause trouble? When the deacon on that floor hurriedly reported, Lin Ming had already walked to the teleportation array on the second floor of the blood killing plane. "How dare you cause trouble in the blood killing plane? Don't you know how to write the word death?" The deacon in charge of the second floor teleportation array was a troll. He held a big axe, his muscles were like granite, and his face was ferocious. He couldn't see Lin Ming's cultivation at all. First of all, the trolls didn't know the human cultivation system as well as humans themselves. In addition, Lin Ming's cultivation was very high, and he restrained his breath, so he couldn't recognize him at all. How ridiculous. Are you deaf? The troll deacon was furious and chopped with an axe. However, there was a loud bang. Lin Ming didn't move at all. The troll deacon flew out like a cannonball, his internal organs ruptured, and he vomited blood in the air. He was thrown out dozens of feet away in one breath and hit the wall heavily. His armor and meridians were shattered. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. This stunned everyone. The troll deacon was a 1-star demon king, equivalent to a human Zhuand, an early stage warrior, or even stronger. A 1-star demon king was killed in an instant, and the man didn't even move. What kind of strength is this? The life-destroying warrior. Could it be a human life-destroying warrior? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see through his cultivation. A barbarian guard leader said in horror. How is it possible? A human life-destroying warrior will be cursed when entering the blood-killing plane, and will die without a burial place. No one would be so careless about his life. Another dwarf demon deacon rejected it outright. Yes, he should be in the late stage of Zuundan cultivation, and his strength is comparable to the weakest Mingayan at most. Not to mention that he is not Mingayan. Even if he is a Mingayan strongman, he will die if he comes here to cause trouble. The masters of our Tangshan Tower are the strongest among the 12 Tangshan Towers. The top masters can completely suppress the human Mingayan strongman. Come here, it's like a dragon coiling and a tiger lying down. What's more, there is our Qianxue Tower Master, who is the strongest among the 12 Tangshan Tower Masters. Second only to the original master of Zishalan. Let's follow him first and wait for the masters to kill him. Otherwise, we will be punished for dereliction of duty. With the lessons learned from the past, these guards and deacons dared not take action against Lin Ming. That would be courting death. As they wished, soon, the masters of Qianxue Tower appeared, and there were 5 of them at once, led by the second-ranked master of Qianxue Tower. As for the first master, he did not appear. Of course, he received the news, but he felt that 5 masters were enough and there was no need for him to take action. It was too much of an exaggeration for a human warrior to cause all the lords to come out in force. Even if they were dealt with, it would be very embarrassing. The lord is here. Haha, this kid is dead. We just have to wait and see. The guards and deacons hurriedly divided the surroundings and showed their weapons to prevent Lin Ming from escaping. With the lord's support, they were certainly not afraid. Who is that? How dare you? The second lord of the Cloud Tower was not like those deacons. He had a very good eye and could tell at a glance that Lin Ming was incredibly powerful and unfathomable. Otherwise, he would have slapped Lin Ming to death long ago. What nonsense was that? His eyes stayed on Lin Ming's face for a while, and he was a little surprised and doubtful. Although many lords participated in the trip to the Eternal Demon Pit, most of them were killed by Lin Ming. None of the 5 lords had ever seen Lin Ming. I'm here to enter the Emperor's Road. Get out of the way. What? Enter the Emperor's Road? When the 5 great lords heard Lin Ming say this, they were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. This was like a beggar suddenly entering the palace and telling the emperor that he wanted to enter the palace treasury to look for treasure. This is outrageous. Who do you think you are? The Emperor's Road is the highest level secret realm in my blood killing plane, and you can enter it whenever you want. Not to mention that you are an outsider. Even if you fight your way up from the Qianxue Tower and become one of the 7 stars of the Heavenly Demon with your human identity, you can never enter the Emperor's Road. Second brother, why are you talking nonsense to him? This kind of person is looking for death. Haha. He is really an idiot. If you want to enter the Emperor's Road, I will show you a clear way. Open your sea of consciousness and let me inoculate you with a slave mark. Then I can let you in. Ha 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 ha. The 5 lords mocked mercilessly. Lin Ming sneered. The Emperor's Road is an ancient relic passed down 100,000 years ago. When did it become yours? Humph. There is nothing to say to this idiot. Let's go together. This person is not simple. Let's use our murderous aura and go all out. Okay. The 5 great lords shouted together, and behind them, a phantom of the Heavenly Demon condensed. They were all in the early stage of the 10-winged Heavenly Demon. According to the rules of the blood killing field, a master who achieves the 10-winged Heavenly Demon will become a master, but a master cannot reach the middle stage of the 10-winged Heavenly Demon, otherwise some of the evil spirit will be forcibly dispersed. In fact, even without this rule, it is almost impossible to achieve the 12-winged Heavenly Demon from the 10-winged Heavenly Demon, because to complete this step, you have to kill a large number of masters to absorb the evil spirit. Where can you get so many masters to kill for you? Attack. The 5 masters suddenly rose up, and the shadows of the demons behind them also rushed out together, and all kinds of attacks covered the sky. Lin Ming did not move at all. When the 5 shadows of the 10-winged Heavenly Demon rushed out, a shadow of the demon condensed behind Lin Ming, which was twice as big as the 10-winged Heavenly Demon behind the 5 masters. 2 rows of blood red wings slowly spread out. It was the 12-winged Heavenly Demon. The 12-winged Heavenly Demon is the main body of the killing god force field. After condensing into the shadow of the demon, the terrifying evil spirit burst out, like a surging blood wave, rushing straight into the sky. What? 12-winged demon, how is this possible? The 5 lords screamed at the same time. At that moment, they felt that the demon phantom behind them was pulled away by a huge force, just like a person's spine was pulled out, and the back was torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. My demon tattoo. My evil spirit. No. Screams came one after another. The demon phantom behind Lin Ming spread out 12 wings and swept across suddenly, forming a bloody vortex. The 5 10-winged demons were all sucked into the red vortex, shattered, and turned into the purest evil spirit, which was absorbed by the 12-winged demon. Puff. The 5 lords vomited blood at the same time. Their bodies flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, with their meridians broken. From beginning to end, Lin Ming did not even move a step. Please like it. Please click the red like icon. Thank you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.